darkness descending upon me. Then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me. But then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. I'm going all in, it's too late to fold now. Don't you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la. Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like that you can't deny it. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. There's just no indication when the perfect combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, 'cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. Alright. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Woo. There's nothing I can do, baby. My hands are tied. Oh, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't try to fight it. Why would you try?
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. We'll dance together. Stay up all night.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. And the music factory stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning. Nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC. The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far outside, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 tech, 9 y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. So afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Take
said. Could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love
na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah, we're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the dark
哪一站才是这个夏天最精彩的比赛？
五
踏破银兰，
随着波这个的五杀落袋，我们要恭喜威武！
德比大战，
嘎啦没倒，嘎啦杀完了呀！嘎啦杀完了！
唐镇兄弟，还是下次一定？谁是这个周末最值得关注的选手？一个赛季不知练了多少英雄的369，
那个这一推要那个亲密，我的天，369这。
稳如泰山的 Rookie，
偷了一个这边的恶意手手切水料上，再一个强弩拉到船，Triple Q 的 Rookie。
团队大脑杜云碧，
旁边飞机是交了一个加尔包过来，
这波杜云碧一个人伤害爆炸，
创造奇迹的埃博，
加上这一波埃博，6打中了，
放烟花了，先表达你们中意。
亦或是大发明家山鸡，
指了狐狸还有一段理论就往后走，山鸡哥一个人顶在前面，现在把这个塔拆一下，山鸡哥一直在扛塔呀。
什么才是竞技的意义？是 RNG 对抗京东的势均力敌，是 RA 对阵 EDG 的自我磨砺，是黑暗势力对垒威武追逐光明，还是达利对阵 LNG 的背城接应？答案只能自我找寻。坚持的意义就是创造意义。这个周末，故事继续。
Welcome on in, everyone. We are here for a wonderful Saturday in the LPL. I am Mazel, joined by Dagda. I like this seat. You got to get ready to go, Dagda. You got to get ready to go because we got a fun night ahead of us. Are you locked in? You ready? Got your seat ready?
I'm locked, loaded, ready to go. I'm so set for these set of games because later on we got a cheeky little RNG versus JDG, which I'm super hyped for. But look, we got to take it slow. We got to wait till we get there. You know,
we got to talk about yesterday first. We got to catch everybody up. All right. Well, then we'll get to the good stuff. All right. No, it was some good stuff yesterday. As we want to look back at the 2 series we did have play out yesterday. It was a quick night, though. I guess some longer games, but a quick night all overall as we only had 4 games total. Top Esports taking a 2-0 over TT, and Weibo taking a 2-0 over LGD.
Yeah, a little bit closer at that first series, though, than I think a lot of people were expecting. TT doing well in those early skirmishes, being able to find a good amount of wiggle room against Top Esports, but Top Esports team fighting just too strong, so they weren't able to carry it across the line. And Weibo, as well as you say, managed to take down LGD in the 2-0 fashion. Weibo securing themselves into that playoff spot with that win.
Let's go! More playoffs secured as we were going to bring up the graphic. 5 slots already locked in for summer playoffs. These are teams that are getting a potential way to Worlds if they can pull off a big enough streak at this point. But it is an interesting conversation as you see that 9 spot is their 9-win mark is the big differentiator here. And tonight we'll have a chance to see if EDG are the next team to lock in the playoffs. So we still have a lot of contention between that, that 7 and 10th spot here.
Exactly, and that's where, as you can see, EDG will be kicking things off today against Rare Adam to see if they can get to that 9 win, if they can secure themselves that playoff spot. And then later on today, we're going to see RNG take on JDG. JDG looking hot off the back of a win against V5.
Match of the week. Match of
Let's
the week.
go.
Oh, I'm so excited. It's going to be really fun. And we just, we have a plethora of action for the night. So there might not be 3 full series tonight, but the 2 that we have will do us just fine, I feel like. And that does bring us to the first series of the day here. It is RA versus EDG. EDG 1 step away if they can get a series victory here of locking in a run at the playoffs here in the summer split and a run to return to Worlds. But RA trying to be a little bit of a thorn in their side here. And I know you have some maybe theoretical theories here that we have for RA, because there's a possibility of many Worlds for RA.
Yeah, look, I'm a simple man. I see Rare Adam, I make a crappy physics point. And this is the many worlds theory, where Rare Adam are going to have to try and see if they are in the universe where they actually make it in towards playoffs. And look, I'm not going to lie, it ain't looking too hot for them right now, because you can see as they have to win every single series just to hit 7, because they're sitting at 2-9 at the moment. And then they basically have to hope that TT, FPX, Anyone Legends, BLG don't hit 8 wins. And I mean, at least with TT losing yesterday to Top Esports, it's still hopeful. It's still at least keeping the dream alive. But I will say it's not looking incredibly likely. There is some universe somewhere
Dr.
in a far-off land where we're
How many possibilities? How do we get to the possibilities? How many possibilities are there? Just the one tonight where you win against EDG, the world champions? I don't know about many possible ways forward. But hey, at least there are the theories of many worlds for RA. And I think that's something you got to take into account when you're looking at RA as a whole, because for them, it's been really interesting to watch this split evolve, and especially as we're getting towards the end, because they're trying to represent a bit of an old style for them, but it's bearing worse results at this point, Dagda.
Yeah, I wanted to take a comparison look at basically how this style worked in spring versus how it's working from now. And a large portion of this is still very similar when we look at them from spring to summer. Like, very low kills at 15, first tower percent is not crazy high. The way that this team has been getting their kind of victories over the course of this year has been in their CSD of 15, and a lot of it has been like Liang kind of supporting the lanes and getting that. And if you look back in spring, like their average for the whole squad was 27 at CSD at the 50-minute mark. They had the highest creep score difference at 15 in the entire league, and we're seeing that it's kind of a little bit less coming into summer 2022, but they're still kind of trying to play through this. But the problem is we're seeing that it's not rendering the same results, right? Because the goal difference of 15 in spring at least was somewhat even. We're seeing it massively dip down coming into summer 2022, and a large portion of that is because their deaths have risen significantly. They have the highest deaths in the league at the 15-minute mark in summer 2022, and a huge portion of that is coming from mistakes in this bottom side of the map. And we're going to see it as we kick over into our footage. This has just been weird decision making from the Rare Adam bottom lane, where they're going for unusual dives, not respecting the fact that in this clip, like Xiao, who's already leaning bot side, they get turned around. Like, there's a ton of these mistakes that are starting to creep through.
I think the scariest thing is you just need a little bit of stability. When you see this team play so aggressively through Lian, and then you see things like this happening in the bottom lane, like, man, we could, if we just had a little bit of stability, if we had a little bit of that playmaking later on, maybe, not exactly in the early game. I think that's where you need to see some of that control, some of that restraint come through for iBoy and Yanja as a whole.
Yeah, especially when you can already see, like in this clip against RNG, they got the victory on that bot side, and then it was like, okay, well, we're going to stick around, end up giving over kills to RNG. And then we saw a very similar story against Top Esports. Here, you're like, they've escaped, they're out. Top Esports are backing away, but then Yanja and iBoy decide, hey, look, we're going to go over aggressive, don't actually get the kill on Tien, gives Jackie Love an early first blood, and from that point, Mark and Jackie Love absolutely render them useless. And this is where I want to see this stability coming into the bottom side of the map, where they're actually saying, hey, look, as long as we can keep CSing correctly and we're not giving over these big advantages, we actually have a chance in this game. But it's just not been working out for them so far, and it needs to see those mistakes shored up.
And for me, it's like, I have been interested in iBoy as in a long time fan in terms of like his craziness, his decision making mid fight. Sometimes he just goes off on a limb, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But you gotta wait to use some of that craziness until it actually is in those team fights, not in the lane, not losing the team the side of the map. So it's definitely something we'll have to keep an eye on today, especially against EDG, who have one of the best bot lanes in the world, the bot lane that they're going to have to deal with. But before we get to that conversation, before we talk a little bit more about the holistic approach for both these two teams, you got to talk about EDG a little bit more, because we're talking about old style, different results for RA, but there's a bit of an old story with a new spin or new telling on it here coming into this split, especially the latter part of it, Dag.
Yeah, we talked about Rare Adam having an old style that needed a new flair. Well, we're actually seeing an old story with a new telling here coming through for the junglers on EDG. This was a conversation that was at the forefront of Edward Gaming back in 2020 when we were trying to figure out who we wanted to see in the jungle role. Was it Junja? Was it JJ? EDG eventually settled on towards JJ and went on to win the 2021 World Championship with them. So pretty good decision overall. But now we're having this conversation resurface because JJ has been in such a slump. And Junja, I think, has actually shown to be more of what EDG need right now. When you look at his kills and assists at 15, his kill participation at 15, they're all so much higher. And he feeds into what has become the EDG system so much more now than what JJ has really been able to bring to the table. And he's playing much more around this bottom side of the map, making sure that he's able to give these early advantages over towards Viper. This then leads in towards early Dragons. And overall, this is how EDG won the World Championship. And it feels like Junja is setting that style up once more for success.
And you set it up so perfectly, because that's exactly what was the big point for me, is like, it just seems like he's able to facilitate the team a little bit more. And yes, you can talk about the Poppy pick and the just absolute meteoric rise we've seen in the LPL with the Poppy picks, but it's clicking, Dagda. And I think that's what's so scary when you're looking at this team, especially in the later parts and when we're getting closer and closer to the best of 5.
especially when you look at how he's clicking with Mako, right? He's been able to function a hell of a lot more down towards his bottom side, letting Mako play a little bit more aggressive. But also as we start to see Mako leaning out of lane, as you can see in this clip, with Junja, like this is where it's actually become a lot more stable around these bot side river skirmishes, where we're seeing Junja and Mako link up, where they're trying to make these plays happen. And I think that's the massive difference maker, is just how well Junja's been able to integrate himself with what EDG do to succeed.
Now, I guess the biggest question is, does he get the Poppy today? Do we see any more crazy aggressive picks from him? But again, when you're looking at both these two teams, we talked already about some stability in the bot lane. I want to attack that a little bit first here before we get to the meat of especially the jungle matchup and looking at the mid matchup as well. Because this bottom lane, as we were saying, wanting stability for RA and iBoys specifically as well in the bottom lane. So how do you do that in this matchup, especially looking at the draft against the likes of Viper and Mako?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is just trying to find ways for Leanne to try and interact with the lanes a little bit more. The biggest problem that I've seen coming through from where Adam is that although we previously had seen Leanne kind of try and shadow a lot of his lanes and trying to help out a little bit and making sure that these lanes are going to be safe, Yuyanj and iBoy just haven't really been playing as safe as they need. So if Leanne can try and help and facilitate that and like, hey, look, let's take a step back, let's take it easy, and then when we come to skirmishes and mid-game fights, we can actually try and set up as a team better. It will be a lot stronger. My biggest worry for them is that with Junjin now coming into the roster and playing heavily around this bottom side of the map, it does feel like you're starting to see Viper and Mako take another step up, which is terrifying when the biggest issue on Rare Adam is their bot lane.
Yeah, that's where like spotlight goes so much more heavily onto Leanne. And I think that's where a lot of for me, the heart of Leanne is the aggressiveness, the skirmishing, the kind of crazy aggression, the crazy pass that we see for him to try to get a lead early on for the team, even if it doesn't work out a lot of the time for RA. And I think it's going to be even more of a tall task against Junja, who has been working really well in terms of map movement on him. But that's where, picks in the draft will come to bear for these guys. I'm expecting, obviously, big Poppy bans at least coming through for RA if they don't want to give that to Junja. But where do you think, is it the Viego is a little bit more comfort for Leanne? I mean, do we get to see the Rek'Sai come out? What do you think we get?
Yeah, I think the draft becomes incredibly interesting when you look towards things like the Azir for Scout is kind of a big one. It's the most banned against EDG. I don't think it fits what EDG want to do, but EDG have still been very likely to pick that one up as we go in towards the pick ban. The thing is, well, that you got to look at with Leanne is he wants to try and look for invades off of lane states where you're looking towards things like, as you say, the Viegos. He's done it with Wukongs and these kind of things. But I think the biggest problem with Leanne is that like he needs the support of his lanes to try and facilitate that. So it's not only just a case of like, hey, can we get something where Leanne can try and go for these plays? It's like, hey, can we get pushing lanes to try and facilitate that? And I think the problem is that Leanne is trying to play to an old school style where you could try and find these massive advantages in the jungle and like end up winning the game because your jungler was so strong on these carry oriented picks like the Viegos. But I just don't think that really fits the style anymore. I'd like to see him kind of falling more back towards things like the Vi's, the Lee Sins, the Wukongs, and Poppy if she's up and available, just to kind of go, hey, I can actually play towards these lanes far better right now and try and facilitate them, and see then if you can correct things like iBoy and Yanj in the bot lane. Unlock Strive a little bit as well, because I think Strive has been Strive back in spring was great at making these roams down to the bottom side and like trying to help out the lanes in a lot of respects, but we're just not really seeing that style really come to fruition anymore. And when you actually look at like, say, gold difference of 15 for these guys, like solo lanes, Cube and Strive are actually doing great. It is that jungle and bot side that just aren't really doing so hot.
I just wonder if like at this point against RA, obviously EDG want to take this a bit more seriously. They want to get that lock into the summer playoffs here, but we've been seeing some teams, not all, start to adapt some styles that I wonder if we do get to see that tonight from EDG in any way, right? Like if they do start to focus on maybe try to get some carry out of Flandre a little bit, but maybe more around Junjia, things like that. I don't expect to see much of a change in style, especially when we're saying what's on the line, but I do hold that in the back of my mind to see if maybe we get something like the Senna's coming out of the bottom lane and a little bit more focus away from that and towards that mid jungle that we've talked about so heavily.
Yeah, I think there's like a couple of cool picks coming through for EDG. I like seeing things like the Aphelios for Viper. I think it kind of provides that late game insurance, and Viper's Aphelios is absolutely insane, especially when it comes to like understanding how to use things like an Inferno, like Vigil, and all these. Like he can very quickly turn around the pace of the game. But you do always have to be careful, as you say, with Flandre. Flandre has a very interesting champion pool in like being able to bring out things like the Vladimir, the Kennons, Rivens, all this kind of stuff. So you do have to be hyper aware of that, and EDG already kind of being aware, Rare Adam will have to be aware of that, as EDG will ban away a Jax pick already to try and set themselves up for that.
Banning away my man Cube. Okay, EDG, I see you. But we do get that Poppy ban we were talking about for RA. They know what the deal is here. They're no slouches. Now we do get the Lucian and the Zeri ban followed up. So big focus down towards Viper and Mako. The Viego actually banned away from EDG, as well as that Silas and the Jax we've already mentioned. So a little bit more focus towards the comfort of Lehan as well. And now we're waiting on the first pick for RA. Some still very powerful picks on the table, right? We still got the Wukong on there. Talia is the first lock-in for RA.
Yeah, which means that we'll probably see the Wukong coming in on the opposite side. A couple of the AD carries left open as well, with like the Aphelios being there. Now another big pick that we've seen just blind pickable, where not an awful lot of people are able to really deal with it. So already EDG setting up for like a bit of a short range dive composition with the Gnar, with that Wukong, something that certainly wants to get up in your face. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them trying to eye up something like an Aphelios or something along these lines, unless Rare Adam want to try and take that away here for iBoy, which means we may see Viper respond with a Jinx.
I would expect to get a little bit more focus on some of these comfort picks in the first phase, at least, because obviously looking at what we'll get as counters for EDG specifically as the game plays out. But it looks like Gwen actually the pickup here, so we'll go with the solo lanes first for Rare Adam. I would expect a jungle here to try and get land something in this first phase before the bans keep coming out towards his direction.
It's really interesting to see like Kalista and Renata and those kind of things slipping through the draft here. I thought they would have been like slightly higher priority, as they have been so incredibly strong. And the thing is, you can always go for the Renata here for EDG on this next rotation, right? You have your top, you have your jungle, and you can still be relatively strong in the mid lane with things like the Lissandra that can still go into the Talia. You can always fall back towards the Azir. Rise is another counter that we've seen starting to rise up in prominence in towards things like the Talia. So but no, we're actually just going to get the Azir banned away. So now imagine EDG are going to ban away those AD carries, because they know that they'll have first pick here. Again, they can just leave counter pick for Mako,
which is absolutely incredible. We were talking earlier about like, the connection between Mako and Junja, and trying to see how they can flourish with that and get that synergy even more on point. And I think if you get something like that for Mako, where he feels confident, where he gets a little bit of agency, you got to be scared for RA. But I can appreciate the Scout Azir pick. I think we've seen some very nice moments from him, and especially a lot of the setup there, right? You're looking at the Mega Gnar ulti with the Shurima shuffle. It's a lot of movement around, but we'll have to see in the second phase what we get, because we're already into the bans here. Kalista banned by EDG, focusing down that bottom lane even more so here, as Senna banned by RA.
It's been interesting to see Rare Adam going towards these bans as well. So I'm curious to see if EDG respond. I think Renata would be a phenomenal pick for Rare Adam right now, and because you're trying to set up as like kind of a in-your-face composition for the team fights, having a Renata for Rare Adam just causes a lot of issues. So I wouldn't be surprised to EDG actually ban away, because I don't think it's as strong for their it's still insane, but like not as strong for their composition, just because like you've got the Gwen who can try and get away from that with her own Hollowed Mist. The Talia's auto attacks don't deal a huge amount of damage in the grand scheme of things, but they may still be eyeing that up for themselves, and maybe we actually see the AD carry
really
pinched here, because I think so. The thing is, right, if you take Renata in this situation, you've got a bailout for Azir, attack speed great, bailout is just fantastic as a pick as well. Maybe you end up pushing Rare Adam in towards something like the Aphelios pick, which means then Viper gets the Jinx, which means you've got like two super long range carries that could also have a Renata there to keep them safe. So maybe you just take the Renata here for Mako, and then try and keep the counter pick and the Jinx here for the Aphelios. But no, Viper's just going to lock in his own.
Yeah,
so everyone at
like,
EDG is just playing solo queue right now. They're just locking in their own champions.
I mean, at this point, right? Like that's all you really need. I feel like the Braum ban at the end from RA is targeted towards Mako. I was wondering if we were going to get a 6th ADC ban, but I think Viper and Mako are just fine with where they're at right now. And I think giving the Jinx over, obviously huge potential to carry at least. But I think that this would be a comfort pick. This would be something that would be a little bit more stable for RA to play around the bottom lane, as long as they get something comfortable to go with it for you, Yanja.
Yeah, the biggest problem is they need engage, which is very lacking right now on their squad. Like, so maybe they don't feel like they can really take the Renata, which is what EDG might have been reading. So you might need to go towards something like a Leona here, or even a Nautilus to try and make sure you can actually have that engage. And yeah, it will be the Nautilus, which means I think the Renata going to be fantastic here for EDG. You already have your engage in the Wukong. Great follow-up in either the Azir or the Gnar if you really need extra. And then every time you see that Nautilus ult come out, you just use the Renata ult and set yourself up nicely. So looks like EDG, honestly, with the draft that they have, seem like in a really good spot for these fights. Rare Atom are definitely going to be heavily relying on Strive with this Taliyah to try and make early plays happen, to try and control these fights and separate out members of EDG so Rare Atom can actually take these fights a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's the thing we wanted, right? A little bit of stability, a little bit of clean play calling, if we can get it from RA. I still feel like EDG kind of stuck their hand in the goodie bag and got everything they wanted for Christmas. But, you know, in the end, it's all about execution for it. And I think, again, the biggest spotlight is on what Leyen can do to hopefully prop up this bottom lane, or at least defend from Junja, and what EDG want to approach as a win condition for this game, because I think they have a lot of options moving forward here, Dagda.
Well, I think the interesting thing is that one of the big highlights that we had coming into this was like a strong mid jungle for EDG. Azir doesn't give that. It's one of the biggest criticisms I've had of Edward Gaming this split has been the fact they're going towards Azirs and Corkis, not really giving Scout, excuse me, a huge amount of control to try and move towards bot side, to try and move towards dragons. So I think looking at this with a Taliyah and a Wukong, Taliyah and the Trundle on the opposite side coming through for Rare Atom, they have a huge amount of pressure that they can try and put in towards this mid lane, unlock Strive, lean down towards the bottom side, and actually start to work through, you know, the pushing bot lane with the Jinx, the pushing mid control that this Taliyah offers, and try and make early plays happen. Because if they don't, like, if Elio scales late game, Azir scales late game, you're going to be totally fine for EDG.
Now, do you feel like RA have a little bit more to give, I guess, in that aspect? I guess we'll find out in the game, because the scaling aspects could come, but it could be all about the early skirmishes. EDG, one series win away from locking in the summer playoffs. Their opponent ahead of them, trying to be a little bit of a bump in the road here. RA versus EDG, game 1 starts now.
For Rare Atom, this is going to be a test. Again, they need to win almost every single game just to make sure they can hit 7. Well, they need to win every single series to make sure they can hit 7. But even that doesn't really guarantee them a spot in the playoffs. So a loss here pretty much guarantees that they will not have a chance to hit playoffs. So with this composition, I want to see Lien moving into her Strive, being able to support both the mid and the bot lane, and then honestly just playing into the style that we highlighted, right? Like, if iBoy is just able to free farm and free push in this bot side, he should be able to get turret plates. He should be able to have a good spot. And if you ever try and like overextend or push in this wave of Viper or Mako, that's when Strive can come in onto the bottom side.
We're going to get a little bit of a late game or late invade here by RA. I'll get the blue buff from EDG, so nice little moves early on for Rare Atom, actually.
Yeah, and kind of splitting the map here, which is going to be fantastic, as we said, for iBoy and Yanja. And I think this is the big focal point that's going to be seen for Rare Atom, is trying to give this space to Jinx to have push in this bottom side. Looks like Mako and Viper were able to spot out the fact that iBoy and Yanja came from the jungle of Junja, though, so maybe that information now going across to Junja, and he'll mix up his pathing.
We'll see. He's doing chickens right now. His wolves actually got taken away. Now it's a full-on Gromp steal from Lien as well. I would immediately think Junja is going to sniff something out, either go for something early or go for that cross-map play. And this separates the teams a little bit. EDG realize they need to move in. They will spot out that the jungle is already gone, so knowing Lien has done this vertical pathing here. And RA set up for the bottom lane stability we kind of wanted.
Thing is, though, that because Viper and Mako left the wave, this gives full control over to iBoy. So I'm curious to see if iBoy like goes for, you know, 4th wave crash, quick reset, gets the cull, and then comes back and like again just plays into this farming factor that this Jinx wants to go for right now. Lien, though,
oh wow,
going for a bit of a different route now. Gonna spot Junja out, but no blast cone, and Junja and Lien have smite.
He started the Grob first, so he's still doing the blue here in the pillar. Gonna have to dodge out of that one, and Leyen will bring back.
Oh my God, what happened?
Viper, he's stepping up, and he gets Dredgeline to the face. Yanja able to separate him away from iBoy there.
How do you lose that? You're a level ahead. What happened, iBoy? I don't understand how you're level 1 to level 2 and you're losing out on the trade. But this is what we're talking about. Like, I don't understand what iBoy and you Yanja get up to half the time, because, like, you're actually winning on the map. Like, Lien being able to come back up and steal away his blue buff, puts Junji in a really uncomfortable position. But then iBoy and Yanja just kind of fail miserably on the bottom side.
Looks like we'll get a little picture-in-picture replay of the blue buff fight. Hopefully we'll get one on the bottom lane as well, since it was happening about the same time. But yeah, it's really interesting to see how many times and how consistently the chaos kind of comes to bite RA in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you do get that reset we're talking about coming through for iBoy, where he actually, I'm going to hold on to this because Yanja.
Oh, there's the picture-in-picture of the bottom lane.
So, yeah, so they just get the
they
play.
Start off winning this.
Yeah, so I think, iBoy just over chasing and literally just getting hit by Viper the entire time. But you get the reset coming through, as we were talking about with the Cove for iBoy, but it does mean the Viper's actually able to get a reset off now and match that, which is kind of where you don't get that similar play or the same value out of that play as you would generally, because when you crash 4th wave, it actually stops Viper from being able to reset the wave himself. It takes too long for him to push out with that cannon wave as well to actually crash wave and reset and match the buy. But because iBoy messed it up, well, then it means that Viper actually does get that reset in, and you don't get to keep abusing this matchup as much as you would like.
Now, I do want to ask you, because we're getting up close to the first dragon, do you feel like dragons are super important for EDG to continue to play that winning condition, as we see Flandre get very, very low here? Because you can see Junja pathing down towards this bottom lane, and I do wonder if they're able to kind of pull that through. But it looks like he's actually just going to fall up top. So apparently I don't know what I'm talking about. And Cube is forcing Flandre to stay in the lane. How rude.
Yeah, I don't think dragons are actually going to be massively important for EDG. Like, at the moment, it's like, hey, we've gotten his ear. Doesn't really skirmish well in the early stages. Like, we're just going to kind of give that one up. You got push on bot side as well. So honestly, I think it's more on Lien, as you can see now, to try and like pick these up solo, just so that then Strive and Liveboy can keep abusing that fact that they've got control there and like start getting some advantages for yourself. You just do have to be careful. Like Junja trying to maybe see if he can respond to this alongside Scout, but yeah,
it's getting a little low here for comfort. They are bringing iBoy and Yanja up here. The dragon will be taken, smited, and flashed away from over the wall from Lien. He'll just go right back to farming.
Yeah, so Junja a little bit late, but actually now starting to move across. So the thing is, Wukong doesn't really beat Trundle in the early stages, but knowing how low Lien went, looks like Junja may be trying to make something happen.
Oh, the handshake on iBoy. He has to cleanse and almost dies because of it. That was very, very close. They are collapsing this bottom lane, though. Junja taking the fight against Lien. Scout tries to go in a little bit early. Junja in some trouble here. As back and forth as this bottom lane is, it is chaotic as flashes start to come out. Junja a little bit scared there from Yanja, but it's like sharks circling some prey in the water here at this point. As EDG, they are moving on Yanja and iBoy. Leanne is here but has no health. Scout gets first blood. Here comes Strive. A lot of turret damage on a Viper. Viper just dies. Mako, you got to get out of there, bud. Strive is trying to get in there but can't get Scout. Mako will eventually fall here, I would think, unless he can somehow get out of here with some shielding. And Strive doesn't follow it up. You think you get a lot more than you came for EDG, but it's a 2-for-1, and EDG come out on top.
Strive was just a little late to the play. Wanted to finish pushing in that mid wave before he came down to the party, but those 2 or 3 creeps means that he's not here for the initial play starting off. And you'll see Scout gets a great Emperor's Divide immediately to turn this one back around. Kills iBoy off rip. Scout tanking up quite a bit of damage, but will drop tower aggro before he tries to get out of there. Viper, though, manages to pick it up on the back end, so Strive end up able to finish him off. And here, you can see Strive, just unfortunately, once the creeps arrive, Mako feels comfortable to just try and play in towards that, and without knowing where the other members of EDG are, Strive doesn't want to try and follow up on the play. But, I mean, just a nice roam time by EDG. Kind of playing off the fact that Rare Adam had to commit resources to that dragon. So Scout gets pushed mid, Viper and Mako end up with a decent wave that they've frozen on that bot side, and compounding on again the fact that iBoy has been misplaying in this lane consistently.
Yeah.
Like, that's twice now he's taken really bad trades, and EDG have benefited from it.
I'm still just like mind reeling that it took 2 turret shots to kill Viper there. That was a lot of damage. But it's also the turnaround that you kind of want to see from EDG, even if they are overextending, flexing their muscles a little bit here as we saw them, trying to make a calculated play bottom lane. I think when you're trying to look at burden of execution, it was pretty high on that one. And you still love to see at least pushing forward, trying to, especially at the end of the season, trying to get some of these plays down.
Rare Adam are going to start up this Rift Tower on the top side. Ginger will be able to spot that one out. And looks like it goes. I'm real sorry. And look, it was just a prank, bros. Just like
it's just a prank. It's just a prank. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But EDG actually moving in with Scout. It is Cube who's here first, but no teammates to speak of. And Cube, he gets pushed right out of his mist. He has to walk away. Need a work used. Flandre comes into collapse. Not there just in time. But that's Rift Herald over to EDG.
And this is a disaster for Rare Adam, because again, we talked about how they were the ones that should be making the proactive plays. iBoy, good matchup bot. Strive should be able to get push and move bot, but every single time they've just fumbled the play. Now though, you can see Viper hyper aware that he's been left on his own, very aware that Rare Adam are moving into the vicinity, and will just kind of back away from this bot lane tower and at least let iBoy get some gold off these 2 plates.
That's actually going to be pretty big though. A little bit of turret play gold for iBoy. EDG moving right back towards this bottom lane though. As if iBoy and you just stay a little bit longer, probably would have been a bit worse for Wear. But I like that EDG, have gone from that early, ease of pace in the game, especially Junjo getting some farming around the map to now just constantly kind of babysitting this bottom lane, making sure that this late game win condition of Viper is going to be there with a lot of support from the rest of the team moving down. The thing for me though is usually would love to see a little bit more activity from the Talia in the mid lane. We have seen some movements. It's been, albeit a little bit late, though, every now and then with those Weaver's walls. But that's where some of that skirmishing power from RA needs to be utilized.
Yeah, but I don't blame Strive for that, right? Like, the guy has been trying to get control over mid to then lean bot, but I mean, iBoy is caught twice, lost half his health, and it's like, well, if we make a play bot, chances are we just lose anyway. So Strive has kind of been put in an uncomfortable position where the lane he wanted to try and play around hasn't actually been winning. I mean, this is a matchup where Jinx should have a pretty sizable CS lead because she's able to push in, has support for her mid lane. Lien even split the map in the early stages to give them that control, but it's been the 2v2 that has gone astray for them. Now, Rare Adam going to fall behind again further in this bot side because, well, Viper gets 3 plates and he's going to get the charge, which gives him 2 more. Sorry, he's going to get 2 plates, then 2 more. And now again, this Felios is getting massive far ahead. And this matchup can be quite dependent now as you start to crest past the 10-minute mark on who gets Gale Force first. Because if you're able to close the gap as Viper, you can chase down this Jinx relatively easily. And I mean, with the amount of gold Viper's been given, he should be in a good spot.
They're giving up mid lane here for a lot of places. Okay, I thought it a little bit more than that. Okay, Scout, get some more damage on that play, then we'll talk. It is Dragon, though, taken down by RA. That'll be second Dragon in a row. Because I was questioning a little bit of the TP, obviously, from Strive to bottom lane, just to kind of dissuade some of the pressure from EDG. But he's got Spellbook. He's right back to mid lane. Just lost that 1 plate. Not too shabby.
I mean, look, at least getting the Dragon will help Rare Adam to keep this one going. But as you say, like, the fact that they've had to commit so many resources. Oh, hang on.
Oh, Cube is in so much trouble. And Flandre gets the fade away, too. That's a feels bad, man.
It's going from bad to worse here for Rare Adam. They have to overcommit resources to the Dragon because they're behind on that bottom side of the map. And now they end up punishing mid because you lose the plate. Scout is pushing in again, so you're going to lose out on a wave there. You actually get the roam top coming through from Junji as well, which then sets Cube behind. And this is just the systematic deconstruction of Rare Adam that we're seeing from EDG. And honestly, Mazel, I'm all here for it. This is really good stuff from Edward Gaming.
All I'm saying is Strive just took the scenic route across the entire map. That man just walked all the way from TPing bottom lane to top lane just to watch his team die. And then Cube, unfortunately, just kind of left out the dry there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Strive used the Weaver's Wall to get up here. Like, he knew that there was a play coming, but couldn't do anything. And now Scout will be forced to flash in mid.
Oh, nice seismic shove there. But it's a perfect wall right back in. And luckily, Lan has a lot of health and a flash. So Scout goes down. Big pickup for RA.
Scout tried to make the play, see if he'd be able to get the return kill in Lien, but not respecting that the flash was up, so ends up falling for his troubles. Now, the 1v1 on top side.
Cube is actually going for it here too. Flandre realizes he needs to turn tail and run. Needlework, not gonna land. Cube's just going under tower here, gets the kill, and he gets out. What a stud.
Great job to use the skip and slash as well to dodge away from the wallop. Junja now in trouble. Rare Adam, they were feeling a little bit frisky, and it's starting to struggle again for EDG.
It will be a quick smite to deny that vision from RA there, and Jinja moving into the bottom lane here with Viper, who has gotten a decent amount of plays, but hasn't really gotten to spend all that gold just yet. It feels like trio of RA go over the wall and take an engage onto EDG here. Very, very close. I love it, though. You're getting a little bit of that bite back from RA.
Yeah, Strive even roaming down towards the spot side. Weaver's Wall not available, but EDG would like to get the tower. Junja needs to be careful here, as Strive is over the wall, but at least for Rare Adam, as you say, like, the last few passages of play, I mean, getting a kill mid, getting the kill top, preventing play on bot side, this is actually good stuff from Rare Adam to start fighting back against EDG.
See Jinja actually down here bottom lane has stopped his back. They will be spotted out though. Lien stops his back just in time as they have just tried to keep pressure down here. Moonlight Vigil from Viper a little early there. Like the aggression though. They will be getting Scout down here as well as the scanner goes out from Jinja. Strive on the back end has Weaver's Wall now too. They just need to get this tower, but the tower is so pesky, Dagda.
Yeah, they should be able to get off this.
Viper's just like, I need it. I need it now.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He'll pick it up, but as you can see, with so many members down here, Adam will have to try and back away, because at this stage, you're starting to get to the point where EDG were stronger on that push. Now with Kraken Slayer picked up for the Jinx and the Mythic complete in the middle, make things a little bit easier, but we'll see here in this top side. I mean, this is just poor from Flandre. Like, has to try and get into the Hollowed Mist to actually make the trade, but again, Cube skip and slashes away from the wallop, has the Ghost, able to chase him down, and even with Flandre again, having that flash to get away. Watch here again, wallop comes down, skip and slash away, and Cube able to finish him off.
Easy outplayed. It doesn't matter if you have a huge CS differential, Flandre. I am still Gwen with scissors, which is you know, I would say like on paper that's as scary as I would want it to be, but when you're watching it in gameplay, it's pretty darn scary. We will see at the end start up the Rift Herald though. This is their attempt at trying to get this objective at least for themselves.
You know Gwen is terrified when she always runs with scissors. She just doesn't care. She really doesn't.
What does Gwen's parents think at this point? What are they saying? Their grandma's kicking in her grave. Gwen, I can't believe you'd run with those scissors. It'll be a nice bit for RA though. They want to keep her running with scissors at this point, as they also pick up the Rift Herald. Ooh, Weaver's Wall down in the mid lane here. Big hostile takeover back though. Mako's still alive. Strive has to go golden handshake back. Mako survived. Here comes the Cyclone, and Viper already gets one on a Strive.
How the hell does Mako survive that?
G status.
There's somebody to pick him up. Willie, he still will. Splits the uprights there on Rare Adam. That is heartbreaking, and especially with Dragon now in 15 seconds. EDG get full control over the area. So Lane gonna run topside here to see if he can instead help Cube with the tower.
Oh god, Scout. You just walked right into there. Emperor's Divide though, at least. They take a big old wallop, not Nar's wallop, but you know, Trundle's wallop. The Rift Herald goes down. It could be threatening a tier 2, but Scout's right here to defend, so I don't know how much they're going to get with that. It will be the Dragon, though, secured for EDG on the cross map.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this is Cube getting a lot of resources now, and it feels like that's kind of the next big win con for Rare Adam when iBoy hasn't been able to establish a lead for himself. Sorry, I just glanced at this. That's a Blade of the Rune King for Viper. That is a very different build.
That's not normal, Dagda. It's not normal. I mean, maybe it's normal. Maybe I'm crazy.
Like I actually haven't seen this build a huge amount, as Flandre will get caught here. Let's see how he gets on.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah. So, like, I can understand from the thought process of, hey, look, I'm up against the Trundle. The slow, the percentage health damage is going to do a lot of work for me here and, like, helping me to kite back. But I feel like you have enough kiting tools here to try and help you with that. Maybe he's worried about like the Ghost coming through from Cube and stuff in team fights, but it's a really interesting change in the build to like, hey look, I want to do percentage health damage, especially if he's taking a cut down as well in his build, and he's just worried about the very big health bars that are on like Cube and Lien in these fights.
I just feel like maybe this is me playing as a safety nerd for ADCs, but like the Gale Force obviously gets a lot of value in this one, and I wonder, you know, that difference in choices there, how it'll pan out for Viper. He's putting out some decent damage here with Scout on the flank. Could go for a big Emperor's Divide, and there you go. 3 members delivered back. Hostile takeover over the top of it, and Viper is just now getting into the fight. This is not how you want to take these fights, RA, and it is not going your way. That is EDG cleaning house. Yes, Flandre falls, but everybody else is just peachy.
And that's just a great setup from EDG. One of the big criticisms we've had of Rare Adam is that, look, when we get to this mid-game point, they tend to just ARAM, and EDG were more than prepared. Great ward over the wall to get themselves into that flank position, and Edward Gaming massively reaped the benefits. 2k gold, mid lane turret down, bot lane turret down, EDG starting to take over this map.
And that's what's crazy to me is RA were just like neck and neck. They've been actually putting up some decent moments here, and especially trying to transition to Cube carry here, but it's just moments like this, just a split-second decision, the path they can scout, that blows open the lead for EDG and makes it that much easier to close it out for them as they control the map now.
Yeah, great roam from Flandre as well, and like just kind of playing around the vision control that Rare Adam actually had set up. Like he managed to skirt his way around 3 or 4 different wards there to get into a position. So really nice job across the board from Edward Gaming, and now they finally end once more. But I mean, he has that frozen domain, so should be able to walk away. But that does buy time for a Scout to get this top lane turret.
We'll see Strive actually being able to get the bottom lane tower in return here, hopefully, for RA. He was paying down there, but he's actually backing off because Flandre is going to be nice and poignant on his answer down in the bottom lane. And I at this point, right, we're talking about RA. The stability has not been there. What we were looking for at the beginning of the day, that has definitely not been here in game number 1. But I like that we were talking about how they kind of win in this situation, how they kind of transition to get something for themselves. I think the side lane is obviously where we have to focus. The coordination around getting Cube, these, you know, opposite side advantages at this point is where they really have to look towards.
I mean, they have to try and get something here. Like, Cube is going for this one-shot build that we started to see come out a little bit more, rather than the Nashor's Tooth, and heavily reliant on your ultimate to try and pick people off. So maybe that'll give Cube a little bit of opportunity here in these fights. The rocket goes wide to try and pick off Viper in the backline, maybe try and get onto Scout, but it just feels like with the bailout, with the amount of damage that's there, it just feels very, very hard for Cube to have these big moments in this fight, especially because Scout can play so far back as this is here and not really have to worry about things. A minute now until the Dragon. I mean, this is going to be the big test for Cube to see how he can get on, but unfortunately not even having the Void Staff completed, you really want like the Cosmic Drive here as well, or even like a Rabadon's honestly for Cube before he can try and be that major threat. So Rare Adam, it just feels like they don't have enough in the tank right now to fight against EDG.
They're actually looking for a play and potentially transition for EDG up here towards this Baron. Maybe just trying to put the thought in their mind of EDG that, oh, we could do the Baron. Oh, you gotta pay attention up here. And we'll see EDG's attention is pulled up here towards the Baron pit.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to get the vision control down. Scout still pushing on the bot side, so maybe Rare Adam have a chance. No TP on Scout, but again, no real engage.
It's such a force, and now Junja goes in. Hostile takeover onto 3 members there. Junja able to get out, though, quickly with the clone, and EDG take that engage, throw it right back, and a little bit of skirmishing back and forth.
The ultimate was popped by Yuyanja, but you've still got more engage tools as I boy. Goodbye, sir. Scout wants to try and get you, but may not be able to here as EDG again push Rare Adam onto this top side. They've now get the mid lane tier 2.
What is going on here?
Dragon still there. EDG just playing the map better.
What is going on here? RA are just desperate. They just want to take the Baron, but now they can't. They realize, like, I've never seen a moment like this where we're just stuck staring at each other across the way, waiting for the shoot-off to go down as EDG now move back towards mid lane to try to take this tier 2 tower. RA are right behind them, trying to get a flank here. Strive does have the Weaver's Wall, but the tower falls immediately, and Cube as the front line isn't able to get much.
And this is what we're talking about, lack of engage on Rare Adam. Yuyanja not having depth charge makes it very difficult for them to actually find these fights, and EDG are just playing around that beautifully. You get mid push, you throw down the turret, the Sun Disc from the Azir, making sure you continuously keep a push in mid lane, forcing Rare Adam into a comfortable spot. And Rare Adam, yes, try to bait Baron, but they can't turn without that engage tool from Yanja. So EDG again just walk back and continue to get the Dragon. So really good stuff from Edward Gaming, kind of identifying the weak point of Rare Adam once that depth charge isn't available.
and you'd wonder if like the Weaver's Wall can be some sort of an engage, but there's a lot of risk to that kind of engage because Strive ain't that tanky. Strive will get blown up by EDG, so there's not anybody else but Yanja. And you got to make sure those timings are on point and making sure you have the depth charge up and targeting the right person, right? Because a lot of times we're seeing EDG, they're able to take the engage from RA, deal it back a little bit, and be just fine afterwards, right? They have a lot of peel tools. They have a lot of disengage, and it's been used really well so far.
Exactly. So that's why if you look at Strive, it'd be really nice to go, hey, a Weaver's Wall in behind Viper, for example, right? Everyone ditches Viper and pick off Viper. But because the rest of your team isn't as mobile, it's very easy for like a hostile takeover in a, what's the word I'm looking for? In a funnel position where everyone has to group up together to completely dissuade the rest of Rare Adam from following up. And suddenly EDG deal with Strive as you say, Mazel, and then back away. So you've got to be very careful as Strive on how you use this. Especially if you end up having to move through choke points to get into those.
Look at this cheeky man Scout. He was waiting the entire time. Emperor's Divide on the side, but he is separated from the rest of his team. Here comes the hostile takeover. Here comes Viper. Viper has it burned up, and Viper is putting in some work here. Junja and Scout finish it off. Cube TP's late, and this could be Baron on the table. We have pings going from EDG.
Gorgeous pick coming through from Edward Gaming. Did look a little bit risky as the exhaust came through from Strive, but they're able to carry through with the help of Viper showing up. Baron will now be going over towards Edward Gaming, and Cube has to start the long trek back down to bot lane where he just left as his team is long gone.
Like, I just don't get it. It's so different. It's like, it feels like child's play for EDG in some extent because they're just finding these crazy, like, Scout is always finding these backdoor Emperor's Divides, but then we constantly see they go for these aggressive plays, they overextend, and somehow they end up living every time because the communication, the synergy is just on point for, you know, would-be world champions last year.
But these jungle corridors are perfect for exactly what EDG are trying to do. You've got Azir, brilliant in jungle corridors.
Yeah.
Mako with the hostile takeover. Again, these choke points, brilliant for that ultimate. And that's basically what and even Junja as well with the Cyclone. Great in these enclosed spaces. This is what EDG are playing for and what they're trying to find these picks around. And Rare Adam, like you talk about a child, like they are like children who can't see over the counter, right? They have no vision anywhere because EDG have been denying them that.
Mako might get caught out. We've seen him in this position before. RA are TPing now in behind with Strive, but they've already taken a lot of damage from Yanja, and Flandre's on the flank here. There's not much he can do. Weaver's Wall to cut off the flank out of the side, but Strive just getting engaged on here. Juja has found him as well. Oh man, that's so unfortunate. Strive goes down and RA have to turn their tails and run.
I mean, the pick may have got a little bit of ride there for Rare Adam as EDG have to turn that one back. Again, TP's invested by Rare Adam to try and make these plays happen, and EDG are just easily there to respond. They will be able to get this bot lane. Inhibitor turret, Flandre's pushing mid, and this is exactly what we're worried about for Rare Adam. They just can't stand up against the new EDG.
They cannot. Viper is just flexing
Oh
even harder. He's going over the wall. He gets the kill. Hostile takeover didn't do much, but it doesn't matter because RA are falling like paper. It is mid lane focus for EDG, and this game one is well within their grasp as they take down another inhib, and RA's chances dashed in game one, and EDG one step closer to locking in the summer playoffs here. They want to get one last engage. There's that double move comp I was talking about, tagged up as we finally get to see it in the end, and this will be a clean game one win from EDG.
I mean, it started with Viper and Mako getting control of the bot lane, and it ended with them murdering Rare Adam on their fountain where they stood. A brilliant win for Edward Gaming on that one. Great control from start to finish, not really giving much room to Rare Adam, and finding these quick windows where Scout had control over the mid lane to look for Rome's boss. I mean, this was a classic EDG game.
I got a name for the Azir Meganar combo. It's the scoop and boop. Because, you know, you double, I guess it'd be the double scoop and boop. There you go. But it was really incredible stuff to see the execution level for EDG come out, to see them, you know, play a pretty easy early game, right? Taking a lot of backseat motives in that one, especially the farming from Junja early. But then they knew that RA were trying to put resources into Eyeball. They said, no, you know who we have in bottom lane, right? Like, we're just going to put back the focus there. We don't need to put focus anywhere else. And they kept going back there. They kept returning to the Viper well, and little did they know they would come up with water.
But that's the thing, the Viper well never dries up. Like, Viper has been such an insane player for so long. I think in the entire time that he has been in the LPL and I've been casting him, he has had one bad series, which was just recently against OMG. Apart from that, he has been incredibly on point. So the fact that you're able to kind of lean into that is fantastic. I think Scout as well, like I kind of said, hey, look, you know, against the Talia, this Azir's going to struggle to get control, going to struggle to try and have an impact in these early stages and at these early skirmishes. But honestly, Scout finding these really good windows because Strive was forced to try and help out Leanne and a lot of these dragons, and then using that to set up dives. It was just really well orchestrated by Edward Gaming, kind of understanding, hey, look, we can put a little bit of pressure here, cause Rare Adam to overcommit resources, and we will be able to bring it back afterwards.
I just want to put a little highlight on Strive. Do you remember that viral video of like the beach volleyball woman where she's like running around at every single corner hitting the volleyball up?
Yeah.
I feel like that was kind of Strive this time around. We need to get the pool party Talia skin there for, which I think he had actually in the end. Because the fact is that like he was literally trying to be everywhere. He was utilizing his spellbook as best he could. He like that one play where he literally TP bottom lane, used the Ghost and the Weaver's Wall to get all the way top lane. It's unfortunate because you see some of the machinations for RA, but then you look at their competition EDG and you just see the spike to the ground that is the composition they felt so comfortable coming out of the draft with.
Yeah, again, though, like the problem is not the like Strive or even Cube. I mean, Cube got a solo kill in this game. Cube looked good on the Gwen. We look towards Strive, as you say, like trying to run around and put the like cork into every single hole that was the sinking ship for Rare Adam. But I mean, it's not really on Cube or Strive. I mean, it is on the bot side. Again, like you have a winning matchup for iBoy and Yuyanja, yet somehow when they're level 2, they get the level 2 win and then they lose against the level 1 team. The reason that's so insane is like, if you actually look at the value that you get off these levels in the early stages, it's about a 300 gold or 350 gold advantage you get from stats in your levels. So you essentially have a kill extra worth of gold when you get that level advantage, and they need even more at these early stages because you don't have full access to your kit, so you have an extra ability to use. In this case, it was the Chompers. The fact that they still end up losing out is insane to me, and it just says what we were kind of highlighting at the start of the day. This bot lane has been massively underperforming for Rare Adam.
It has indeed. He wasn't even that far behind a Viper in gold and XP. It's actually kind of crazy in the end, but we'll see if EDG can lock in a summer playoff spot right after a short little break. We have potentially 2 more games left in this first best of 3.
The LPL are kings again.
Yeah, I got the plan, I got the fam, I got the keys, I get the work. I am the man, you know what I'm saying, so leave it to me, cause I get it first, yeah.
If you've ever played a single game of League of Legends, then you know how important jungle diff is. And if you've ever watched a single LPL match, then you know how important jungle diff is.
And now they might try and fully engage. There's the ultimate to flash away, but the nice little Q afterwards means that Wei picks up another one. And Wei is just running around the map. This Poppy is proving so powerful for RNG. Because there's going to be the Keeper's Bird to try and knock away one of the perfect targets, one of the damage dealers. And they trade the jungler for the support. You take that trade any day of the week. 2 kills going over to Gala right now as he gets himself a 3rd.
We coming up from the dirt, ayy. They're trying to get us to fall, ayy. I don't even got a flex now, boy. It's only one by the fault, ayy.
If there's one thing I can tell you about Kanavi and Wei, it's that when these two load onto the Rift, it's going to be a jungle diff. But for which team?
So on the other side, Reset's coming through from Kanavi. He's flashing, he's heartbreaking.
Well, I guess we'll just have to find out.
The last hope for IG goes down. 369 in some trouble, but now IG moving forward. They could get the damage. On still has so much health, still has so much damage. The resets coming through from Kanavi though, and the reset city has been arrived to by JDG. Even though they're put to the brink, they will finish off this series and they will improve to 10-1.
On top where you find us, we can do anything. Non-stop till our time's up. finally give her blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. That dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. That dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. You can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels alive. And you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. I bailar.
I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all.
我觉得 IA 下路最近我看他们发挥其实还蛮不错的，很多版本英雄都会玩，然后前面打的也很凶。我觉得我们前期的防守要做好吧。对，我觉得赢下场比赛的话，首先是我们可能对乐言的位置要找的比较清晰一点，然后发现他的位置之后就尽量去避开他，然后去 发育到团战，我觉得我们就能胜利。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda, and we just got off of EDG taking a roundabout victory over RA in game number 1. Sticking to their graces, sticking to the things that work for them, and sticking to Scout, getting MVP for that game number 1. And those big brain Azir flanks, the man was playing 5D chess there.
5th MVP score for Scout. Still has a way to catch Viper, who's sitting on 8. Currently 3rd in the league, but a fantastic performance and one that definitely deserves this MVP. As you can see, like the ability to control the mid lane, find moments where Strive was trying to put out fires on the map to get roams like this off that then set up EDG for success were crucial to this game, especially as we start to move on. Him very often finding these great Emperor's Divides to set up EDG again to win this game.
It was just crazy to me how many times EDG made it out with no health, and just every time finding the big engages, the big flanks in their own right? Like Scout able to survive in that moment for a little bit longer, Mako in that crazy moment earlier. Like it's just insane to me that they are able to perform on this level of execution when we have had some questions about them this split. They're starting to turn it on as we get closer to the end.
And again, I think a large portion of that, as we said, is Junja playing more towards the lane, Scout being able to link up with him better and play down towards the bottom side. Like, this has been the EDG system for so damn long. And it's a system that got them the World Championship. And now we're going to have to see if this system can try and carry them through to once more defend their title at this year's World Championship.
Yeah, and it's all about looking at the draft, right? They will be on the blue side this time around. We already stated 1 game away. If they could smash this one home, it's an easy ticket to the summer playoffs for them, but it's all about making sure they could do that to some extent. And honestly, just look for a punch back from RA, because it just felt like they quietly got shoved out of the way and EDG were front and center ready to go. So do you have any tried and true factors for, besides the stability in bot lane for RA to draft? Do you think it relies on Layette at all?
I do agree that Rare and I'm kind of like slowly but surely just like got brushed out to sea, except for me who's standing on the shore going, "I boy, no, I boy, what are you doing?
What are you doing?"
So I think that's the biggest problem. I definitely think it's like trying to, again, if the bot lane's going poorly, find other routes to success. And I think they tried to a little bit. At least Cube did to a certain extent, but getting, the solo kill on top side, trying to abuse this matchup with the Gwen, with the Ghost to try and chase down the Gnar. I think working stronger through your mid jungle that we already highlighted, they had a very strong mid jungle, could have worked out, but it just felt like once the wheel had come off the game plan for Rare Adam, they weren't ready to adjust mid game. And I think that's kind of where a lot of their issues are coming from. Because look, the very set game plan for Rare Adam in that game was iBoy has the counter matchup. We push bot, get turret plates, get CS lead, we get Cole, iBoy becomes huge, and we throw bodies in the way of iBoy. That's essentially what this was, right? You've got Talia to control the tempo of the fights. She's got the Unraveled Earth as well to prevent dives from the Wukong. You've got Gwen as well, who's able to threaten Viper and keep him at bay. Same with the Azir. So you've got a ton of things that are working to keep iBoy safe. But if that's not happening, well, then you got to move elsewhere. Look at Cube, who's already got the success. And we saw a little bit of that with the Rift Tower being moved up there. Get that gold starting to be generated for this Gwen, but we need to do it sooner, you need to do it faster, and you need to try and make sure you're not overcommitting resources towards these early things like dragons, because you've kind of messed up a bit on how you want to set up your waves to contest these objectives.
But I guess that's where the next question, perfectly in line, right? And hopefully we'll be getting into the draft soon. It's where do you look for draft, right? There was a lot, especially in the bans for me, because 5 ADC bans across the board in both phases, right? You're seeing a lot of those power picks taken off the board, but I wonder if we get that adaptation. Anything else that really prods at RA to take off the board? We do see EDG on that blue side, as we said earlier. Ban away the Gnar this time. The Jax again. We'll see what their final ban is going to be, but the Zeri, quick and true ban for RA on the red side.
Yeah, red side is incredibly strong in this patch because there's so many power picks across the board in different roles that the opportunity to go, hey, there's 3 power picks up. Okay, we'll give you 1, we'll take 2, right? So we got the Gnar taken away, Zeri taken away, Talia taken away. Kalista still there, Poppy still there, Wukong, if the Poppy gets taken away, still there. Renata, still another very big pick. And this is where okay, say for Rare Adam, you can go, right, we will give you Wukong, but we'll get Renata Kalista for the bottom lane, and suddenly we've got like a very strong bot lane that we can try and play around. Maybe they ban the Azir here as well, so then you go, okay, you go Poppy, we'll still go for incredibly strong picks in bot lane, or maybe EDG are like, right, well, we need to take the Kalista for Viper to make sure he's safe, so then you get a Poppy. Like, there's a lot of toss-ups then for EDGs to where exactly they want to go, but we'll have to see what Rare Adam decide to go with in the end.
I feel like Viper is sitting there confident, comfortable. Just give me anything. I'm good. I'll take it to iBoy. No problem. and so I would expect
he's moisturized.
Yeah, I would expect the first pick Poppy, right? We have seen such an incredible rise from Junja on this pick, and if it's open, I expect them wholehandedly to pick that one up. The Renata also banned from Rare Adam, as you said, kind of leaves a lot of those picks on the table. We still have the Wukong available. We still have a lot of these other big picks that RA can choose to pick in the 1-2 when they get this response.
Yeah, the Sylas is the other big pick that's open as well. So with this Poppy, I'd imagine a potential Sylas Kalista. But I think, again, Poppy does so well into a lot of those picks that are the strong ones at the moment. Like Sylas gets caught out by the Steadfast Presence. Wukong gets caught out by the Steadfast Presence. It's why we're seeing Poppy rise up as so strong, is that she can do incredibly well against the meta picks for each of the lane. Even when you look at, like, hey, the Kalista that we're talking about, kind of sucks against a Poppy, doesn't it? Because you want to hop about and you just CC yourself. So Rare Adam are kind of playing into the hands of this, but taking the Wukong. Maybe we get the Sylas here for Strive as well, but it still will end up with EDG maybe getting a Kalista here for themselves if Leyen ends up going for something like that Sylas, or you're still giving across some of these big counter picks at the moment to EDG regardless.
Yeah, I think that's the hardest pill to swallow, is no matter which way you look at it, there's still going to be some very strong picks left on the board for EDG, and they've already gotten one of them, right? We get the Azir, though, as a response to game one from RA, and to be piloted by Strive. We'll see if he can do a little bit of the same setup that Scout was fighting last game, because he did earn himself an MVP and was a crucial piece to EDG really picking apart that game.
Yeah, I'm curious exactly what the game plan is for EDG. I think these Sylas could still work, although Azir has a pretty good matchup with the push into that lane, which makes it very hard for Sylas to find early skirmishes. But the Ahri can get out of lane and try and find impact in that early mid jungle, and it feels like that's what EDG are trying to set up here. I am curious now to see if we get the Kalista picked up here, or if EDG are trying to bait a Kalista and then go for something like the Draven. We've seen them go for Lucian Namis, these kind of things, but it looks like they're just going to go straight towards the Kalista anyway.
I think that works perfectly fine for them. They'll leave, obviously, the second phase to be decided. Still looking for a top lane, still looking for Mako's pick, but I think they'll be just fine with this. They'll get that aggression in bottom lane. Aphelios, looks like RA are trying to copycat a little bit from game number one from EDG to say, hey, if you can do it, we can do it, right?
And I think if you go like something like Aphelios Nautilus, you can do reasonably well into the Kalista. Having that point and click CC helps out magnificently. But you'll have to try and stay on the back foot, at least for the early stages, because this Kalista will still have a good amount of control. EDG, though, very much playing towards this like strong mid game with the Nari, with the Kalista. Good opportunity to look for picks. So Rare Adam, as you can see here, going to ban away these big engage tools on the bot side, like the Amumu. Maybe they actually ban a Leona or Nautilus themselves if they don't really want to pick that on this next rotation. And just ensuring that trying to find these fights for EDG is going to be a lot more difficult.
I like the split focus, though, here. I think you do have to take away some of those power picks from Mako, and especially the things that go well with the Kalista, that multi-engage, multi-CC there, trying to take that away from them. The Gwen, though, nice pickup in terms of bans for EDG. As we were seeing, Cube was like one of the only things that was working out for RA in that last one. So trying to even up some of the gameplay here in terms of that top lane matchup, and RA actually ban away the GP.
Yeah, because I actually thought that with the Gwen ban, EDG are eyeing up a Sejuani pick for Flandre. Again, kind of playing into that CC, engage, strong mid game. But going towards the Gangplank, kind of saying, hey, look, we don't want anything that can scale into late game and still cause issues for the Azir and the Aphelios. But I don't know if that was the best one. I think banning the Sejuani was probably a better option, because if EDG are out to go towards the Sejuani here, or maybe Cube takes it away, well, then you're still having a strong fight here for Edward Gaming.
True. I'm actually interested at the Braum ban final by EDG, trying to take away something from Yanja to counteract that bottom lane a little bit more. But now we're pivoting to potentially an Ornn top for Rare Adam, but maybe a little bit of that tankiness to coincide with the rest of their damage-heavy composition. They do get that, so a little bit more of that late-game insurance policy.
Yeah, and it's kind of like calling out Edward Gaming. So it looks like Rare Adam read the Sejuani lock, and we're like, look, we will go towards the Ornn. If you go towards Sejuani, Ornn scales better and actually has a reasonably good time in that matchup as well. So it means you're going to be a good spot. So Flandre looks like he's going to have to try and mix it up a little bit. May actually go towards the Gragas, and if you are going for this AP style, Gragas does have that strong mid game we're talking about, can have decent engages, good flanks if you can get as well, can cause issues with the explosive cask. So looks like EDG, and he's trying to teeter into a slightly different style, but here is that engage tool that we're talking about on the bot side. They're hovering the Nautilus, Leona, Rakan, all these work very well.
Are we just seeing, is this where we're just seeing EDG throw up their hands in front of RA's face and say, hey, hands diff, yo? Like, at this point, it just feels like they're playing with such an aggressive tendency in this one with the draft they've grabbed, and they are, like, obviously you already said it, like, RA are like, okay, the ball's in your court, can you get this early aggression? But honestly, for EDG, feels like a task they can well handle, especially now with that Nautilus locked in. Returned by the Tom Kench, though, for Rare Adam.
It definitely feels like EDG are just saying, hey, we can beat you whenever, wherever. Last game, super late game scaling coming through with Azir, the Aphelios, these kind of things, playing towards that late game with the scaling. They give up some of these early objectives to make sure they can hit that. This time around, EDG are going, we will beat you in the mid game. We will fight you at every objective. We will fight you wherever. We'll fight you at the beaches, whatever that Churchill's beach is. They will fight you because they have to fight you. They want to be able to make sure that they're hitting that strong in the early to mid game. And I'm looking a lot at how Junja on this Poppy will be able to link up with Scout in the mid lane. We'll be able to play down towards this bottom side, enable Viper, Mako. So we're going to be seeing if EDG can live up to that strategy here.
Now, did we get the check marks, Dag? Let's check in before we get into the game. Is stability bottom lane? We got a Tom Kench, all right? We got Tom Kench, we got an Aphelios. How are you feeling? Are you feeling we're set up for success down there for iBoy and Yanja? Think we're doing okay?
I am a little bit nervous because I personally think Aphelios is a great answer to Kalista when it's paired with something like the Renata, or you're on something that can actually kind of like feed into playing aggressive. The problem that you're seeing is that when you've got something like the Tam Kench, you don't have access to that Devour in the early stages. It's incredibly difficult to try and lock up a Kalista in the early stages as a Tam Kench because she's got so much mobility. So this is where when you've got Mako there with it as well, I'm a little bit nervous about iBoy. Strive as well on the Azir means he's going to be less impactful in the early stages because Azir's skirmishing isn't great. He doesn't really have the ability to oftentimes find success in those fights in River. So across the board from Rare Adam, it feels like they're just going to struggle in the way their composition interacts. But if EDG can't get these early leads, I mean, late game, Ornn, Azir, Aphelios, Tam, Kench, like their late game is insane. It's just a case of trying to get there.
Well, we got to see if RA can get there, if they can be a bump in the road against EDG as we kick off game number 2. RA, we're looking for a little bit of spice level 1, but will not find it this time around. And I love that you said, big win conditions for both teams. Obviously, EDG have a little bit of the execution ball in their court. They need to get a lead running. They need to get skirmishing going. They need to get Junja out onto the map. I did like to see how, mobile Scout was last time on the Azir. On the Ahri, that level 6 mark will make it that a little bit easier. So it's all about execution burden for EDG, and for RA, sitting back, you gotta stay stable. Do not let any cracks happen in the wonderful glass that is Rare Adam.
And that crack, for me, for EDG, is going to be trying to abuse mid lane. Scout, great charms. You can have Junja come in. Can't really get away as Flandre. Just doing Gragas things in the early stages. But the problem for Strive in this mid lane is like, okay, a lot of the safety that comes with Azir is, hey, I can push as bot lane.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to go very well.
I just want to get my point across.
Why are you taking so much damage? The flashes come out. He's got the red. Oh, it's so close. That is the confidence level. That is where Viper was sitting there, arms crossed in the draft. Give me Kalista. We will smash this bottom lane. And they are already proving that point now. Lien, the firefighters have to come because the fire's already burning down the house.
Yeah, I mean, EDG going to be able to back away from this one and make sure that they're totally fine. So Lien now going to slow his clear, which only opens up Junji now to have a much easier time to try and make his own clear work. Skipping out on his wolves for the moment, he's going to go straight to his red. I think we might be looking for Junja to go for a level 3 gank on bot side and abuse the fact that Junja has no flash on this bot side.
Yeah, the fact that EDG plainly saw Lian do that pathing where he just kind of walked down towards bottom lane, was on vision the entire time, walked back up towards top lane. That gives so much power to Junja in this clearing setup, and especially when he's looking to focus and ping pong between this mid and bottom lane.
Oh, we've got both junglers bot. Lian will finish his Grump. He will have hit level 3 off of this, and that's why you can see iBoy and Yanja desperately trying to help him, because Junja's going for the invade, but this is really smart from Lian. He knows that this dive is coming, and he wants to be here to stop it.
Viper all by himself, though, because Mako has gone up, but he's able to kite away here, and here comes the rest of them. Yanja tries to go up.
Oh,
Yanja! I don't know what you're doing at that point. They're going to find an easy first blood, delivering the fried catfish here on a Saturday night, and EDG find 2. Junja on the board. Double kill.
Yanja,
no! It's a I was about to say, that's 3 kills. Like, that's it. GG easy.
I mean, it is easy. Let's be realistic, Yanja. But, like, you're a catfish, and Yanja basically saw the hook, tugged on it, and just held on as he was brought up for the fisherman. Like, this was SpongeBob and Patrick playing with the hooks in SpongeBob, and Yanja just wasn't expecting to end up getting caught on one of them. And it ends up being such a disaster for them, because this is where I think it's a really smart play from Lian. I love the fact he read this play. Like, really, really good understanding from Lian of what was about to happen. Tries to use the red buff as well to get the slow, but this is such a massive mistake from Yanja. He sets himself up perfectly against the wall for the hook, for the charge coming through from Junja. And the thing is, they already know Mako and Junja are there.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
The entire time that sweeper has been going off, like, it's on that ward, so they know they're in that vicinity. So Yanja just way overextending, and because he'd already burnt everything in that level 1 trade, he has nowhere left to run to.
And it just feels like a little bit of desperation there, wanting to try to make something happen, but not realizing everything that was in play for EDG. And I think we were talking about stability. The cracks in the glass already happened here for RA, and we were wanting stability around the bottom lane, but little did we know Lian would come down there and would end up in catastrophe. And it just means that it's that much harder to play around in this mid game that we said was in EDG's favor.
I mean, screw the mid game. The early game just sucks now. Viper already with his boots. He's going to be able to get those super long hops off, chase down iBoy. Makes it very easy to, like, play into that trading pattern of the Kalista. Auto attack a creep, throw a couple of auto attacks into your opponent, and then hit the rend, get the reset off the creep, and just continue following up. So iBoy and Yanja massively now on the back end of this. So we're going to have to see if Lian can try and help out. But as you can see, right, already Junja pushing in mid, helping Scout get control. So now they get to lean bot, which prevents Lian off these resets of his camps on the bot side from actually being able to play onto this bottom side of the map. Junja as well, considering starting up Dragon as Scout moves out of this mid lane.
We got level 6s from mid lane as well. Junja will find out Lian here. Scout is here first, has the Spirit Rush available. As you will see Strive sticking to mid lane, but EDG back away, realizing Lian will be a little bit tough to deal with down here in the tower dive. As they turn onto the Dragon here, I don't see Strive actually come down, so it looks like RA do choose to give this first Dragon up.
Yeah, so a nice passenger play there by EDG. Like, you get Junja hovering mid, allows Scout to get pushed, so then he can lean bot and help out on this. Strive had cleared out the mid wave, but there was a massive wave crashing on the bot side for iBoy and Yanja, so they just knew that Rare Adam wouldn't be able to try and contend, and now
it just is a series of unfortunate events. I mean, that'll be a flash burn from Yanja yet again.
Look, at this stage, it's kind of like Rare Adam been told, don't put your hand in the fire. They then put their hand in the fire and go, well, how was I supposed to know? Like, this is kind
it's
of
hot, Dagda, it's hot.
Yeah, no, look, EDG are the ones that keep burning them, because now again, they're forced to back away. Flash burned by Yanja, and you're giving more and more control over towards Viper, who has that 10 CS lead for himself. Yanja, very far forward. You can't go.
Mako is so destructive. Like, he is literally just mind gaming them here with this corner. It's been demonstrous. Like, it is crazy how much you see this lane be played out specifically just from these kind of brain plays. It's not necessarily just a full-on engage every time, even if we are seeing that too.
Yanja gonna be caught again. There's the rend.
There's no flash this time. He did use the exhaust though, so that'll be a nice ticket out of there. But Junja right back towards bottom lane because he knows he can punish this. And iBoy, speaking of punish, taking a ton of damage. Junja wants to go for it. Mako goes in, has to flash away from the tower, and Viper will help get another kill. Junja shows up just in time, and nobody is giving Viper the kills, but it will be just fine. 4-0 for the bottom lane focus of EDG.
It is a bit unfortunate that Junja's picking up all these kills, but this is magnificent from EDG. And look, I know it didn't come into play, but when we see the replay for this, I want to discuss how well EDG were playing around their levels there. Because you see Mako going for that play, and you're like, oh my god, Mako, incredibly low. This is a very risky play. But they already know Viper gets the kill for iBoy, hits level 6, and it means that Mako is never really in any sort of danger. So Yanja now going to trot his way back down towards this bot side, hanging his head down in shame. But we'll catch it in the replay here. So watch. You've got level 5 for Viper. Every single time Viper's trading, he's making sure that he's getting these resets on the creep. You can see here, hitting this back creep, then gets the double rend off. Again, is making this life really uncomfortable. Mako going in, but as you can see, Viper has just hit level 6 off the back of it. So there's never really any threat here for Mako. And then as Junja goes in again, Junja just... damage from Poppy just too strong apparently. Viper, wait, what the heck?
Okay. Leanne getting on the board with a solo bolo over Viper.
I mean, level 6 for Leanne is incredibly strong, but it looks like he just caught out Viper.
That's where they wish they had those 4 kills on Viper. But hey, something that Viper will lodge a complaint with later on. They did almost catch Scout out, but that Spirit Rush will be there just to get him out in the nick of time. Yanja iBoy playing with a little bit of confidence down here.
Especially when they know they have the advantage. Yeah, so they gave red buff over, and I mean, just a great read. I don't know if there was a ward. I can't see the minimap that spotted Viper there, but that's heartbreaking.
The knock-up during the blast code from the Cyclone feels bad. Oh, that was really close. But yeah, hey, big pickup for RA. They're on the board now. They shut down, or maybe it wasn't a shutdown since he's got all assists, but they at least get a little momentum off the bottom lane of EDG because they were just snowballing down there.
I mean, it will kind of slow it down a little bit, but as you said, no kills going across the Viper, so he hadn't got the shutdown. Unfortunately, that Viper doesn't get to keep the red buff because that will make this lane essentially unplayable for iBoy, but still, good control for EDG. 2k gold lead, Dragon in a minute's time, they're getting control over River, and they're just going to continue stacking this, and this is what we're talking about for EDG, like, keeping this game rolling early, playing down towards these Dragons, facilitating Viper and Mako. This is the EDG way, and again, it's Junja unlocking Scout to help facilitate that in so many of these cases as well.
It's actually been incredible to see that unlocking factor that we kind of mentioned earlier, and the fact that it just feels like EDG are playing to what we've seen to be successful with so many times in the past, in the recent past as well. It just feels like, JJ, Junja, at this point, it's the aggression that matters, and between them, Junja is just coming out on top, especially when he's on this Poppy. Yes, he's picked up a lot of the kills. He's got 3 already, but it's been the movement around the map. It's been the pressure that he has put down consistently, and now it's objective control. They had the Rift Herald, they got the first Dragon, and now they're giving Viper even more gold.
And I love that we're seeing this return to form for Edward Gaming, especially when we're talking about the World Championship contention coming up soon, because you're looking at JDG, who have been making a statement for themselves, taking down V5, saying, hey, we are going to be looking to take one of those spots. V5 have been up in favorites for those spots alongside Top Esports and RNG. EDG were supposed to be battling with JDG to take one of those positions, but the story has kind of been lacking where they haven't been able to find that success. But now with Junja coming back, they look revitalized and they look like they're going to have to take this fight.
Hey, look like Eva's verdict. They might get okay, they only give the one out. But it's the one that maybe matters a little bit, as iBoy is no longer in the fight there, and neither is Leyen. So EDG move in, get the second Dragon. Here comes Cube though. Hits 2 of them with the Horn of the Forge God there. Nice little barrel. We'll be getting the rest of RA out of that fight, and EDG just throw that as a parting gift, it felt like, to RA.
That was a great combo coming through from EDG on the initial play though. So Mako hooks, even if it was the real Wukong, right? You hook the real Wukong, you actually get to kill him. If you don't hook the real Wukong, you get the clone, and it means that you actually open up the space for the Keeper's Verdict to hit on towards Lian, so they get the dragon. And the fact that they're able to get out of there without losing people as well is fantastic for Edward Gaming. Problem though is there's a lot of members of Rare Adam on this bottom side, and you can see Junja trying to sneak his way into this bottom side, taking the long route down to support Viper and Mako as they return.
I like this though, but Junja, yeah, I like the bodyguard aspect right now coming down from the bottom lane. It will be just a clear out of this minion wave here. Scout and Strive going at it here. Charm connects a little bit late. The Spirit Rush, 2 charges available. Wait, Yuyanja gets caught and he's stopped. There, Eyeboy gets devoured, but he's out of there now. Get a little bit of damage back. Moonlight Vigil, melee range onto Mako, and they are picking apart RA piece by little tiny piece.
Again, though, I don't understand how we're getting caught on the bot side. It looked like they were completely out, but maybe a flash, well, not even the flash, just the depth charge coming through from Mako catches Yuyanja and Eyeboy, and now that tower goes down. Rare Adam try to make the play. EDG sniff it out and put it in its place.
All right, put it in its place is exactly right. Prim and proper. It is looking good up there for them as they place it, because EDG just come in, and no matter what RA is looking to accomplish, no matter what they're trying to pull off, it is just steady increase in gold, steady increase in lead for EDG. And this is the dominating performance I wanted to see from this team when they are on the verge of locking summer playoffs, when they are on the verge of fighting for a ticket to get back to Worlds to defend themselves. And now we see some of that engage from Mako, the beautiful combination of the Fate's call into the dredge line.
The straight line flash from Eyeboy makes
bad.
him
Come on,
heartbreaking.
I wasn't
there,
gonna do
gets
it.
caught out. And then the ultimate with the depth charge finishes him off. So great play again from EDG, and just understanding again how to collapse. And
oh my God, Viper. He's in a 2v1. He's about to have a bunch of help here, though, as well. Viper is dipping. He's dodging. He's diving. Eyeboy, you're in some trouble. He misses the caliber. Feels bad again. It's just a constant for Eyeboy at this point. Strive is trying to get some damage down. Keeper's Verdict going to come out here from Junja, but he should get the reset on that one. Lan, what are you doing? He's in some trouble. Scout almost caught him there. Gets the charm in the end, and here comes the rest of EDG. Lan, you got to get out of there. He does indeed. TP now coming in from Cube. RA, a little bit of split calls here. Yuyanja was going back. That was huge. No, Junja, you got to get out. Keeper's Verdict. It's not enough. Junja goes down. That's second kill for RA.
Oh, the blue buff stops Junja from being able to take the gate. And it means that he does end up falling. It was almost daylight robbery from EDG, but instead, Rare Adam will catch the perpetrator in their jungle. Now, EDG just trying to establish themselves on this top side, as you do have Rift Tower coming up in just a moment's time. But again, EDG, look at the items they have coming through. This early spiking team has the Mythic for the Callista, has the Divine Sunder there for Poppy. Leandri's Anguish picked up for Flandre in the top side. There is so much damage for Edward Gaming right now that even with Junja getting caught out, there's just no way they can contest this Rift Tower.
Love that Viper call in the picture-in-picture. Take the Hex Gate, go onto the flank of Eyeboy and Yuyanja. Is actually huge. Maybe a little bit zealous by Viper, but we will see them transition to this top lane, transition to the Rift Herald. They'll pick up yet another objective for themselves, and this has been very much in control from EDG as they find themselves almost 5,000 gold in the lead.
And look at the clock on the top left of your screen. 50 seconds until the dragon. You reset. You look for dragon. That's third dragon. Now, I started feeling like I was getting into that Old Spice ad there for a second. But
I was waiting for it. I was gonna. Where's the horse? Where's the race car? I need all of it.
Yeah, look up, look down. I'm on a dragon. EDG are gonna start pushing it again, having control over this mid lane. Scout was pushing the bot side, just trying to contend with Cube, but again, now already grouping up. It feels like EDG want to try and make a pick happen before this dragon. Flandre has the teleport to get down towards his objective, and pings are going on to that ward in the bottom of the river.
RA are the ones pinging here as well. Mako not going to hit with the dredge line. TP's now coming in. Land taking a lot of damage just from the charm combination there.
Flandre.
Oh, that's the double flank. The Dipperooty here. I don't know if he can get in there. Big cask comes through. The Keeper's Verdict, everybody's flying every which way. Mako doesn't hit the Fate's call there. Flandre pushed back by the Emperor's Divide. Mako goes back in. Viper is still firing away, though. And they try to get the AoE with the Cyclone, but Moonlight Vigil from Eyeboy comes in a little bit late. Strive still putting in damage, still goes down, though. And EDG somehow, some way, pull out a scrappy fight and come out on top yet again. That'll be third dragon in a row.
EDG might be low, but they're screaming no as they will turn over towards this dragon. Third one of the game for Edward Gaming, and they still have that Rift Herald in Junja's back pocket as well. It was a close fought fight with a very scrappy engage coming through from EDG. Like, Strive gets hit here, Explosive Cast sends it back into the team, but the follow-up just isn't quite there. So Strive actually managed to get to safety thanks to Yanja, separates out the fight with Flandre, but Viper again isn't really in a position here at the start of this to follow up on a huge amount of this, and a lot of the damage is situated onto Viper right now. So eventually, as Viper joins in, EDG can turn this one back into a more favorable position. But all that's said and done here is you've got 4 kills onto Viper.
Yeah.
Great control for Edward Gaming. They're going to push in. I imagine topside, it's actually going to be Flandre who moves up there to push that one in. And then they just plunk. As you can see, the Rift out in mid lane. And they're actually just going to try and 5-man this. They're not even going to try and get side waves in order for it.
Scout catching Leanne on the side. Flandre at the flank. The cask over to iBoy. There's the Emperor's Divide, though, to push Flandre back. But the re-engage from Mako is right there. These fights are every which way. And now we're seeing EDG slam it home here. Big Horn of the Forge God there from Cube. The charge still completes. iBoy, he gets taken out by Flandre on the side. And that's never where you want to see your stable ADC as we wanted. But it is unfortunate for RA as they just keep finding themselves digging this hole, Dagda.
Yeah, EDG are well aware of how far ahead they are. Usually you'd see teams pushing side lanes and then go for that play. But knowing, hey, we can actually just brute force this no matter how many people of Rare Adam are around. And it starts off very well with them being able to force the flash from iBoy, which then just sets up for another charge onto the mid tier 2. They're getting that top tier 1 as well. And this is just fantastic from Flandre. Great cast, sends it into the waiting hands of Mako, but iBoy is able to flash over the wall. But that just means that iBoy ends up chasing Flandre for the majority of this fight, while Scout is pushing forward, threatening the vulnerable members of Rare Adam underneath their tier 2.
iBoy, 4-4 iBoy. He just body slammed
What do you
to
do?
death there at the top side. He was trying to get around the wall there, but couldn't get back to his team. Now Flandre, I guess we just go right back to his camp because he's still putting up the aggression on Leanne, who was trying to pressure this topside tower, but they still won't get it. RA only have 1 outer tower taken down. The map is 100% in control of EDG.
Even the vision. EDG are already starting to push in here on this top side. Get vision for Baron. Viper can push mid. No real problems. And you see that they try to pick Flandre in the replay, but
he's a Gragas.
You don't get to pick a Gragas. Yeah, it never ends up working out. And now EDG looking to see if they get Strive, but at least getting control over this top side means they can now play between the mid lane where they can put pressure with Viper, and then leaning across towards this top side to try and take the tier 2. All while Scout is having full push on this bottom side to make sure that with the safety he has from that ultimate, that who tries to deal with him on that bot side. No one can really catch Scout on this area.
Something else is you got to think about the Ren stacks, and when it comes to the Baron here, we got a lot of pings from EDG, but they're just baiting RA, and guess who takes the bait first? It's Cube. He's taken out slowly but surely. Viper gets the kill, and Yuyanja was just the extra side dish to the mutton chops that EDG's just devoured.
You're not supposed to have lamb and fish in the same meal, but you know what? EDG are totally all right with that. And now, as they start to move back over, EDG still baiting here, actually.
Mako gets so close every time. But they're just starting up the Baron because they can. And Leanne needs to find a way to get maybe into the pit. If he can try to get a steal off, that would be huge. iBoy is now coming in, has the Calibrum and the Severum. Not exactly the combo you'd want, but with that range, maybe you can get some damage onto the Baron. You see Mako and Flandre waiting for the flank on the side there. There's the Keeper's Verdict, and GG easy, say EDG.
You know, sometimes you end up on a ride you don't want to be on, and that's exactly where Rare Adam are, because iBoy, the nightmare doesn't stop.
It feels so darn bad, and now it's just dominoes falling. EDG have their sights set on the summer playoffs, and it ain't going anywhere soon. That's EDG taking yet another fight.
And now they got the push in mid, they have the Baron, they got it all. And Mazel, we said it once, I'll say it again. Timer in the top left corner is dragging, and it already EDG were flying high. A Hex Tech Soul is available for this squad. Slowing auto attacks for a Callista, for Scout, for Flandre. This is disgusting for Edward Gaming.
Can I just get, I know we highlight him so much, so this kind of feels bad to continue to do so, but maybe we will get stopped because iBoy just took a Hex Gate and almost just died to Mako. Viper, man. he didn't get any of the early kills. He didn't. He was 0-0-4. He had all the assists, and yet he's coming out, pulling out all the stops. And EDG are looking to pull out the stops onto RA. They have caught them out. I don't know why you even took that Hex Gate in the first place, RA. And now the team fight may be just going their way. iBoy has the Infernum. He's able to do a lot of AoE damage. Viper is now going away, though. Viper is still alive. He's trying to kite, but that's an iBoy at full health. He's still alive. Wait, that's a double kill for iBoy. He's got the Ren stacks. No, no, no. It's still down to Viper being the better ADC. A triple kill for the legend of EDG.
There is a reason Viper has 8 MVP performances on Edward Gaming. And you know what? Give him 9. Push him to first place in the MVP standing, because Viper deserves it with performances like this. That was illegal, Mazel.
All right, just getting the kill on iBoy, setting up for that double into the triple. That was huge. The kiting, the movement, the fact that he's in a 1v3 at the end with like less than 500 health, and he has the confidence in his hands to continue pressing forward. But this is where the dominoes started to fall for RA.
Exactly. I mean, you're looking and going, hey, look, EDG, this isn't exactly your best fight. This is where Lien can get really good value out of the Cyclone. But watch Viper. Like, he's dodging, he's ducking, he's dipping, he's dodging, he's diving. And Scout will actually pick up Lien on the back of this, because apparently we don't get time for replays where Viper pops the hell off.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about dodging, dipping, diving, ducking. Well, RH just got hit by the wrench, all right? They didn't do any of that, and they are getting peltered by this EDG team. This will be a tier 2 tower on the menu here.
Yeah, I don't even know if it's the wrench. I think it's the car that drives through afterwards at this stage, because EDG, I mean, this is not looking pretty for Rare Adam. 22-7, 11,000 gold.
Oh,
and Tribe.
no.
Goodbye, friend.
He catches him at the end phase call, delivers Mako right back to Viper's holding hands there. And Mako taking some extra tower shots here. Cube might look for it. Cube can't get him. Oh, he gets him at the end. Okay. Okay, Cube. The cast comes out on the Lien, though this will be T's and I's being crossed and dotted for EDG as they try to finish out this game.
I mean, it's full stops. It's commas. They've even added in a couple of those semicolons as well.
Ellipses.
To show they've got a great understanding of the English grammars. But, yeah, well, they are an award.
They're on award 100%, which I think is funny because I always love and want to hear the conversation when those kinds of moments happen. Like, who calls out who for standing there first? Like, okay, who's the one that didn't check the award?
I mean, I think it was just EDG trying to see if they could be a bit greedy, but I think they're allowed to be. 13-1 on Viper. The man is now 1 item away from full build, and you look across his counterpart in iBoy, who's 0 and 6, only just completed his 2nd item. Viper is 2 items ahead of this man.
That is,
it's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, that's really bad. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage, especially on a Callista.
That is all the analysis that's needed.
I don't
really
have
bad.
analysis. You don't come to my Hopium Emporium for analysis, all right? You come for the emotion. And right now, I'm feeling iBoy's emotions.
Give me the opium. I need the opium, Mazel. Give me the opium.
Give me the IV right now. I need it because RA are circling the drain at this point. And we said at the beginning of this series, they need to win every single series from here on out. It's not the way you want to start.
Yeah, I would like to point out that I think it's highly unlikely that they're going to win this series. I think our many worlds theory may not be true. I think so the problem was we accidentally looked at the Electron and it's now solidified. It's in its super state.
Yes.
So unfortunately, this is looking like Rare Adam won't actually hit their playoff stream. I like the fact that my passive interest in physics has now just become me making really terrible puns for Rare Adam every time.
It works
but I'm all for it. And I don't think anyone else is, but I'm all here.
I'm on board the Dag the cringe train. I'm all for it, man. I'm
you can't call it the cringe train.
My cringe train is walking right next to yours.
Train.
We're driving. I'm the conductor right next to you, man. I'm right there. We're hand in hand, my dude. Hand in hand.
Beautiful. Well, I think EDG will be going hand in hand now towards this next Baron. 15 seconds until that one is up. Rare Adam need a miracle and then another several to try and claw this game back, but EDG are not even giving them that opportunity. Full vision control set up here. Junja
There are 3 members collapsing. RA are the ones that back away from them. They have 5 members in the bush there. Oh, man, it feels so bad. Viper pushing back into them, though. This is a nice little funnel here for RA to try to fight through. Strive is already taken out of the fight. Cube is the first to fall in. Goes in with a big cyclone, but he does not have the damage. And that's Viper moving forward. Scout with the spear rush over the wall. He's trying to finish it off early. And iBoy goes down. A triple kill for Viper. That's it. That is all she wrote here. Super minions pouring into the top lane. There are pings from EDG, and it's just a slow and steady finish.
Yeah, they will move over towards mid lane. They'll be able to crack open this turret. Big wave in top side. Honestly, I don't even think they need to be here. And just kind of trying to create as many pressure points as possible. Now with that wave collapsing top, they will move underneath the turret as Viper. That's 2 towers.
Viper, that's too many tower shots, man. That's too many tower shots. You gotta stop. He does indeed with that stopwatch stop the time, and they do make it out of the base, so they're not going to put the finishing touches on now, but they've done some fatal damage.
I mean, is it necessary for EDG to pick up the dragon right now? No, but it's sterile. I know they like to taste. So now we're going to see if EDG can just try and close it out with this one, because my word, this is absolute domination.
They were the ones set up. I mean, they didn't have iBoy, so I guess that's a big damage dealer gone in that situation, but they were the ones with the confident play into the bush, and then 3 members of EDG walk up, and all of a sudden RA are like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off, trying to run around and figure out what's what.
I mean, I was convinced here that Viper was like, I've got this, we're going for it. Gets the kill out to iBoy, but unfortunately, Flash just wasn't quite up in time for him to like go underneath the tower with Scout here to finish off the 2 more members, because we've had an L field day when it comes towards the pentakills. We've actually released an LPL, you can watch during the break, the LPL YouTube channel. We've got a breakdown of all of our pentakills with some really nice T-tours.
It's actually
go
huge.
Have a look. It's so sick. It's really cool.
A lot of Gala.
Yeah,
a lot of Gala.
Yeah, I mean, the man who's picked up 4 pentakills, 1 discounted this year alone. Like, he's having a bit of a good time.
He is. Also, EDG having a bit of a good time. They will find a perfect pincer maneuver here from Scout on the back end. They are just taking a front to back, and it's working out so well. They're working out for a kill a minute here if they can continue to take these fights relentlessly. Cass comes over the wall, and everything is falling apart for RA. Viper will find 2 kills yet again. He won't find the 3rd. As more kills continue to move in, Strive will die here, and that's a triple kill for Viper for it feels like the 1,000,000th time. They are finishing the game. They will finish with more than a kill a minute, and they will lock in the summer playoffs. They have a potential to go to Worlds if they can push through the LPL summer.
A much stronger EDG will come out on top here against Rare Atom. An improved EDG from what we've seen from them even over the course of this year. Junja feels like such a great step up for this squad. And as you say, now with playoffs secured, that contention for that top 4 looks even more difficult right now. JDG taking down V5 looking great. EDG now looking reinvigorated. V5 top Esports RNG, the 5 at the top of the table look absolutely incredible right now.
For me, you can say on paper, see a matchup like this where RA were 2-9 coming into the series, you can say, oh, well, EDG should win this whole handily. It should be easy, right? Like, they should come out and smash this. But that's not always what you get in these kinds of moments. So to see EDG step up in the way that we've seen them win the World Championship, even the way that we know is comfortable for them, to do so in a series against RA, especially towards the end of the split, that just solidifies some of that structure that I know and love for EDG. And I think it's a promising look forward, even if it is against RA bottom of the table.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's been an absolutely incredible upgrade for EDG, with JJ kind of struggling that little bit, to have Junja come in and play back into that system. And it's someone who's very familiar with that system, as we have seen Junja over the course of 2020, a little bit in 2021, try to fit into this style. So honestly, I think great times ahead for Edward Gaming with Junja back in the roster. And I'm kind of delighted for Junja as well. Like, we saw Junja try and actually go a little bit further field. He actually used to play for Rare Atom, like when we look back in previous times. So the fact to see him kind of step up against his old team here as well is just fantastic.
Yeah, it really is. And again, just playing to kind of unlocking EDG, playing towards their win conditions. The Poppy, obviously, just a world and above for Junja. But also, we got to see in Game 1, still able to be very mobile on the map and make a lot of macro decisions in the early game to set up EDG. And I do want to give a moment of silence for RA, it feels like, right? We saw in the first game, even if RA were getting beaten, it felt like. iBoy himself was staying consistent with Viper. We were seeing some of the fights, some of the catch-outs that RA were working towards, but in that second game, it all just disappeared, and EDG showed up and smashed it home. I think it's an interesting conversation to see how the rest of the year pans out for RA, because there's got to be some changes coming there, Dagda.
Yeah. And I think that's the problem, is that, like, Rare Adam, unfortunately, just isn't quite working out for them. And now you're looking at iBoy, who struggled massively in this series, completely outclassed by Viper. I mean, you can see it in the damage, you can see it in the gold, and you can see it in the way that these early level 1, level 2 skirmishes went in both games. The Viper and Mako just had the better of their counterparts, and I think that's where a lot of Rare Adam kind of fell down. Like, I think Strive had a good series overall. I think the Azir looked good. The Talia was definitely the one trying to put out the fires. Cube as well had some really good engages, but you just don't have any of the fire behind them when iBoy has been extinguished in that bottom side.
Look at those Viper stats, man. KDA of 31. The man started out 0-0-4. I'd already said it, but man, to come back, the mental strength, the fortitude to pilot Kalista in these fights when a lot of the leads were being developed by other parts of the team, I think is huge. To end up with the almost 94% KP, the damage done, like all the numbers going in favor. 209% damage to gold translation. Sorry. I think that's actually crazy, and it shows why we laud this guy so heavily, why he has won a world championship, why we say he's one of the best in the world. It's actually incredible.
I mean, even saw it in this game, right? Like, the mechanics in that fight where he's able to run away from 3 or 4 members of Rare Adam, consistently dodging abilities, getting the damage that he needs, picks off iBoy with a well-landed Q spear straight through the lineup. Like, this guy's absolutely insane. And why this EDG system works. Like, this system doesn't work if you don't have a world-class, the best in the world, in that bottom side. And that's exactly what Viper's bringing to this team, and you can see it in this one. I'm just waiting for him to be announced as MVP, because there's no bloody way he's not. And what's incredible is that you're going to see him now kind of go up in towards like that #1 spot. He's now tied with people like 369, with Nice as well, for that MVP of the split. And when you've got a couple more easy series coming up for Edward Gaming, going up against Team WE, going up against struggling anyone's legend as well, this is where it's going to be really interesting to see if Viper can actually take that MVP slot away from the likes of 369 and Nice.
I always love seeing the runs at the end, especially with all the MVPs we get. But as well as for me, it's the fact that in this series that was very wholehandedly EDG's favor, we got to see a little bit of difference, right? In that first game, we got to see them rely on that scaling factor, even still playing through Viper. And in the second game, they say, you know, hands diff, let's bring it to us. What do you got? And they go with that early game skirmishing. It was a little bit rocky, but you could see that 2v2 working out early on from that level 1 mark, and then Junja knew exactly where to go. So getting to see a little bit of both styles where they're still focusing on Viper, but in different ways. It feels like it's still so beneficial to them going into the later stages of, you know, LPL regular season, but as well as the playoffs.
I agree. And I think that's the thing, is that, like, with this EDG kind of finding their footing once more, it becomes even more terrifying for playoffs. Because you imagine already with 9 wins, they're going to be fairly high up in the ranking to try and push forward. And I think that's definitely needed, especially for Edward Gaming, because I'm going to take a quick look at the championship points, because I know they didn't get a huge amount back in spring, because they only got 10 back in spring. So they kind of need everything that they can get, especially when we're looking at them against like RNG, who have 90, Top Esports, who have 70, V5, who have 50. Now, the good news for them is that, like, their other team that they're kind of, JDG, I was going to say, actually, so bad news for them. JDG already have 30. So it's not exactly looking great for them thus far, especially when JDG are already, apparently, are guaranteed 10 from summer as well, because they're going in towards, it looks like, that upper bracket. So overall, it can be a little bit tough for EDG to make it, so they need everything that they can here.
Well, our narrative does no longer fit, because it is Viper who gets not the MVP. It's his duo. It's Mako, as I baited you there a little bit, because Mako having a lot of those big engages, having a lot of those big setups to get Viper in a position to carry was integral.
This is just people not liking Viper. I'm calling it out. This is
he already gets enough praise, Dagda. Come on.
He needs the MVPs. He needs them. But I must say, exactly, a great game from Mako. And I think the person who has benefited the most from this, from Junja coming back in, from this attention to the bot side, does seem to be Mako. He's kind of finding his confidence again a lot more. His engages have been great. And being able to play this more aggressive style has worked out spectacularly, because I think when you look across the board at EDG, Mako is kind of, and JJ have been the most disappointing parts of them. So being able to find that again. Sorry, I like the way we're getting the Viper highlight in the Mako lineup, but yeah, I agree. Like to see Mako coming back in and having these performances is spectacular.
And it's a lot of the control you see, the shot calling, the aggressive tendencies that Mako is utilizing to their benefit. And that's where that differing in compositions, the more scaling factor to the aggressive factor, you get to see like it works so beautifully for Mako because he's able to do a lot of both just in the same champion pool, but in terms of the way he's calling shots or taking engages.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're looking at this style of composition where he does need to be that main engage tool, like, yes, you can get flanks from the Gragas, but Flandre wasn't always there at the start of these fights. It does rest heavily on Mako and the Nautilus. I think he did a fantastic job to find those and set up his team for success. So nice to see the EDG support kind of getting back to his old winning ways.
Got to get to those winning ways. We want to finish out the season strong. As you said, 9 wins will put them at the upper echelon here. But those easy games to finish out the season might even push them a little bit higher. And I think that's the conversation for EDG is what is the high height that we can get from this World Championship squad? We will have to see, though, as we have finished our first series of the night. It was a 2-0 victory by EDG to secure themselves a playoff berth here in the summer split. Now the time we've all been waiting for, Dagda. It is time to take a little break and get to the match of the week. It is RNG versus JDG, and you are not going to want to miss it, my friends.
Come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay up all night. We can last forever. Oh. We'll dance together. Oh. Stay up all night. We have what it takes. Hey, we can make it if we try. Oh, oh, run with me now, don't be shy. Oh, oh, you let me be me, as happy as can be, my shining light. We can last forever. Oh, we'll run together. Oh, stay up all night.
The LPL are kings again.
Yeah, I got the plan, I got the fam, I got the keys, I get the work. I am the man, you know what I'm saying, so leave it to me, cause I get it first, yeah.
If you've ever played a single game of League of Legends, then you know how important jungle diff is. And if you've ever watched a single LPL match, then you know how important jungle diff is.
And now they might try and fully engage. There's the ultimate to flash away, but the nice little Q afterwards means that Wei picks up another one. And Wei is just running around the map. This Poppy is proving so powerful for RNG. Because there's going to be the Keeper's Verdict to try and knock away one of the perfect targets, one of the damage dealers. And they trade the jungler for the support. You take that trade any day of the week. 2 kills going over to Gala right now as he gets himself a third.
Ay, we coming up from the dirt, ay, they trying to get us to fall, ay, I don't even gotta flex now, boy, it's only one by the fall, ay.
If there's one thing I can tell you about Kanavi and Wei, it's that when these two load onto the Rift, it's going to be a jungle diff. But for which team?
though on the other side. Resets coming through from Kanavi. He's flashing. He's heartbreaking.
Well, I guess we'll just have to find out.
The last hope for IG goes down. 369 in some trouble, but now IG moving forward. They could get the damage. On still has so much health, still has so much damage. The resets coming through from Kanavi though, and the reset city has been arrived to by JDG. Even though they're put to the brink, they will finish off this series and they will improve to 10-1.
雅各选手的话，我觉得他，今年包括这个夏季赛，就是在英雄池扩充上面也是做了很多努力嘛，然后跟卡纳维的联动也非常好。我跟小维的话，应该也要，就是拿出自己最好的状态去来迎接他们。我们队伍还是要就是在拿到相对的阵容的同时，要就是打出这个阵容该打的东西吧。就是如果是前中期或者后期，就是要可能稍微稳健一些。
Will the draft be the key? We'll see what Xiaohu can do to lead RNG to a victory here as we crest into our match of the week. It's RNG versus JDG. I'm Mazel, joined by Dagda yet again. And again, this is why this is a super Saturday in my heart, because this matchup is so beyond hype, and I cannot wait to see these two do battle. We've seen JDG rising, obviously trying to retake that first position over top Esports, but it's been an interesting ride for JDG as a whole because we got to see them change it up a little bit, change gears against V5 in their series where they took out a huge victory in that best of.
Yeah, it was absolutely spectacular to see JDG rising to the occasion against Victory 5 because they did fall behind early in both games against Victory 5. And what we've seen throughout the split thus far from JDG is that they have been very sketchy to play from a position where they are at a disadvantage because they tend to play like they're ahead at all points in the game, looking for invades, trying to find numbers advantages. But that wasn't what we saw here against Victory 5. JDG were able to take a step back, reevaluate what they needed to do, cross-map incredibly effectively, make sure that they were always finding these smarter plays where they could look for picks like this, lean over towards sides to shut down what Victory 5 were trying to do. And overall, it was a spectacular performance from JDG, almost showing us a new level to their gameplay.
Yeah, it's the crazy back and forth in the team fights, them piloting it so well, Hope in the backline, but as well as the utilization of a lot of their strong pieces, right? Kanavi with that aggression and playing off of that fact in a lot of these fights. And it's been really incredible to see them adapt to those situations, especially against top teams, like we're saying, against V5.
And they're going to have to do the exact same here against RNG today, right? Victory 5 was their first, well, their next big test. They've already got the head-to-head against top esports. Yeah. Now they've taken down V5. RNG feels like it's the next big test. And I think this is where we're really going to have to see how this can all pan out.
And for the mid lane of JDG, you're looking at Yagao, but also the stats. Because when you look at the stats on paper, they don't necessarily tell the story. Now do they, Dagda?
Yeah, and this is why I wanted to take a deep dive onto Yagao in Game 1 versus Victory 5. Because I think Yagao, we even saw in the opening there, Xiaohu kind of giving him his due respect, has been the unsung hero and was definitively the unsung hero in Game 1 against Victory 5. 369 got the MVP in both games. And because Yagao, you can look at his stats and go, well, he's not that good, right? Behind the CS, behind gold, damage is pretty lackluster. I mean, 18th in the league in a 17 team league says a lot. But what I want to do is bring attention to how he plays the game as we start to roll into the footage. And what I want you to understand is because Kanavi in Game 1 was set behind, Yagao had to step up to cover the jungle position and cover his lanes, and he did that absolutely spectacularly. And a large portion of that came from the fact that he got this blue buff nice and early and then was able to lean into plays on side lanes where I'm not sure if my screen is frozen because I can't actually see my B-roll footage, but I already know what I want to talk about. Okay, it hasn't come up yet. Cool. Because when we get into the footage, blue buff on Yagao means that he gets full push in mid lane, is able to then keep Rookie in check for a large portion of this game. And we'll catch it here where Rookie is trying to set up vision control on this top side because they want to try and look for a punishment on 369, who has his wave pushed in top side. You see it there. 369 has to overextend to crash this wave, or Rich will get a massive advantage from being able to freeze it. And Karsa wants to try and play up there, but Yagao starts to roam up, which means Karsa can no longer go for these plays because Karsa 2 levels down, has Yagao there to help him out, and Rookie doesn't have the mana to really try and contest here. And that's where we're seeing Yagao cover for the jungle. But even then, again, this is where Yagao gets a ton of damage on towards Rookie. Not a kill, but is damage onto Rookie 10 seconds before the dragon. And even though Victory 5 had made the play happen here with Riftail pushed in towards mid so they can lean towards dragon, this denies Victory 5 an opportunity to contest dragon, which means that JDG buy more time, buy another 5 minutes. And it's these little things that Yagao was consistent doing in the early game that weren't flashy, weren't major plays.
Yeah.
That brought JDG back into it. And again, when JDG did get control, Yagao again controlling sides, roaming mid, making these plays happen for JDG. He was so instrumental, but in only small ways that really not many people would see. But he is the reason that JDG were able to bring back that game 1 against Victory 5.
Yeah, and I love to see the integration of like some cerebral gameplay from Yagao and making sure that he is trying to find every avenue to be successful, and especially to cohese with Kanavi and the rest of the team for JDG. But we were talking about the stats don't tell the story, looking for Yagao to really be a facilitator or step up in some way in the mid lane in those small fashions. But across the board, you got an illustrious commander and a prestigious warrior ready to do battle across the board because you got the big brain general in Xiaohu in the mid lane and Gala to snipe down every opposing faction that comes up here against RNG, because these two together have been the main carry for what feels like forever for this organization.
Yeah, when we talk about the smarts of Yagao, it feels like you need to talk about the big brain that is Xiaohu. This guy is kind of taking a step back from being the carry that we saw previously to now looking to be much more of a person who dictates and commands from the, front line, honestly, with things like the Lissandra, the Ari, the Talia, being able to control how these battles start to play out. In case as well, keeping control over the early to mid game and playing down towards Gala to make sure that Gala can now step up to be that big carry. And especially when you look at his champion pool, like his 2 most played are Aphelios and Jinx. He's still playing the spring split meta, but it's because they want him on these late game carries. So when you get the strong mid jungle with Xiaohu and Wei controlling the pace of the game, taking over in the early stages, they can lean and look at Gala and go, hey boy, here's the advantage you need. Go nuts.
And for me, it's the seamless integration of these two playstyles together. You see in a lot of the early movements for RNG, it's these two on your screen, it's them collapsing, and a lot of the times it is that setup from Xiaohu to get in the right position, to have the right setup for RNG to really get successful. And you see just the agency that Xiaohu gets with a lot of the picks he's able to do fits so beautifully for RNG as a team composition.
And it's the push and pull from Xiaohu that enables Gala. Like in this spot, it's getting the engage to enable Gala. In the next few clips, you'll see, hey, Gala's caught in the pit. Right, this is where instead you're going to see Xiaohu playing a more defensive route. So he tries to cut people off here. Okay, well, let's make sure that when Gala does end up, unfortunately, in a bad situation here, the Unraveled Earth keeps Gala alive, prevents people from being able to follow up as he gets out of the GA here. You can see the Unraveled Earth there, provides that safety escape for Gala, again, keeping him safe from the back line. And it's this push and pull from Xiaohu, where he's got this really good understanding of how to protect Gala, set him up for the late game, that is giving RNG their success.
Yeah, and for me, it's just the veterancy. It's knowing that he doesn't need to be the carry, right? He can let Gala shine in these moments, but he knows that behind the scenes, in these pick-apart moments, he's the one kind of dictating the pace of the fights, and especially the start-up to the fights, making sure that RNG are really getting the upper hand in a lot of them. And it comes through, again, that agency from the mid lane. We saw the Aries, the Talias, as well as the setup that Alessandra can bring with all those comfort picks that Xiaohu has brought. And I think that's where RNG are going to have some very nice tools to try to utilize to take down JDG. But again, the bar of execution for JDG has been so high, but they've met it every time. And it just feels like even if they are going the distance of 3 games with almost every series they play, it's still a calculated amount of aggression. It's still a calculated amount of winning sauce, I guess, that JDG put on everything.
Yeah, and this is why you got to be so careful when you're facing up against JDG, because initially they seemed like a very one-dimensional team. Played through hard strengths in the early game, linking up with Yagao, Kanavi, moving bot, getting hope, missing ahead, invading, looking for early dragons. Like, that has been the JDG way. And the problem that we're seeing is that when they couldn't get these leads, oftentimes they'd end up overextending because they were still trying to force numbers advantages where they didn't have the tempo on the map to go for it. They'd try and look for picks in the enemy jungle, but they'd actually be behind on the play because they didn't have, like, say, Yagao with control over mid. They're behind in items, so they didn't have the same skirmishing power. And that's why so often you'd see JDG go to 3 games, because it was like, hey, we're going to coin flip the game. If we get that lead, fantastic. If not, it all falls apart. What we saw against V5 was a very different level to JDG. And now again, that we've already seen JDG beat top esports, now beat V5, it feels like RNG is going to be the next big test for them to see if they're going to be able to take it across the finish line.
Yeah, because you definitely don't want to give early advantages to JDG, because then it just feels like they take it and run with it. But we got to hone in on this jungle matchup. Honestly, it is so exciting that we get Wei versus Kanavi, both these guys being so integral to like early advantages, early aggression for both their teams. But I gotta look at this champion pool and see the similarities of both of them, and also a little bit of the similarities in play, right? A little bit of that extra aggression, the kind of interesting pass coming through for both of them. And gotta expect, a lot of presence of the Viego coming through here, the Lee Sins, a lot of the playmakers for the junglers here, Dagda.
Yeah, I think it's been really interesting to see how, at least for Wei, he's kind of teetered more over towards things like the Poppy as of late. I think he's done a fantastic job on the Poppy, and it's been really crucial to the success of RNG. Whereas when you look across at like Kanavi, it has very much been more like, as you say, kind of trying to take on a bit more of a carry performance on things like the Viego, things like the Wukong as well, where he can step up. And we've even seen him bringing out things like the Bel'Veth as well. Hasn't actually brought out the Poppy as of yet. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they diversify, right? Because it definitely feels like Wei is facilitate Xiaohu to facilitate Gala, whereas when we look at Kanavi, it's facilitate bot to facilitate me. That's where it goes through for Kanavi, which is a bit of a different style, right? And I think it is very interesting to see how they're going to get ahead or get these advantages for themselves on JDG side, because JDG love to run away with the game in the early stages, but what we've seen from RNG is a very good way of controlling the early game, getting to a mid game where they're in a good spot and can go up against them. So overall, it feels like we got a hell of a lot of early game focus for JDG with some ability to play the mid game well, whereas with RNG, they are heavily focused on controlling that mid game. And I think that's where we're going to see a huge amount of this battle take place.
And as we saw RNG take to the screen, here is JDG themselves. You mentioned the Bel'Veth, and I haven't gotten to cast one in the LPL yet, so you're making me a little salty here, but maybe we'll get something, because strategies like that can upend a best of 3 in these kinds of moments. I think those are the kinds of leg ups that you don't always get, but in moments like this when you're facing a top team is always interesting to keep a side eye on. Do we get one of those crazy farm strategies, or at least the Bel'Veth strategy from JDG as a whole, or do they just try to go match the aggression, match the macro that RNG are going to be bringing to the table here?
I think it's actually interesting to see that the Bel'Veth has been brought out by JDG, because when you look at the way JDG play the game, they have been very much heavily focused down towards Dragon on this bottom side of the map, like trying to play through Hope and Missing to make sure they're able to pick it up. Just look at the stats here, like they're second in the league for Dragons, just overall control, whereas when you look, the Rift Herald is about 7th, so they definitely don't take as big of a bite out of that top half of the map. And I think that's because when we look at 369, he is having the split of his life, but has been very much this weak side top laner. Things like the Gragas's, the Kennons, Gangplank has been a massive pick for him. So I feel like when you're trying to play through that style of focusing on Bel'Veth, who's heavily reliant on Rift Herald, it feels like JDG nearly have to flip their style in a place that they're not exactly the most comfortable to do so. So I think we may see a step back from it and not quite get it today, but we'll have to see as we're already into bans.
I am so excited. Our match of the week is finally upon us. RNG on the blue side ban away the Callista and that Poppy from Kanavi. And JDG on the other side will be banning away the Zeri and the Talia. So some of that agency from mid lane, some of that map mobility in Xiaohu take it away. And then our final ban from RNG is actually the Sivir.
So again, we're going to see what the priorities coming through are. Renata still open, Wukong still open. So we'll have to see exactly what the first pick priority is going to be. Things like the Gangplank as well are actually very important in this matchup because Breather likes to take that alongside 369. Lissandra, a massive pick for Xiaohu that's been left through the draft. It is banned in 60% of the games against RNG. It is so highly prioritized by Xiaohu and very well respected, but it will be the Aphelios lock in here for RNG.
Yeah, I think you go safety, comfort, whatever you want to choose, whatever word it is for Gala. It'll be a nice first pickup for RNG, but this makes JDG kind of have a lot of the choice here. They can choose if they want to go ahead and try to counter, get something aggressive on the bottom lane, and they lock in the Lucian.
And this was something that we talked about a while ago when it came to baits and drafts. We've seen the Callista get baited by an Aphelios Renata lock in, but the Aphelios gets baited because of this Lucian Nami that Hope and Missing have been spectacular on in that bottom side of the map, getting massive advantages with those picks when they're able to bring it out. We've seen it once from them before, end up with a 10 KDA, and now there's that Wukong that we're talking about for JDG as well. So now I think RNG, we have to see what exactly they want to respond with. Renata, I think, would be a fantastic pick here just to try and enable that bot side, especially against the very aggressive lanes that you're seeing coming through from JDG, and also a very short range composition from JDG. We'll have to see if they decide to agree with us on that one or not.
Yeah, it would be something to keep in the back mind. They did hover the Viego, but they switched to the Nautilus last second. So bottom lane secured for RNG, and Gala main set up for success here.
For RNG, I'm curious how highly they prioritize Alessandra. Do they just take Lissandra here for Xiaohu, knowing that he basically never gets his hands on it? Or are they going to try and go, hey, we need some kind of jungler for Wei to make sure he's safe. We don't want to leave that to the second ban phase, and it does actually look like that's going to be the case.
Yeah.
So JDG will get a second chance to get rid of some of these mid lane champions from RNG, but they will have to take the Nami here to round out that bottom side of the map.
And I will say, maybe it was, I'm not a big analytics person, but maybe it was a little bit of a bait, banning away the Talia, the Ahri, saying, bet you won't pick that Lissandra. We got to pick into it, but it won't be the case just yet, at least, as you said. We're getting in the second phase of bans. Bot lanes established, jungle established. We're still looking for the solo lane, so that must change the, at least, priority in bans in the second phase, where I would expect a lot of those solo lane bans to come through. And a third ban towards Xiaohu.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, the Talia, the Ahri, and that Lissandra have been the creme de la creme for the mid lane. And now we're going to have to see exactly what the answer is for Xiaohu, because there is always the fallback of something like an Azir. But again, this isn't really the RNG way to kind of like just hands off in the early stages for Xiaohu. And Xiaohu Cree's
what are we going to get in the mid lane?
Azir. So, I mean, you're starting to fall back into like Galio's, Twisted Fates, these kind of things that can crop up in the mid lane if you want to. Zoe, a big pick for Yagao as well. LeBlanc starts to rise in priority. Rise, also a big pick. JDG got to ban away that Galio though, so it does feel like something like a Rise, a Zoe, a LeBlanc suddenly become very, very important. And Yagao, a fantastic Zoe, a fantastic LeBlanc. We'll have to see what Xiaohu's going to be able to bring to the table to answer. Silas as well, don't forget, has slipped through the ban phase, and this now could be first rotation here for JDG.
That would actually be kind of crazy to slot that in there. LeBlanc, the final ban from RNG on the blue side. JDG will have their first crack at the second phase to try to get something locked in. We were talking about agency in the mid lane, movement from that mid lane to help out junglers or to just facilitate anything. And the Rise will be there for Yagao and for some of that mobilization.
So this is where we ask, does Xiaohu bring out the Silas? Has a decent matchup into the Rise because you can steal away the Realm Warp. You can close the distance on him. You can actually play very well with the Viego to try and make that happen. You also got decent ultimates in the Tidal Wave, in the Wukong Cyclone as well. TF, I'm not a fan of. Like, you've opted into the counter matchup here as Xiaohu now, because Rise, like, historically shoves in wave very efficiently against the TF and then just roams faster. So I'm kind of surprised to see Xiaohu put himself into this position when I think you could have gone for the Silas. But now for breeding the top lane, I imagine a Gangplank probably your best bet here, or something like the Gnar, which has slipped through as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm actually surprised that Gnar made it all the way through to the last pick on at least blue side at this point. But that's been tried and true for the LPL here in this last little bit. At least results-based analysis tells me that. So RNG round out their composition. Now JDG, bit of last pick priority here for the top side of the map.
I actually thought we'd get 369 going towards the Gangplank. Like, remove Scurvy for the Twisted Fate. Cannon Barrage can follow the TF. And then you've actually got a really good answer to, like, TF, who's pretty mobile, Felios, who struggles against that Cannon Barrage, but instead they are just going to go back towards straight up team fighting here for JDG. Like, a lot of damage front loaded through the Lucian, through the Ryze in this mid game, and JDG going to see if they can abuse the fact that Ryze does have that better or early game against the TF to get him out on the map and start playing towards Hope and Missing. So for RNG, I'm very curious to see how Xiaohu's going to navigate things with this Twisted Fate, because it does feel like when we're playing towards like the early game style that JDG like, that early aggression, they've got the cards to make that happen.
Yeah, I guess that's where I want to talk a little bit more about, you know, machinations for both these two teams, and especially I expect a lot of skirmishing early on. I think both these teams do have some scaling options in their own right, but do you think we'll get a lot of that crazy jungle pathing early on?
I don't think it's so much a case of like pre-6 we might see a huge amount. I think it'll be after 6 that we start to see a lot more of this movement. And I think that's where it becomes super interesting, because Ryze, even in the... Well, actually, I could be wrong with that. Ryze in the early stages, pre-6, has a lot of push power in this mid lane. So maybe we actually do get to see Yagao like shoving mid, trying to work with Wukong to go for some sort of like level 3 dive on the bot side of the map, especially against a Nautilus and a Felios with the Lucian Nami. That's a lot of damage that can come out from a Wukong, a Ryze, ton of CC. So I wouldn't be actually surprised, now that I say it, to like see Kanavi start top side, work with a push from mid in Yagao, and lean into this bottom side. And there's very little that you can really do here as RNG to try and stop that, unless we get some sort of weird transitional gank from Wei through that mid lane to try and shut it down.
Well, we finally hit the riff for the game we've all been waiting for. The match of the week, RNG versus JDG. Should be a fun one. Hope everybody's buckled in and ready to go. I know we got dagged those checks at the beginning of the day, but it is going to be a fun one when both these teams kind of presenting these very map movement style compositions for the first game here. I think we'll get a lot of back and forth.
Especially because this feels like a playoff preview. This is very easily going to be a matchup that we see in our playoffs later on. Maybe even, if we say it, in our playoffs, our regional playoffs, to try and get to the World Championship as well. So this is a little taster of things to come. And at the moment, 369 and Breathe, there's no dancing between these top laners. It's all business here today.
It absolutely is. 369 trying to play a little aggressive. But that's where I also want to zoom into that top lane a little bit. Something we haven't really talked about besides the picks coming through for the top laners. Do we see any volatility come up from that Nar Sejuani matchup? I feel like at this point we won't, but Breathe and 369 have been pretty heavy in terms of carry performances we've seen from them before this split.
I don't think we will. The way this matchup works is that Nar has good range advantage, has to watch out for the Arctic Assault coming through from the Sejuani, the Q, to make sure that he's not getting caught out by that. And if not, you tend to be able to push in the wave and have decent control as Breathe. But the only time you really get kill pressure as 369 is at level 6 and you hit the Arctic Assault. Maybe you get Kanavi up there as well to try and make something happen, but chances are that's not going to be the case. It'll probably be pretty steady on the top side. It's more so kind of looking at where the junglers are at the moment and what their movement's going to be, because we talked about Kanavi potentially moving back down towards this bottom side to look for a dive with Yagao. But if you actually look at what JDG have been doing, ward and top side placed by 369 to spot out Wei's initial clear on the blue. Now the ward on the Raptors to spot out that they're being done as well. So it's about JDG figuring out exactly where Wei is and then trying to work around that information.
There's a bit of an iceberg here, though, that is fully front and center in the way of our Titanic. Because so much at the top of the table, playoff matchup, they have lost 2-1 to the other two top teams in our league, Top Esports and V5, which is something to look at when you're looking at them facing the top of the table standings and trying to move on up.
Yeah, it's definitely the elephant in the room, especially when you look at JDG, who have been able to take down other top teams. They've beaten Top Esports, they've beaten V5, and this is where, for RNG, they kind of need to show and prove that they belong with the big boys at that upper end of the table. And have to see if they can try and do so here today against JDG. And again, not the biggest fan of the way that they've drafted this one, so it could easily be the case if they will struggle, especially to see Kanavi moving up towards this top side. 369 trying to just stop the reset.
Let's take a couple tower shots there.
Kanavi not
I
going to
thought
go
Kanavi
for it.
might
So
go for it. Okay, he holds the trigger.
yeah, it means that 3-6 or Breathe will probably miss out in the first few creeps here, but RNG, knowing that this means chances are Kanavi's topside, are looking for the potential dive on bot. TP for Yagao will be needed.
Level advantage over Pope at least. The bubble is huge to stop RNG's aggression.
This is JDG kind of going, hey, we're going to call your bluff. Like, usually in that situation, Yagao would like instantly TP bot, but you can see RNG weren't actually looking at the dive. They were looking at the TP for Yagao, because then maybe Xiaohu can get control of the mid. He can hold on to his teleport, and they can look for plays later. So JDG reading the mind games from RNG and just kind of calling the bluff. So nice job so far from JDG to get control of her top side a little bit easier for 369, not falling prey to stuff from RNG early. And this is the kind of mind games that we were looking out for in this series.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm here for. I got my popcorn ready to go. Also, speaking about ready to go, we're almost to that level 6 mark for both these mid laners, and that's when we said we want to see things turn up a little bit. Get these realm warps to the side lane, get these destiny gates going down, and find some of that facilitation from the mid lane. And speaking of facilitation, Kanavi finding some aggression down bottom lane yet again.
Yeah, it's minute 6-4-6. That's how you always got to think about it for those mid laners. And will be just the next couple of waves that are going to come through, and that's where maybe we can start to see them access the map. Again, though, you can see, like, Yagao, he's got full control here, which is why Kanavi's going for these invades against Wei.
You can see that skirmishing starting to come up big. Yellow card does go through for Xiaohu, though. And the chicken taken by Wei. They still want to take this 2v2. I like it. They're pushing forward as Yagao and Kanavi have to get away. Another yellow card connects, a little bit of damage back and forth here between the 2v2. We're getting bottom lane moving up now, but both of them sticking in that tri-bush area. Everybody just walks away after trading some blows, Dagda.
Yagao just has better AoE damage than Xiaohu, especially when he locks in the gold card for the stun. So from JDG side, they're happy to take these trades. They winning out in the stronger 2v2. They do just need to be careful because Wei was level 5 to the level 4 of Kanavi. Because Kanavi has been trying to do some of these Q plays, is about 2 camps behind. So Wei going to start to at least get another camp here on this bot side, it looks like, and move in over towards this dragon.
Yeah, you can see with the experience there on the left side of your screen, a big difference already so far. And Wei is taking that experience differential and taking it to the first dragon of the game for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really been paying attention to what was happening bot because there's so much movement from the junglers, but massive CS lead kind of opening up for Gala and Ming already in this bot side. And when you look at like Hope and Missing, who are ones who are supposed to be in the advantageous position, this is not exactly the best start for the JDG bot lane. They will need Kanavi and Yagao now to start trying to help this, because if you end up pushing towards the late game, Gala's just going to be far more relevant in that position than Hope and Missing.
Back started from Yagao. I was wondering if they're going to reuse the Realm Warp here. They are getting some pings down, and here they come. Destiny is used from Xiaohu in the mid lane. Glacial Prison moved out of by Breathe, and here comes Xiaohu. He needs to flash, though, as JDG trying to juggle the turret aggro here. Nothing comes up of it except for a lot of summoner spells burned.
Great job from Xiaohu, though, to make it up here. Breathe, fantastic flash to avoid the Glacial Prison. And from that stage, with Xiaohu coming up, they actually managed to collect the wave. Breathe can be the one to shove out this top wave as well, because 369 is the reset. And they'll force that TP from 369 to collect the wave. So at least at this stage, RNG and JDG just trading blows back and forth, and no one really able to find that advantage that they really want to try and secure yet.
It's literally just chess, man. I'm having so much fun like a kid at a candy shop over here watching this, because Xiaohu's excellent timing to match Yagao, and just seeing how both of these teams are just commanding this game so far. Even though we haven't had any blood, we've seen the macro movements already sub that 10-minute mark, which I think is something we got to keep an eye on as we get into the later parts of this early game, and especially when we start seeing, you know, Rift Herald coming up here, a little bit more focus up that way, vision control in JDG's favor right now, and how RNG approach that situation.
And that's the thing, JDG have already moved their pieces into position. Because you got that full push from Hope and Missing on the bot side, it means that you're able to unlock Missing, who can now move mid to help get push. And maybe we're not looking at Rift Herald. Instead, because they see Gala and Ming on bot side, they might actually just be looking for a dive. Kanavi has hit 6 off his blue. And maybe that's what JDG want to try and go for instead, but looks like they just wanted to get control back of the spot side, and now we'll start to rotate up towards the Rift. But JDG seem really unsure about how they want to try and approach this.
It's really weird to see them kind of fumbling these kinds of decisions so far, and RNG, they are already halfway down with the Rift Herald. Here comes JDG, though. That early Rift Herald takes a little while to take down. Xiaohu getting engaged on Glacial Prison, not available just yet for 369. He would have loved to have that ultimate. The Rift Herald does get taken by Wei in a great decision-making process from RNG.
Yeah, I mean, it looked weird from JDG. They kind of half wanted to play around the wave and bot side for Hope, but that wave wasn't really substantial enough for them to try and look for a dive. They then aren't in a position to try and look for the top side of the play, even though they were the ones with the quicker reset. So, I don't know. It looked a bit all over the place from JDG, and for a team that really wants to hit this bot lane home hard in the mid game, losing out is going to be a bit of a problem. Although Wei will spot out a missing, who will just back away as Xiaohu actually going to go for this.
Hey, the commander is commanding. He tries to get the play onto missing, but he might have commanded himself into a bit of a hole as Hope will pick up the first blood of the game for JDG.
Yeah, I mean, especially when Xiaohu had vision on where Hope was. Just a bit of a whoopsie there. No follow-up CC was fast enough, and you burned both the flash on Wei and the ultimate. And now Kanavi, because he doesn't need help on bot, can just go for the play on top.
What did Breed do to Kanavi? I mean, it's just been up here the entire time. He does get the double jump there. It's huge turnaround and a 1-for-1 in the top side.
I mean, nicely done by Breed to turn that around. Had got the majority of the wave, and now in mid, Yagao should be able to walk away from this.
Throws out the thumbs up, say, I saw you charging that one up.
Yeah, a bit messy coming across here from both sides when we got towards a few of these plays. Rift Herald fumbled by JDG, the follow-up play fumbled by Xiaohu, and now Kanavi actually getting a lot of these plates on top side and making sure that Breed will let us out a little bit more of this CS. So overall, a big win for Kanavi, who now is in a position where he can accelerate towards that Divine Sunder, try and make a play at this next Dragon in 50 seconds. But RNG trying to look for the dive off this big wave push, knowing Kanavi's on the top side of the map.
They bring Xiaohu down early on. I am so curious at the game style for JDG at this point, because Kanavi has been constantly top, but we're seeing RNG put all the eggs into the bottom lane basket, rightfully so, as they'll get a charge off and almost get the first tower of the game for themselves, but especially getting Gala even more gold.
I mean, Hope and Missing are out of the game. Like, you're 30 CS behind in the matchup where you should be winning. That's not even including the fact that this tower is about to go down and all those third plates went across to Gala as well. Like, you just aren't going to be relevant enough now as this Lucian. And it's been crazy to see, because I think JDG, last time we saw Hope and Missing bring out the Lucian Nami, we're so good at giving it those resources.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at Yagao having that Realm Warp in the mid lane and being able to play bot side, instead giving those resources towards a Sejuani. It just feels like JDG haven't really read exactly what they need to do here, and it's going to cause issues now as we get towards the mid game.
Yeah, the early gank from Kanavi, the hover top lane while RNG were setting up plays bottom lane. It was all decisions from JDG early on, and you got to wonder how it's going to work out for them. You see that player goal on the side. A lot of RNG members there circling around that top four. We'll see the Dragon start up from JDG here, though.
Early Divine Sunder from Kanavi, though, as we talked about, means that he's at a massive spike, so keep your eye on his damage as RNG engage.
Destiny is pulled. The yellow card now up here. Cullen goes through. The Dragon goes over to JDG, though. Tidal Wave not going to do too much there. RNG back away, licking their wounds. 369 needs to lick his wounds, though. Wallop into the kill. Solo bolo for Breed.
Breathe, bringing it back in the top lane. He's been slapped about enough by JDG, and he's had enough. The second he knows he's got the 1v1, gets the kill onto 369, but Yagao with the Realm Warp.
Look at Wei, though.
They can catch him out here.
Wei is here. Yagao, you're committing way too hard. You think you're going to catch Breathe, but Wei is right here, and this is the power of friendship and the power of teamwork for RNG.
Solo Bolo with the double trouble for Yagao. RNG get the play on top side, and they're not even going to be able to respond on bot. Gala, oh wait, will they actually?
Oh no, Gala. He does have the Gale Force. He's going to use it to try and get out of here. Gravitum as well. Kanavi, he has a lot of mobility. Gala used the heal for just a little bit more movement. The scanner is there. Kanavi slowly inching closer and closer. They're trying to get Gala, but can he do it? He goes over the wall here.
Oh, the
Gala
Q!
with another Gravitum. And that is easy done.
Yeah, Gala saying not even a problem as he's sweating profusely back towards his tower. That was quite close, but we get the replay here on the top side of this solo kill. Great stuff from Breed. Wallop lands, then you get the pull back on towards 369, and this is the downside for 369 of not being able to run the flash because you take the ignite. So susceptible to these plays.
So it's just been that back and forth nature we wanted to see in the skirmishing, but it's been also a little bit of lack of know-how from JDG, it feels like, which is something I don't ever feel like I've said this split, right? They've always felt so confident in the decisions they've made, but that early fumble of who to go for in that Rift Herald fight, and especially some of these breakdowns where RNG have now gotten a steady, you know, about 2,000 gold lead for themselves. It's looking on RNG's side at this point, and Blue side's looking mighty fine.
The most interesting part of it to me, though, is that, like, we've actually seen the early plays be nullified quite a lot. Like, the dive on bot by RNG nullified. Dive on top, Breed's able to turn it back around. The problems that are actually coming through from JDG are from individual performers. Like, Gal and Ming getting a massive advantage on bot side. Breed getting the solo kill and turning around a lot of these topside plays with individual performances. And Yagao, on this rise, hasn't really been able to try and help out on those side lanes. So for RNG, it's kind of these like little breaks that they're finding from their individual laners that are bringing them this success. Now though, with the Rift Herald here as well, we're gonna have to see what JDG can do with it, because they're about to lose their bot tier 2 thanks to Wei and Xiao.
And RNG are perfectly fine with that, and that's where you wonder, right, like the map movement early on from JDG, they are going to get a couple objectives here for themselves, and it's all about how they utilize that. But yeah, that bottom lane tower goes down tier 2 now. Pressure filled in the bottom lane for JDG, and I still like to see them going for these kind of cross-map plays. I want to harken back to the conversation we were having earlier where they kind of changed gears against V5, and I'm not saying that's necessarily here like they're getting all these crazy cross-map plays, but they're realizing like they can roam around with this Death Squad trio with Kanavi and try to find something where RNG are not focusing. And so far, not just going to find anything yet, but at least you see the planning.
It becomes a lot more difficult for JDG to find these plays, though, because of what RNG are trying to achieve. I feel like at this stage, after Breed gets this top lane turret, they place Breed on the bottom side of the map. He can push in aggressively against 369. If Yagao is the one that's matching Breed, that's a massive win for RNG, because then Xiao, who doesn't have someone who can match him on these ultimate plays with the Destiny. So RNG end up winning it on the map. If you don't have if you have Breed up against 369, they just win out on the push on that bottom side, and it means that Breed can then collapse on mid, and they can look for a Xiao Hu Breed play as they Destiny in towards the mid lane and look for play with the stopwatch and Xiao Hu's side. So that's where you're seeing JDG trying to make something happen.
Oh, the Everfrost! Nice. Destiny is going to be popped here, and he's going to try to get the yellow
again?
card out of there. That's huge! They're going to collapse on a Xiao Hu, and you tried your darnest, King. But you ain't going to find it this time. Kanavi will be there to clean it up. The Rift Herald charges. We see mid lane, though. Hope having to use the culling. Gets engaged on. And there's the Moonlight Vigil. Nice dash, though. We'll get him out of there. Ming in some trouble here, but Gala shuts him down. Actually, it's Ming that picks up the kill in the end while he was golden. So RNG respond back, but tier 2 tower now under threat for RNG as JDG keep pushing.
They will be able to get the tier 2, it looks like, a bot side. Breathe will be here, but a little bit too late. Tier 1 and mid will go down in favor of RNG, as Missing might fall as well.
Gravits him there, Wave follows it up. Heartbreaker will take down Missing. The tidal wave, not much. 369, he'll find Gala, though. He gets the big kill there, but he's trying to follow up on a Bing. Has to dodge out from Wei, but the aggression does not stop. 369, he's pushing Wei to the brink. He's pushing him. He doesn't get the kill at the end, though. He almost does, and Yagao is here just in case.
But the dragon is up, and this is going to be JDG having control now over this bottom side of the map. It's so much back and forth, but 2 towers in favor of JDG in the bot side. Kills going their way in the mid lane, and the tier 1 for RNG still stands. So JDG fighting back with more control now on the map and getting a lot of these plays, and it starts again with Yagao. It ain't flashy, the stats won't tell this story, but him continuously harassing Xiao under the tower prevents the Destiny out. So they get the tower, they get the kills, and that's the most valuable part here that set them up for that dragon.
It's the double deny, the Destiny plus the TP getting stopped, but then in the mid lane, you just gotta be a little careful, a little overzealous from RNG, but they do get the kill and more gold over to this bottom lane. And we're seeing a little bit of NARAM status happen in the mid lane here already. JDG and RNG just kind of buying their time and trying to get some catch outs.
For RNG, they should be able to just brute force their way onto this tower. It then becomes a question of how do they make the next few plays after this. JDG are setting up, though, to try and contest this.
Kanavi got spotted out.
Yeah, I think, so the thing is, for RNG, like, look at the wave on bot. So they're trying to use that to create a pressure point for JDG that they have to deal with. But JDG didn't spot that ward at the back.
They did at the
now
very
we'll know
end.
that they have been spotted.
Oh, yellow card is ready for Xiaohu. Moonlight Vigil, that's going to be a big Inferno. A lot of damage done, but Tidal Wave comes out immediately. Destiny is popped. They know exactly where they are. Gale Force, Infernum, Bagala, he's going to be shut down. Hope gets the kill, but it's traded back immediately. The Cyclone's not going to be much as Kanavi's already down. RNG trying to take this Heartbreakers from Way, and the resets are too darn much. JDG getting taken down by RNG in a fight that they opted into.
That was so well played by RNG and Gala specifically as well, knowing that, look, he will die, but he will get the fight and he will set it up for RNG. And with those kills, a 5,000 gold lead for RNG, the tower will fall and opens up even more of the map now for RNG to try and play around with. Brilliant stuff from RNG.
And can I just say, the amount of happiness that has to be flowing for RNG to find advantages, not only in all of these fights, but to realize that it's not just Xiaohu, it's not just Gala. Breathe and Wei are carrying their own weight in this first game of the series against one of the toughest opponents in the LPL.
And it's moments like this that signify that. Gala flashes in to get the Infernum, knowing that he's going to get everyone low enough for Breathe with that ultimate, for Wei to get these resets. And once Wei is starting to rip through these health bars, that makes such a massive difference. You can see there. Now JDG grouping up in mid to try and brute force their way in towards a fight. But there's not really anything that they can amass here. So it will just kind of give a bit of time here for RNG. Clear out mid wave. Start to try and situate people around the map. But JDG are trying to brute force 5-man fights because they know, in theory, they should be stronger there as long as Gala isn't getting another amazing Inferno.
It's kind of incredible to see so much focus around this mid lane, only deviating from the plan when objectives are on the table. They're trying to get this outer tower here, but RNG don't want to let that happen. The bubble will not hit. Everfrost does on the 369, who has to dash out of there. But it's just been a lot of baiting breath around the mid lane here while the side lanes get pushed by Breathe.
And they never overextend as RNG. You can see there, okay, you get the lockdown underneath the tower on towards 369. They don't pull the trigger. What they're trying to do again is bait people around the map. 369 is in topside. Okay, cool. Now we can start to push in mid with people. Move, Breathe over. Start to create further pressure points. Can they RNG force a TP out of 369? Well, then that becomes even more of an issue. And again, with a minute left until this next dragon, this is again going to be RNG trying to spread out on the map and get these waves in their favor, so JDG can't just fight them in a straight up 5v5 brawl.
I do want to highlight also Xiaohu here on the TF is going for that utility style build, has the rapid fire there, and really at this point you're seeing the changes in terms of RNG's win conditions. Not exactly a change. I think Gala will still obviously be a big win condition for them, but the big range on the setup for Xiaohu to get Wei, get Breathe, get Gala into the fight, I think this is going to be integral when you're looking at the setups for fights into JDG, because as you were saying, they feel like on paper they should win the 5v5s, JDG's side at least of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much a pick play here for RNG. You have the Destiny, which has a longer range than Yagao's Realm Warp and gets there faster. So it's trying to create these moments of sides so you can find these quick picks. It looks like we're going to look for it here once more. Way going for the Blade of the Rune King.
369. He goes for the Glacial Prison. There's the Caliber Moonlight Vigil, but the tanking from 369 is pretty big. Way on the side. He has Heartbreaker, but that's already one down. RNG are moving forward. Heartbreakers abound, and that's 2 quick kills for RNG.
Again, we said it, Gala in these late game fights is going to be so much more of a threat than Hope. And we got to see it there. Using the Calibrum Q and the ultimate, hits onto so many members of JDG and forces them back, with Wei threatening again. Now Breathe and Xiaohu trying to play keep away from the Baron, as RNG are happy to give this Cloud Dragon a cross.
Oh yeah, because then you'll feel perfectly fine and confident to fight over that soul for JDG. I just feel like the pressure that's being given to RNG at this point, with the already gigantic gold lead that they've established for themselves, they will continue to pressure down JDG as they get the resets off.
This is so well played from RNG, and this is why they're such a menace when it comes to their ability to play the map or even set up for fights. Because look at Wei. Wei is off on the side here, continuously threatening, which means Kanavi, when this is missed, can't really follow up on the engage from 369. And Gala as well. Look at the damage he gets off onto Hope. Hope now completely out of the picture because Wei is able to threaten at all points in time, and it's just about separate. Even though JDG are together, they managed to separate the members of JDG so Xiaohu can get that destiny to pick one off. It's really hard to try and orchestrate that, but the fact that you're able to see it so consistently from RNG is what makes them the MSI champion.
And I just love it because we're setting up, the commander and the warrior here, and now the commander is just walking around with the yellow card. Kill this guy now. Okay, kill this guy now. Kill this guy now. It's just perfectly working out for RNG as a game plan here. I think JDG need to find a way back into this game, even if there is a very slight window for them to do so. But it's some of these catch-outs like they were trying to find on Ming here. They will continue to find it as well. Tidal wave, Ming goes down first. That'll be another Moonlight Vigil from Gala, though. But RNG bitten off a little bit more here. Gala commits to try to follow up Breathe. They find Hope on the side. Xiaohu is trying to survive, but he's got 369 and Kanavi right on his tail. JDG had to back away with the other two members because the 369, the front line, has got away from the carries. And Yagao and Mystic just trying to buy time here as Gala and Breathe make their way out.
Gala's trying to get rid of this Gravitum. He wants the gun that's underneath it so he can look for the fight, but they may not be able to get that one up and available. Mega Gnar ultimate is not available for Breathe as well, so RNG will just walk away. Good play from JDG to find that pick, and I was about to say that RNG shouldn't be trying to overcommit into this top side. They want to stay spread out. The team fight from JDG is really good, and you can see it here where Ming gets cut out. Great predict by 369 to end up connecting with that ultimate, but as this plays out, or Breathe TP's in, doesn't really have much room left to try and help out. Gala does a good job of trying to reposition himself behind Breathe in the front line, but again, in team fights, Rise in AoE situations will do more. You've got Kanavi with that Cyclone as well. They're just in a better spot to take these fights.
And I want to take a look at, item completions already coming out here. We have a massive advantage for Breathe on this Gnar. He's sitting at 3 items now, feeling confident as ever to move forward. You've still got the setup for Xiaohu with the Destinies, and they do not want to let Yagao get away. That's the depth charge out. Xiaohu on the side with the yellow card. Mega Gnar ulti is not pulled just yet because he can't get the engage there. Calling onto the front line. Xiaohu's on the back here. Big Cyclone from Kanavi, but it ain't gonna do much when their health bars are too darn big. Hope gets down. He gets 1 kill, but that's RNG moving forward and cleaning house against JDG. 369 might be a little tanky, but Breathe will tank him down. Big fight.
Again, separation from RNG, making sure that JDG cannot play into this fight. A brilliant performance once more, but I'm not gonna lie, there's nothing further to take. That was just a fight over Vision Control and River, and RNG now will be able to move up towards the objectives of the towers, but not actually having a dragon or a Baron to try and take home is a little bit unfortunate for RNG.
It just feels like RNG are the ones that are telling JDG what's about to happen, and JDG just have to continuously react to it. Right? We're watching Xiaohu navigate these fights with the Destinies, go into the backline, find the big yellow cards, and the rest of the team following it up. It's just like precision.
And again, it's like, hey, we got Kanavi out of the equation. He has no W, so getting in for the Cyclone's a lot more difficult. They catch Yagao again, and you called out like Breathe not going for the ultimate. He's holding it for Kanavi with this Cyclone. He's waiting for these Cyclones to come through so we can keep Gala safe on the back line. And it's this understanding from RNG about what they need to do once they find the pick. Stop that big team fight from coming across. But again, I think the biggest problem for JDG is that, like, even though their composition is technically set up for a better team fight, they just don't really have the damage right now to follow up with the 0-4 mid lane.
Xiaohu's trying to find a big Glacial Prison back from JDG into the tight hold, though. The tidal wave goes big. Ming goes down now as well. Hope is putting in some damage on the back. Moonlight Vigil goes wide, and this is a fight that JDG actually win. They're on soul point as well, and Dragon is spawning now.
Yeah, I mean, this is just going to be the pickup for JDG, and apparently I'm just cursing RNG because I say, hey, look, RNG been able to find these nice fights. They've been able to utilize it effectively, but they immediately end up grouping up for Kanavi, and that gives the damage that they need. Now 6 kills towards Hope. Hope didn't get off to the best of starts, but this Lucian is starting to bring it back.
It really is, which is incredible to say when we were talking so heavily about Gala with the late game carry potential, but you're seeing the navigation of the fight. If it goes just right, Hope is able to get so much damage in, and this all started from RNG trying to look for a pick.
Yeah, and not realizing how many members of JDG were here. And again, look at the lineup here. Great wave spot for missing. Kanavi gets across several people, and Gala doesn't really get to be a part of this fight. Like, he's trying to use the Calibrum to the best of his ability over the side, but those aren't the guns you want for that kind of close quarter fight in choked up scenarios. And now Kanavi instantly sneaking in with the Cyclone.
Glacial Prison does not connect. There's the Destiny for Xiaohu to join the fight. Wei is on the back here too, and JDG, they're in some trouble here. They got to be real careful. 369 taking up the front though, and Yagao is finally here. They've gone back to the 5-man squad, and RNG don't want to go forward, but JDG, they want to go forward. They're trying to find out Breathe. He gets out with a nice little hop, skip, and a jump, and JDG, whew, it is so tight-knit, but you can see when JDG get a little bit of something, they continuously press the advantage. They try to upend RNG every time.
And this is what we saw from JDG against V5. They were able to slow down the pace of the game, find one or two good picks, find some of these good fights. And here, going on towards Gala is the best play for JDG. Gala is the damage source. This 3-item Aphelios needs to be able to carry the fights. But when Kanavi is able to slip in behind RNG, pick him off, you can see there's just no follow-up. You've got a 7-kill Nar, fantastic, but all you've got is the Black Cleaver and the Triforce. The rest of that is tank damage. Like, and with Wei being as squishy as he is with the Blade of the Rune King build, he needs to find the correct moments to go into fights to make sure he can get these resets, but you're not being given that opportunity by JDG.
You're really not, and that's that continued aggression we love to see. Also, something for both these teams to kind of keep an eye out on the rest of the game. Don't get funneled into chokes. I mean, I'm just saying, both of these teams have such powerful positioning abilities when you're in a tight area. It can go either way, and that's what we've kind of seen, how this game is still so back and forth just after 30 minutes in.
And JDG now have forced RNG into those chokes because no Mega Gnar available for Breathe.
Here you go again. Wei in some trouble there. Does get out of there afterwards, though, not having to utilize the flash or the Heartbreaker. That Glacial Prison from 369 we've seen be so crucial will not be available anymore.
And the thing is, although you have this Cloud Soul on towards JDG, it's not doing a huge amount for them in these fights. These fights are kind of just dictated by positioning, by being able to very quickly pick off one or two members on both sides. So for JDG, it is going to be looking at this Elder Dragon in 3 minutes time when we start that Baron buff and Elder dance. For JDG, giving a bit of room now towards RNG.
Wow.
Ward at the back of the pit will spot RNG starting this up. This is so dangerous now.
It's so dangerous. This could be an easy comeback into the game for JDG, but it's RNG that just wanted to pull the trigger, pull the bait, and JDG not falling for it just yet. Breathe, not going to be Mega Gnar, but 369 goes down. That's your front line. The Realm Warp coming out as a bait from Yagao. Now Xiaohu on the side. He has the rapid fire cannon. He finds it on to Kanavi, but they already get Wei turned back. Ooh, he doesn't die. Ming goes in for the engage. Tidal Wave back as the peel. And JDG, they're turning it around. Xiaohu on the side. He finally gets one down, but the bubble lands from missing. And RNG are dead to rights.
The president was down. Gala died. And with that JDG now, they can turn over towards this Baron. The fight, the turn was immaculate. And this is the reason JDG have taken down every other top team.
It is like clockwork. Every time they just find a way to take the fight. Here, Wei needs to find the hero play to continue RNG's success in this game. He's on the back of the pit. It's down about 3,000 health here. He's over the wall. Can Kanavi separate them? If a bubble lands, that's huge. But Wei, he has the tools to get over the wall. He has the flash. He's just buying time here. Here comes 369 over the side, though. It's going to be really, really low, and Wei just gets obliterated by Yagao.
I blinked and he was gone. Wei just disappeared after all that tension. But we're going to catch the replay here of this fight. So, nice job by the blue ward to spot out Xiaohu here for JDG. But 369 does go that little bit too far because Breathe, having now turned into Mega Gnar, means that JDG can't follow up. Xiaohu, Destiny's in, but can't get onto the key carries with the rapid fire. And here, Wei, we talked about how squishy this carry is for RNG. He's now out of the fight, and instantly Gala gets pounced on. Where everyone is forcing themselves in to kill the AD carry, because as long as he's down, you still have Ryze who can carry these fights. Kanavi's going to be able to carry the fight because Wei's already out of the picture, and JDG reading that fight spectacularly. Now with Baron, now with a potential flank for Kanavi, RNG need to be so careful.
JDG are 1,000 gold now down from RNG, where they were so much further just a little bit a while ago.
Oh, Kanavi.
369 though, he's on the side here. He will get spotted out by Wei. Kanavi taking a lot of damage from that one. Though breathe. Big Meganar ulti. Moonlight Vigil. Infernum is going to do work. Missing goes down, but it looks like JDG are still able to take this. Kanavi is back in the fight. Xiaohu is down, and JDG have turned it from rags to riches, and they take the lead. Oh, we got Wei going back in though, Kanavi. Wei, you don't want this. He's got the rest of his team there, and Wei goes down.
I mean, it's a disaster for RNG. JDG keep 4 members strong. Missing will give his life. As JDG, they don't care about the Elder. They've got Baron buff. They're gonna end the game.
They literally just turn it around in the blink of an eye. It is a huge game 1 victory for JDG, as RNG are still wondering what the hell just happened.
JDG have said they go to 3 to give them more practice. And my word is this practice paying off for them. Being able to bring back against RNG, one of the cleanest mid-game teams that we have in the LPL. And JDG were like, we don't care. We're stronger. Bringing these picks, bringing these fights. JDG, that was incredible.
What a delivery of the first game of this series. That, like, the energy is just popping out of my veins right now. I love to see the coolness of this JDG squad every time. Doesn't matter who they're up against or what they're up against. RNG had a 6K lead for like 90% of that game. And then a couple bad decisions. Xiaohu being on the TF and not something with a little bit more damage. All he had was to say, yellow card, go kill them, but they couldn't kill them. And JDG turn around huge fights with a bottom lane that we saw get put down in the dirt early on, and somehow they just navigate the fight so well and pull the rug out from underneath RNG.
And a huge amount of that was from Kanavi. We talked about in the early stages how Kanavi had managed to get 2 plates on the top side, a quick kill. He got accelerated towards this Divine Sunder, and he was the one killing Gala on the backline every single time. And you can see, like, there's not enough damage on RNG to try and follow through. You think, oh, well, a Viego. But it was a Viego that took a very squishy build that wasn't really able to get into a lot of these fights as effectively as Wei would have liked. Breathe as well. As per usual with Anar, was going for a much more tanky build, so it wasn't being the big standout carry, just even with the most damage on the team. And Kanavi very often finding Gala meant there was no real threat then coming through on RNG's side, and JDG can take these fights. And I mean, look at that goal grab.
Yeah,
it says it all.
It's crazy, man. That is crazy. I gotta screenshot that one for future use, because that is actually crazy. But I do want to hone in on something that was a little bit less outward in appearance, but something we talked about heavily at the beginning, and it is the influence that we saw from the mid lane, from Yagao up against Xiaohu. They were answering each other at that level 6 mark. They were constantly trying to find advantages for their team, but as a whole, at the end, like the separation, the damage difference between Yagao and Xiaohu, that's what made a difference in the mid lane. That's what made a difference in that potential Baron steal from Wei, where he just got obliterated from Yagao over the wall. And you wouldn't get that necessarily with the damage profile of the TF. So huge pickup for JDG in this one.
It also felt like Gala, unfortunately, just trying to bite off more than he can chew in a lot of these fights. Like, Gale forcing into the fights meant that it made it easier for Kanavi to sneak in onto the backline, right? And we saw that very consistently, that Gala was just being obliterated by this Wukong. And even, honestly, shout out to Hope as well, who was Gale, once Gala had been caught by Kanavi, was Gale forcing in to get a quick combo off with the Nami to burst out the Aphelios. So you could see JDG all kind of in sync, that one hive mind, that singular focus on kill the RNG AD carry really did pay dividends. And now I'm super excited to see what the story is going to be in game number 2, because already we can see RNG got a lead, and RNG phenomenal with a lead, but not good enough to take down JDG.
Not good enough in game 1. We'll see if they're good enough in game 2. We got to take a little break, get some relaxation in before we get right back to this competitive series. JDG versus RNG right after this.
G'day again, everyone. It's Hysterics here, your favourite LPL English shoutcaster, here to bring you yet another Speak in LPL. Maybe you guys know the meaning of this word already. That's pentakill. When the enemy finally gets that 5th and final kill, the casters shout, "Woo-sha!" The emotion that comes from it is the build-up of the anticipation. Woo-sha! In addition, words like first blood, 一血, double kill, 双杀, triple kill, 三杀, quadra kill, 四杀, pentakill, 五杀。
拿下了1血，再拿到一个双杀，拿到一个3杀，收获了一个4杀，一比哥拿到5杀。
If you see a play that is absolutely bonkers, then you can type a series of 6s in the chat, the comments, or even the barrage. Can you remember all that? If so, I want you to go 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 for this episode of Speak in LPL.
RNG 选手的话比较聪明，然后操作也挺好，然后跟中单的配合也是挺好的，所以我要注意这3点吧。如果我们要赢 RNG 的话，我们要注意配合跟那个效率配合吧，因为他们4个人的配合玩的特别厉害，所以要注意这个配合吧。
Welcome back to the LPL as we are neck deep into our second series of the night. Our match of the week, JDG versus RNG. Here they're needing to focus on RNG's mid-jungle duo. Well, hey, working out pretty well for them in game number 1. Even if it was they had me in the first half situation, it is obviously a big triumphant win for JDG as a whole, but also an MVP for Kanavi.
And Kanavi well deserved it. We talked about already how like getting this early Divine Sunder made team fights far better for Kanavi, and he used that to single-mindedly kill Gala at every opportunity that he had. And we keep an eye on these fights because I think the way Kanavi approached these fights was super interesting, because usually we see the Wukong as like an engage tool, right? But I think Kanavi almost approached these fights as more of as an assassin. Seeing the fact that he got this early lead, he knew his damage potential. I was like, right, as long as I can use this decoy to position myself for fights, I'm going to be in a great spot and get access to the AD carry, so then I can actually turn these plays around.
And it was moments like this where a lot of RNG were having some troubles, even if they were wins across the map, but it's just the mental know-how for JDG and for Kanavi a lot of the time for these flanks, for these catch-outs, and again, for that focus onto Gala.
I can see how much damage was there, especially when you get Hope into the mix as well with the Gale Force, the electrocute from the Nami, everything else. And you can see, like, you're waiting so long as Kanavi here, but the second Gala goes in with the Gale Force, that's when Kanavi's striking. And we saw it every single time that Gala would try and position for these fights, following up on engages that he thought were safe with RNG, but that Assassin Monkey causing way too many issues. Again, we're going to see it here. Kanavi playing off to the sides, and right as Gala goes in for the Gale Force, again, Kanavi ends up coming in off the backside of this to catch him out. Great engage here from Breathe. Then that's when Kanavi strikes with the Cyclone once more and gets access to Gala. It makes it so hard for Gala to play these fights.
And somehow Hope is just in the middle of it all, just dashing down Lucian, taking him out one by one. I think you get to see a lot of that praise we were giving to JDG, that in every situation you still have to find a way to put them down, because even in a game when you're 6, 7, 8,000 gold up, they find a way to come back in terms of picking apart fights, knowing where their win conditions are. And I know that's something you majorly highlighted against V5, but it's something that we're starting to see a little bit consistent, right? Like they are adapting in the games and making sure that they know what their win conditions and their structure should be.
And we saw it in this game where they were taking those fights a lot around these close quarter jungle routes and that kind of stuff. So they were able to play off of the AoE they had. The Cyclone, the Rise damage, hell, even the Q coming off from Hope, missing having these great tidal waves. It just made it far easier for them to play around the advantages that they had. Because when you look across at RNG, apart from Breathe, a lot of it much more single target damage orientated. So really good job from JDG to understand how to try and play these fights a little bit smoother and just take it against RNG. And now we're going to have to see what RNG can bring to the table. Because as we said, we're looking at a tale of two teams here. Team 1, RNG, haven't beat any of the top teams. They've lost to V5, they've lost to top Esports, and now they're one down against JDG. And JDG looking to have the 3-piece against all of the other top teams in the league. So it's kind of a case of, can RNG now strike back despite having lost game 1 with a 6k gold lead?
Question for you then, Dagda. If JDG do this, does that cement them in your head, in Ox's head? Because I know you were talking about the top 4, right? And you don't necessarily throw JDG in that conversation, but if they take down all 3 of the other top teams, do you feel like they've kind of proven themselves the late game season?
I think it's the manner in which they've now beaten V5 and this game against RNG that makes it very hard to deny that. Because the biggest question mark for us was like, hey, look, can you guys actually play from behind? Because every time we've seen you guys fall behind, you just throw people at the problem in the hopes it fixes itself. Sometimes it does, 99% of the time it doesn't. And that's why we're seeing JDG go to that game 3 so consistently. But now the fact that they fell behind in game 1 versus V5 astronomically and bring it back with smart decision making. Same in game 2 where they find a bunch of these picks. Now against RNG in game 1 as well. Against specifically RNG as well. It is incredibly impressive to be able to do that. So I think from JDG's perspective, if they can now beat RNG again, it feels very hard to deny that they are top 4, if not, well, honestly, top 2 in the league right now.
Yeah, that's the biggest question mark on everybody's minds. Like, how high can this JDG team go? Well, they will be on a high because they'll be on the blue side this time around. RNG on the red side. We do see the Ari ban and the Sivir ban for JDG, though, and the typical ADC ban of Zeri coming through from RNG, but they also banned that Kalista.
I feel like red side is just going to be so valuable here for RNG, though, because, again, you kind of get to see the Poppy Wukong potential trade-off here. If you ban the Poppy, Talia is now off the board. Maybe they look at the Lissandra again here for Xiaohu and try and get him onto something where he's a bit more comfortable. The TF just wasn't the pick against the Rise. You could see he really struggled to have an impact on this Twisted Fate. And then when you got towards the team fights, the Rise was just able to do more oftentimes in those fights, despite the fact that Yagao was set so far behind in the early point of the game. But let's see exactly what the plan is here for RNG. Is Poppy the ban? Are they going to let themselves get that one through?
That's a little scary. I wonder if Kanavi just goes ahead and picks that one up right now. That Renata pickup or ban, at least by RNG, is the last one for themselves. But I have to say, with a lot of the pieces still on the board, we saw a lot of that focus from JDG towards Xiaohu. We see that again here with the Ari and the Talia ban. We'll see if the Lissandra actually comes out for Xiaohu, but it will be the Aphelios. First pick for JDG.
So it feels like Poppy inevitable here for Wade to start coming through. Maybe they also go back towards the Gnar for Breathe, knowing that that big pick is open. But it does mean that at least coming into this next rotation, it makes it easier for JDG to go, right, we're going to take the... we're going to take our jungler, we're going to take our support, and we're going to be in a good spot. And it feels like RNG at least looking at this going, hey, Lucian Nami, we're going to try and go towards this. I still think you have to take the Poppy in this next rotation. But it does mean for JDG, you can actually go, hey, I'll take jungle here for Kanavi, and I'll take the support, or the something like a mid lane, or even the Gnar for 369, and then make things really uncomfortable for RNG. And looks like that's why RNG not willing to just go for this jungle pick off rip, because they know that you have to try and match a lot of what JDG are bringing.
Man, all right. Well, this gives the pick of the litter to JDG. They could go for that Poppy that we've been seeing rising in priority, but Kanavi obviously has a lot of comfort picks still on the table, right? The Wukong is still available. We got to see last time around. The Viego obviously still on the table. We still have the Lee Sin as well, but it will be the Wukong locked in for the Monkey King himself, Kanavi, and Lulu to go with the Aphelios.
I feel like you do take the Poppy here for Wei, though. Like, the Lulu is nice to be able to try and match some of the early game damage. The early game push, I should say, from RNG, but they're still going to be winning out massively on that bottom side of the map. You now end up with a Poppy, which is great into Kanavi on the Wukong, so it makes things a little bit more difficult for Kanavi to have the same impact he did in that MVP performance in Game 1. And again, we're going to start moving on now to see exactly what the plan is here for this top and also for the mid. I imagine JDG go with the Gnar ban just to prevent Breathe grabbing that blind on this next rotation.
I expect so. Some of those power picks definitely don't want to be let through, and especially when you're looking at RNG, because I think they give themselves a lot more of that continuation early game prowess, where we were seeing them take the early game advantages, even if it wasn't exactly through Xiaohu and Gala. We were still seeing them find those resources early, but it was that transition to the mid to late game, those big team fights, that was their bane. And with this one, I feel like the bar of execution on that bottom lane a little bit high, but we saw obviously what Hope and Missing did with the combo into the later game last game. So very excited to see what the RNG bottom lane will be able to do with this one. But it's the LeBlanc ban and the Galio ban. So more focused on the mid lane. Lissandra is still up on the table, but I would expect that last ban for JDG could be that one.
I think JDG are imagining, hey, look, if Lissandra tries to go in, we have in the Whimsy to try and prevent a lot of that follow-up very, very quickly, and maybe we can deal with the Lissandra. But you still have to be quite careful of that, because it does deny that ability from the likes of the Aphelios. So still going to be a little bit curious to see if they do just go with the Lissandra ban. But definitely on RNG side, they need engage. So if you're looking at a Lissandra, if you're looking at something along these lines, that is going to be the way that you start off a lot of these fights, especially with the Talia and the Ari gone. And if Breathe goes towards the Gnar, you still want something else to just kind of definitively get these fights started.
What do you think about the Sejuani ban? Throw it in there at the last little second. Take that away from 369. Also, the setup there.
It could work, especially if Breed isn't actually going to go towards the Gnar in the manner that we're thinking. He may actually just be eyeing up a Gangplank pick. He could just go, hey, I'm going to ult on top of this Aphelios, make life incredibly uncomfortable. But it looks like it will just be the Gnar. So I was surprised, because Breed looked spectacular in that matchup in the last time. So maybe just thinking, hey, we just don't want more engage for JDG here. Silas hovered here for Yagao. There's some really strong picks, or sorry, some really strong ultimates on RNG's side, so maybe Yagao is just willing to bring out the blind Silas.
That would be incredible because, you know, like you said, a lot of tools available for him. But I would like to see it just because it gives you that playability into the mid lane as well as the rest of the lane, the facilitation that we wanted to see from Yagao, and it'll be locked in for themselves. So they'll get the Silas, and now they're trying to figure out what they want to take into the top lane against this Gnar for 369.
He's going to bring out the Kennen. I like this matchup into the Gnar because oftentimes you can try and play with a little bit more range into the mini Gnar. And if you ever jump in aggressively as Gnar, you got the CC chain coming through from Kennen. So JDG playing an incredibly short range composition that all wants to jump in onto your face. Looks like Xiaohu and Wei are like, we don't like that. So they're going to bring out the Steadfast Presence, maybe looking towards the Azir here as well with the Emperor's Divide. But
double scoop.
Yeah.
Double scoop.
Yeah, the problem, though, is that you're kind of looking at RNG going, hey, we have a bit of a split identity here. Late game scaling in the Azir. We have a strong bot lane we would like to play around, but don't really have the mid laner try and do that. At least into the Silas, you can get a decent amount of push, and maybe you can look to roam, but you still have to be so incredibly careful just with the strength of Kanavi and Yagao on this 2v2.
I gotta say, though, as well as looking at that a little bit more, it's also just like the amount of options Yagao has on the Silas to take away from RNG. I mean, I'm looking at bar of execution being mighty high right now for RNG, and especially seeing what the focus looks like, right? We got to see Wei pilot a lot of maps. Some of the skirmishing came out between these two junglers, what we said at the beginning. But I think going into this next game, a lot of the pressure relies on the jungle, the mid, how those synergies work, and who gets the advantage in bottom lane at this point.
Yeah, it definitely feels like for JDG, they have ways to shut down what RNG want to do. They have the stronger mid jungle. They can try and lean into that bottom side with Kanavi as well on this Wukong. And if you ever misstep here as the Lucian and the Nami, you're not going to be in a good spot. Also, Lucian Nami needs to play hyper aggressive in this lane to get the advantages. And that's what we saw Hope and Missing struggle in the last game with, was that they just weren't able to play as aggressive because RNG had a good amount of control on that bot side. So looking at this, it feels like this is going to be a case of, can JDG find some of these early advantages to bypass Xiaohu's Azir in the late game? Or is it going to be a case of RNG can facilitate Gala and Ming on this bot side and then get to these late game team fights where they're strong?
Gotta see what comes out. Can RNG push us the distance in this match of the week? JDG one step away from cleaning up a 2-0 victory over RNG here. We'll see where the volatility lies. We'll see where the leads lie and where the comebacks potentially come through, as we got to see JDG, a miraculous one in game number 1. They definitely want to keep that momentum strong.
These team fights are going to be insane. Like, there's so many different angles of attack JDG can take, with like Yagao coming in with maybe a Mega Gnar ultimate, Kanavi trying to flank with a Cyclone, 369 with his own ults, Breathe maybe feeling the worst of that here as he gets engaged on.
Yagao tries to get over the wall there, barely misses the abduct. Oh, that would have been bad for Breathe.
But I think it gives a good example of what can happen, right? You have 369 comes in from one direction, Yagao another, Kanavi another. You've got like Ming, who's got to try and prevent one angle, Xiaohu to prevent another, Wei to try and get another. Like, there are so many moving parts in this fight that one mistake, one slip in the cracks can break open that team fight in either direction. And especially when we saw how crazy the team fights were in the last game, I'm all for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the Kennen matchup on the top side. I definitely want to keep a side eye on that one. But as you said, it's all about the bottom at this point. And Kanavi going for a level 2 potentially here against Gala and Ming. Would be an interesting choice here. Might put him behind, but they could also get a big advantage for Hope and Missing. They're going to go for it on Gala. They will get a little bit of damage, the exhaust and the flash used. So a lot of summoner spells there. I don't know if they needed to use both of them, Dagda.
I mean, they were going to take a heap of damage, and I think protecting your health bar is incredibly important here as Gala, because you know that you're going to be under a lot of harass here from Hope and Missing, and you need to be able to try and keep pushing this wave forward. Wei, though, now going to come over the wall. Smite is available for both junglers here, and Azir has pushed in mid.
Kanavi has to back off this blue buff a little bit more. He's trying to get the range on it here, but Kanavi does get the blue buff stolen. And that's huge to turn around the fight as well. Ming rather has to come from the lane just to get a heal onto Wei, but Missing right here to back up his jungler. And this is what we could see some of last game as well.
Yeah, the level advantage in the bot side helping JDG. The push in mid, though, means that Kanavi will actually just back away, fearful that the Azir is going to come across, so won't be able to steal away the Gromp, but definitely interrupting Wei, slowing him down, as both junglers are still going to be level 2 for the moment. But this is already starting off with JDG trying to abuse this bot side of the map and making sure Gala and Ming can't be comfortable with the Lucian Nami matchup.
I want to talk about this mid lane a little bit here, Dagda, because we're getting a different shade of Xiaohu in this one than we did in game number 1, where in game 1, absolutely the utility facilitator in the mid lane. This time he's taking a little bit more onus for the carry on himself. We're seeing this push in mid lane is keeping priority for RNG, making it easier to go into these skirmishes here as Wei and Kanavi will go at it. Kanavi, I don't know why he chose to take this fight as Xiaohu tries to go over the wall. Kanavi in some trouble here though. Kanavi goes down to first blood. That'll be Wei on the board. Yagao will soon join him as well. Xiaohu can't get over the wall just yet though. Okay, so it'll just be first blood to RNG.
In the words of Tyler 1, you have no mana! Yagao's going for the fight and he's got nothing left in the tank. So even though Kanavi's trying to find these engages, because Yagao has been trying so desperately to keep that mid wave from crashing against Xiaohu, he doesn't have any of the tools available to try and bring back this fight. And that's just massive mistakes from Kanavi, giving the kill over towards Wei and getting him back into this jungle matchup.
And that just means the Poppy, we've seen it so many times before, is just so controlling when it comes to the jungle matchup. And now they can go bottom lane as well. We'll spot out that ward there, clear that. Actually, won't clear that one out. It was trying to potentially wrap around towards bottom lane. We'll get the back off there, though. But that Poppy unlocking is so huge and kind of what we saw trying to be in game number 1 when you know, a little bit of a lead early on meant a lot.
And I was about to go back to the point you were talking about, Mazel, which was like that mid lane matchup, right? Where, ooh, actually Xiaohu will get caught, but he'll be fine. Kind of talking about how Xiaohu on this Azir is a very different take for them because he's only got a 20% win rate on this champion because RNG need him to be a facilitator, but he's not going to be right now.
A lot of CC here as well. Xiaohu bites the dust.
I mean, just great play from JDG to abuse the 2v2. This is why I was about to say, like, you don't actually get to see Xiaohu doing well in this matchup because you can't support the 2v2. Is Wei gonna die?
Yagao is just going ham right now in the mid lane. Oh my goodness. I love to see it.
Yeah, cooldown's now about to come up. Chain Lash is the main ability that Yagao is maxing, so not going for the Kingslayer max. So a lot more poke, a lot more ability to try and land some of this long-range damage, which will help him clearing out these waves and keeping Xiaohu honest. But great job thus far from JDG, using the strong mid jungle that we were talking about. Just unfortunate that they don't get it on that level 1. And now Yagao will be in a spot where he can try and follow up on a ton of these plays that JDG are trying to make and breathe about to feel that.
He's in some trouble in top side as well. Kanavi not going to have a big advantage there by himself against Breathe, but they'll get the tower plates for 369 and no help coming for Breathe anytime soon.
I mean, what do you even try and do here as Breathe, right? Like, you've got Poppy on towards the dragon, as he talked about. Yagao has already made sure that it's hard for Xiaohu to roam. Xiaohu now only roaming, but walks directly over a pink ward, and that means that JDG would just signal their retreat. So overall, JDG doing a good job thus far. And RNG, again, without that strong mid-jungle, the early game looks a hell of a lot worse.
But again, I also want to harken back to the first game because we were talking so much about the bottom lane, especially for RNG in this one, but more so the combo of the Lucian Nami to get the advantage early. But that's something that we didn't get last game for JDG, and they still were able to pull out those big team fights. So it's a lot about the execution, the spacing that we brought up so heavily in game number 1, playing into this game number 2, and especially playing towards Ming and Gala.
The problem for Ming and Gala, though, is like you want to be abusing these early stages, especially when the Gale Force gets completed for Gala. But with the way this matchup is going, you can see Yagao, he's gotten to a stage where he's able to push pretty okay against the Azir with the Chain Lash max here on the Silas. You've got Kanavi, who's abusing the fact that he does have the Wukong in a stronger matchup in the early stages to actually keep making these plays. Looks like they might even be looking for an evade.
There's red and white Gala. You know not to fight, but he did anyways, and he had to flash out. Ming might be in some trouble too. Oh, Sushi not going to be caught up this time. RNG make it out by the skin of their teeth, but JDG now move into their bottom side jungle.
Yeah, no cleanse used by Gala, so not actually able to kind of stick around as easy as you would like. You're not actually getting value from that summoner spell on the bot side because Missing's running heal, so the instant cleanse on Hope means that they just have the summoner spell advantage in that bottom side with the heal, and Gala kind of feeling the brunt of that as now RNG try to move down, but the blue buff, it's already been taken. JDG have got away with this.
What a massive difference in pace of play it feels like from JDG, right? You can talk about the side swap, you can talk about differences in draft game 1 to game 2, but this is something we weren't seeing at all in game 1, right? They were trying to respond a lot of the time to where RNG were getting a lot of advantages, but they're keeping the pace of play up. They're taking those aggressive stances that we started to see them take in the later half of that first game.
And now they're going to continue to use that. Invade on bot, get push in for Hope, Missing. Great. You know what's up? Rift Herald. Let's rotate our bot lane up towards this objective. You got Yagao with the Azir ultimate as well, which means he's bringing just as much threat to these fights as Xiaohu with ultimates, but more so when it comes towards the fact that this Silas just hits like a truck. And once he gets towards the 7-8 mark and works so well in these early skirmishes. Wei will be spotted here as we'll have
Level
6.
6.
Kanavi does not, which is very important.
He wanted to try to get that sneaky keeper's verdict there, but he might have found himself a sneaky death here as Wei has to pop the steadfast presence to stop anything else. Maelstrom at the top lane, though. Breed not having any close to Meganar. In some trouble here. Kanavi flash forward from 369, though. Breed, nice little sidestep there. And won't dodge just yet, but Kanavi comes in and seals the deal.
A lot of damage, though, when Wei is in the area, so can he find the monkey?
Oh, he's smited. He's got a lot of healing there, but the Cyclone not going to be enough just yet.
Wait a second.
Doesn't
Kanavi
get
wins
the
this.
back into it. Kanavi, can he find it? Kanavi! So low for the king of the jungle!
Dodges left, dodges right, hook, line, and sinker. Kanavi will find Wei, and now the instant placement of this Rift Tower to try and get the tower. It won't get the charge off before the TP hits, but Breed will be left struggling with very low health on this top lane turret. JDG, they're running away with this early.
Man, the struggle bus took a nice long stop in top lane and made sure to give Breed some extra snacks there, because it is not looking good for RNG as parts of the map are just starting to crumble. Yagao delivered straight to Wei, who is waiting on the other side. Keeper's verdict from Yagao will knock him out of there, and a flash from Yagao gets him out of there.
Good flash from Yagao to keep himself safe, but tried to bite off more than he could chew. Now, Xiaohu will have the push in mid, but relatively low on mana means it doesn't really feel like he can try and make any sort of play on the map, but we're going to catch the replay here. 369. Great job here to get on towards Breed. Breed trying to come down to help out, but Mininar form for the longest of times means 369 is able to abuse it. Doesn't quite get the solo kill. Would have loved to land that Q, but Kanavi coming over the wall is fantastic. And now this is where Wukong's healing comes through. Red buff, the smite, the passive healing as well is so much, and just the fact that you have this level 6. This is literally the strongest point of the game for Wukong.
Yeah.
We can turn everything around, being able to dodge away from all these abilities with the Cyclone. And again, whoa, bot side, RNG at least strike back.
They do. They get at least a kill onto Gala, which is huge. They lose their topside tower, though, and RNG putting all the eggs in bottom lane now. Missing, takes a lot of his health chunk there. Kanavi is here right around the corner, though.
2-level advantage for Kanavi right now. Thanks to those kills on the top side, thanks to the fact that he's been able to steal away a ton of these camps, and he's already got that Divine Sunder as well. So Kanavi, a massive threat if he can get the angle once more in these fights onto the back line. And this is what we're talking about now for JDG. Mid-game spiking coming in hard with mythics completed on this mid-jungle. Dragons starting to go in their favor as we get the replay of this kill coming in onto the bot side. But you have to be so careful as RNG, because every single angle of attack is going to be so difficult to deal with now, because these 3 members of JDG on the top side are hunting for you desperately.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. And now that 369 is just unlocked, you saw he was ready to go in onto Xiaohu in the mid lane there. He was ready to pull the trigger and get a kill. And I think that now that so much pressure has been given to JDG in the top side, they can just utilize 369 so much more to set up these skirmishes. That is a scary Kennen. Even if nothing has happened up there, it's still the kit that you have to worry about. Miguel going in to steal the tidal wave there, and an Everfrost cheekily onto Wei. Nice confidence coming out for the JDG mid laner.
Won't be able to get the plate on mid though, and with only a minute and a half until those turret plates fall, it feels like they won't be able to, well, might be able to get over the next little bit of time, but certainly JDG won't be able to try and abuse any more of these lanes to get much more gold in their favor. But I mean, they're pretty happy with the way things have gone. Having this 3k gold lead for themselves, or 2k gold lead for themselves, being able to get control over river, look for skirmishes. Bot lane is going great for them. Like, they're in a spot where they can, well, maybe actually look to continue punishing on this bottom side. But I love how we're seeing Kanavi and Yagao link up so well together and keeping RNG in check.
Trying to collapse on the breathe here now, though, as well as Kanavi's just running around the map. Oh, bottom lane, Gala going in. There's the Gale Force. Hope heals up so much from that Severa Moonlight Vigil. He has to flash away, though. Gala trying to chase down, missing now. The exhaust comes down from Ming. They might be able to get this Lulu, but the flash comes out. And RNG try their darndest, get that bottom lane push, but they don't get it. Wei wants to make good on their early efforts, but he's all by himself, and it's a 1v2 still. Let's back away.
That's the Gale Force diff we were talking about earlier, though. As second Gala has that completed, they can abuse the bot side. Yagao now wants to catch Wei overextended.
They're staying too long. The tidal wave comes through, and Wei, you're caught out here. The Abscond of Duck, but the nice steadfast presence back. Xiaohu caught here on the transition by Kanavi, and that what ability just took Xiaohu down a quarter of his health.
Hey, Divine Sunder on this Wukong is a hard one to deal with, as Xiaohu will just walk away. 369 getting control of the top side. This is JDG trying to abuse their leads across the board. And again, this is why it's become so hard for Gala and Ming to actually properly force themselves into the advantageous position on the bot side, because 369 is here. Or sorry, because Yagao and Kanavi are there consistently. As 369 looks to play Xiaohu.
Just constantly wants to get Xiaohu.
Oh my god.
Yeah. He was looking for that one earlier. Didn't find it. He's like, okay, this time I'm just going to at least get some damage onto Xiaohu.
And I love the way 369 is playing this, right? He has push in top. This is where you are looking at Breed trying to freeze the wave, but it does open up 369 to try and look for these quick plays in mid lane. Rift Tower going to be up in 20 seconds, so JDG looking to get control again over the mid lane. Breed will push out top side, try and get his Mega Narbar in check. But I don't even know how RNG are supposed to try and fight this. You do have the Gale Force and the Lucian, the culling up very soon. Maybe that's your win con for these fights. But when you've got so many different angles of attack coming through for JDG, so many spikes being hit by this team as well, I just don't know if you can contest.
That's the hardest part. Yeah, it's just starting to get a little bit of a dark tunnel in the distance. But 369 nicely dodging out of Breeze's engagement there. Seeing the massive gold difference in the top lane, but massive gold difference pretty much in the top side of the map for JDG, looking at Kanavi and 369. But want to harken back to game one again, right? We've done it a lot. This is kind of the setup RNG were in last game. They had the advantage through the top and jungle. We're able to do it a little bit different this time around with JDG's execution.
Yeah, it was so dark on the map on that top side for RNG. They will just back away. So JDG.
Wei trying to find it onto Hope. Missing in trouble here, though. Tidal Wave goes out. Yagao has the Emperor's Divide there. Breed not having Meganar. 369 wanted to find him, but doesn't find him indeed. And RNG just tried to push out that mid lane and move into JDG here. Missing, taking the culling. Emperor's Divide back, and RNG have found it. They get a quick double kill.
Great pick for RNG, especially just ahead of the dragon as well. Means that they should be able to get this mid lane turret. 369 has started to move back towards the top side, and Xiaohu just clips the JDG bot lane as they're looking for the retreat. That could be a bit of an answer now for RNG to get control back in this game.
Gonna take down the tower here. Everfrost connects there, and Cyclone back. Kanavi's trying to find the back line. He's all by himself, though. I don't know if that's what you want to do. Yagao tries to use the Emperor's Divide, doesn't find it. 369, flash again. He'll get one. He's trying to find Ming, but can't get him. Now Xiaohu's on to him, and Breathe has TP'd into the fight. JDG have found themselves duped and dusted again.
And they keep throwing members at this fight, trying to see if they can fix it, but RNG have the advantage. Breathe.
They're just dead. Hey, classic JDG fashion. They're bringing us the 3 games, it seems like, and RNG are capitalizing.
I mean, they get to turn back towards the dragon. Several kills now going over to RNG means that the gold is equaled up beautifully. And just like that, JDG, 1 or 2 mistakes bring RNG back into it.
Big mistakes, too. Not mistakes you would want to see JDG make in these situations, but it's great capitalization from RNG. Again, we go back to the conversation of you cannot let these small mistakes be your downfall against top teams, and against RNG, they will capitalize on it.
And it was a really nice pick from RNG to start things off. Catching Hope, catching Missing, 369 has started to move back top, and Kanavi can't really look for the engage. But then Yagao getting caught here by the bubble, and also then with the steadfast presence. Kanavi going way too deep, trying to save his mid laner as well. And then 369, yes, you get one back, but great bubble for Ming here. Means that you don't actually get the kill on towards the Nami, so you get one kill here for JDG after losing again now 369 on the back of this, and even more as Breathe continues to follow up on the play.
And that second dragon will help RNG secure some late game win conditions here as we have a Mountain Soul on the Rift. JDG, though, have found a propensity to take some of these fights, though, and especially utilizing 369 in the right situation could mean the difference in these fights back and forth. But so far, RNG have been able to navigate them very well, and you get another tower taken down by RNG at the side lane for Breathe, and the item completions keep on rolling.
It looks like JDG, at least for the moment, are trying to use the fact Yagao has the advantage in a 1v1 in the side lane against Xiaohu to try and force in these waves, maybe look for moments to continue getting vision down, look for numbers advantages, and it looks like Kanavi trying to see if he can use that now that Yagao has pushed in top and rotated all the way down to create this numbered advantage on bot side with no TP for Xiaohu. So for RNG, they will have to back away from this tower.
5 members, oh my god. You just saw Missing there walking around, but little did you know, there's 4 other sharks right around the corner. It will be the tower taken down, though. So JDG even that up, Breeze. Trying to stop a little bit of shenanigans there as RNG are now collapsing around JDG, who have seemingly stayed too long. I don't understand how you go back for this fight after you've already completed the back for another member of the team. They're trying to get the tidal wave out. They don't even get Breathe. And now 369, he doesn't have anything but the Slicing Maelstrom. Hope on the other side can't get the Gale Force. And now 369 goes forward, but he's taken out by the calling of Gala.
It's a disaster for JDG. They reset on the ward, which means RNG realize they have the advantage. Rift Tower needs to be popped now by Kanavi to try and salvage the play and salvage some value from this Rift Tower. But you can see they wanted to use it mid. They wanted to reset, get to mid lane, but RNG's ward the MVP in that play.
Rift Herald used by Kanavi just as a last-ditch effort here. Don't think it's actually going to get the charge off. So just a lot of blunders from JDG. Honestly, it's shocking to see how badly they fumbled these kinds of moments, but it's honestly all on RNG to capitalize, and they've done so beautifully. Like, they literally just finished taking a little bit of aggression bottom lane. They try to go on to Breathe, but the rest of the team is right here.
Yeah, they saw that they were going to be able to make this play because the TP from Yagao top, no push in mid, Hope isn't here. So RNG just trying to play off the fact that they have that advantage for themselves. And JDG, unfortunately, 369 takes that step too far and ends up paying for it. And now JDG looking again to keep bashing their heads against these plays.
Apparently, they just want to keep going. Gao, big Emperor's Divide, but he's already dead off the play. Ming will go down shortly after. Kanavi gets the kill on that one. It'll just be a trade 1-for-1. I think he'll take that.
JDG are hovering around this barn, but I don't think they can really go for it right now. RNG as well, trying to get control over River. Dragon is in a minute's time. TP for Breed means he's going to move up towards top. So JDG trying to utilize the fact that they can maybe make picks happen here before this Dragon happens, but not quite able to get into position. Xiaohu will move back down to the bot side. So overall, or again, like very much JDG kind of slamming their heads against RNG, hoping to crack it open, but it's just not happening for them right now.
It really isn't. It's been the fact that they were like unrelentingly just smashing their head into it, trying to make it work, is another interesting approach to the situation for JDG. But I think it's something that we want to see Kanavi succeed, right? He's trying to take some of these extra advantages, but it's all about the setup. And if you get the right flank for 369, he'll blow you up. And Ming knows firsthand now, but he's already used his kit, which means he'll die too.
I mean, support for top laner, you take that as RNG. Now you don't have to worry about a flank coming through from the cannon, so you only really have to worry about Yagao and Kanavi. Yagao won't have the Zero Ultimate available for this fight though, so it really is just Kanavi that you're trying to keep an eye on.
It's like extra aggression from JDG that's just coming out of nowhere. Big Infernum, but they're just getting taken out one by one. Like, this is a catastrophe for JDG. They just keep taking fights that they seemingly don't need to take, and then they get taken out by RNG. This will be third dragon for them as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's the whole point now for RNG, and this is just bizarre from JDG. I mean, the second we praised them saying, hey, look, they've turned over a new leaf. They can play from behind. They can play it smart. It's just been very sloppy from this JDG lineup. You have Hope, who's still sitting on, not even sitting on a second item, so he needs time to scale up. You've got Missing, who's in a great spot. Xiao, who's been able to pick up a bunch of kills. And even here as well, you can see like JDG's Kanavi is the only person RNG are focusing on here, because they already know steadfast presence in the front line, the ability to get Yagao out of the equation. They can finish with Kanavi, and then how do you follow up here as JDG? You're already at a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, the biggest strangity for me has just been Kanavi's willingness to go in on anybody he sees, no matter what. Doesn't matter how many teammates they have, he's just going forward. And I think that's an interesting approach on the Wukong in the second game in a row for him, but it's also leading to RNG really finding a hold in this game. And Wei on the Poppy is delivering a lot of the resources we wanted to see for the carries of RNG. Now they're able to move in a lot of the fluid ways we wanted them to have in game one. And the Sazir is starting to turn up aces as we crest into the middle to late game.
And that's the thing, last year, or last split even, it was Viego for Wei that we were all excited about. It seems like Poppy's now his new comfort pick here coming into summer. He's got his hands on it. He's doing great at keeping JDG out of the equation. But again, I want to see a 5v5 for JDG, because we said like so many angles of attack, really cool interactions in the way that these two teams will face up, but we've never really gotten it. It's stragglers of JDG being picked off. They keep trying to find these weird moments, and Missing's gone.
He goes with the wild growth though. Yagao and Kanavi on the side, TPing for JDG, but it's responded to by RNG. Missing very, very low. Big slicing Maelstrom. Doesn't have the damage, though. Ming doesn't die. Oh, he finally does. But it's RNG moving forward. Big Cyclone from Kanavi. Emperor's Divide from Yagao. Hope flashes out of his own Emperor's Divide. But it's RNG that separate the fight and take down JDG.
RNG will pick off Hope at the back of this. Michelle, who will not die for his efforts. Just about able to get out from underneath the tower.
That's an ace.
Breathe finishes off Yagao. It's the ace for RNG, and it's the Baron to boot.
Just strangities, and JDG just seemingly will themselves to 3 games every single time it's available. And RNG will take that whole-handedly every single time. You throw us the ball, well, we'll take it and we'll score with it, because RNG take down the Baron, they'll take down the full ace fight, and they'll take firm control of this game too.
And you can see here Gala just abusing the fact the Gale Force and the Culling is so much damage. Great steadfast presence from Wei, stops Yagao. Also connects with Kanavi as he tries to dash in as well. And 369 did try his best to get in towards this fight, but there's just no follow-up there. Even with Kanavi having a great ultimate here, it's resolved by Xiaohu going in, getting one in return, getting the Sun Disc up as well to stop Hope from being able to try and follow through here. And again, the AD carry difference, not in the way that they're playing, but in items and also in the champion spike, is just very relevant for RNG.
Really relevant, and it's working out beautifully for them. They continue to side lane pressure as they push Xiaohu in the bottom lane. Gala and Ming in the mid lane, taking down the tower easily. They'll bring Wei into the mid lane as well. They still have Baron for another 2 minutes, and this will be some serious lasting damage as now Yagao will finally back and try to join the team.
They don't even have to do lasting damage. With Dragon in a minute and a half, all they have to do is like keep JDG in their base, deny them vision, and then make sure that JDG can't find a fight at Dragon or even contest it. So for RNG, it's slow and steady right now. If they crack the base, great. If not, it's still a win.
They're trying to find Xiaohu, though. They're trying to get him in the back. The Emperor's Divide, though. Yagao, nicely done. The Meganar ulti didn't really do much here. Kanavi's still there. JDG just committing to the fight here. Moonlight Vigil does connect to Gravitum's land, but that's the Wombo combo for Breathe, and RNG are going to put him in the dust here. 369 with the Maelstrom. It's not enough. Neither is Hope, and Missing has gone missing. RNG push JDG to game 3 in dominant fashion. This will be a 27-minute stop.
So many mistakes from JDG, and RNG will scoop them up with happy hands. Game 3 on the cards in our match of the week. RNG have not beaten a top team. JDG have not lost to one, and this is going to be the decider.
It all comes down to one final game between these two teams. Pride on the line, top of the table on the line for JDG, but that pride for RNG, as you said, not being able to take down the likes of Top Esports, V5, but if they could nail home a victory against JDG, that is a huge boon for themselves. And honestly, JDG, maybe they'll start questioning that 3-game theory they have or whatever it is, because, man, the stark difference we see in some of these games from JDG is just night and day. It's like they put blinders on or something.
Yagao said it was because they like to have extra practice. I think it's good to have extra practice against maybe teams like Rare Atom, like LGD. You know, maybe try and figure out some funky stuff there. Teams like RNG, you probably don't want to go to 3 games because they are a terrifying team. And it looks like we'll have to see if JDG can try and keep that team at bay coming into game number 3, because JDG actually started off this game well. Great play through the mid-jungle. Yagao and Kanavi look great with this Silas and Wukong. Managing to find these early skirmishes, getting early dragons, invading into the enemy side, like keeping Wei in check. This was great.
I will also
then weird decision-making.
Yeah, the decision-making is like questionable to say the least. I loved seeing Xiaohu on the Azir. I know the facilitation of the TF was big in game 1, but seeing the man actually be able to put some carry pants on from time to time, those Emperor's Divide, still having the tools to do damage, but as well as the tools to facilitate and command, that is where the bread and butter is for RNG, and they come out with a big victory.
It's a double-edged sword, though, because as we say, like, Xiaohu didn't get control over the mid lane. It was what caused them issues. And look, mistakes from JDG meant that RNG could get back and Xiaohu looked great. But this is why I was very worried to see Xiaohu on the Azir. Like, it does not fit the way that RNG play this game. And if JDG had actually played this slow and steady and proper, this could have been a loss for RNG. As you can see with a 3,000 gold lead that had already been opened up for JDG. So, yes, it's nice to see Xiaohu having some opportunity to be a bit more proactive when it comes towards damage. But I still think you have to be very careful when you open up JDG to have that much control from the mid-jungle.
Also, just giving a special shout out to Breathe. As you'll see a bunch of red on his bar because the guy popped off in this game. 16-0 at the Gnar. Huge KP, huge damage percentage. The Mega Gnar ultis in the end were what made the deciding factor for RNG. It felt like to really turn those big fights, get the damage layered out on top. And it all just culminated in a great victory for RNG and a startling blow for JDG.
Yeah, I mean, I'm shocked at the way that JDG tried to force these fights. It just felt like they hadn't really considered how to go for it. We even called it out, like, the 5v5 for JDG was so cool if it actually got up and ready to go. We just never got it because they just kept kind of bumping their heads into the wrong place at the wrong time. So we'll have to see now if they can right the wrongs, though, for game number 3.
I am just happy that I get the gift I've always been waiting for. I get to go to 3 games on a match of the week here in Summer Split. We'll see what happens. Can RNG take down their nightmares in JDG? We'll see after this short break.
White red there for Kazi. Flashing cleanse available for Unforgiven. Kaiser's up in that middle lane. Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill at 500 gold.
That is a Draven main right there.
Can't change that. Tell him right around. Whole squad sitting back, chilling in the May. Yeah, only as deep as your roots go. I don't do corny like fructose. If you got the drummer, that's
they are a little bit too healthy. It's 4 against 2 for 15 seconds.
No way!
Lens gets up though. They're gonna make a fight here on the Nexus turrets. That's gonna be the play. The charm comes in again, but it's Mega Gnar, and 3 of them are under the turret. Prince is letting go. They can't kill the AD carry. 200 years. Prince is gonna live, and a rocket hits him anyway, but he finally goes down. And the spawn of Ruler is going to be what saves the game right now for Gen G. And what a show we just had for the last 39 minutes.
Taking off with the ring, ain't nothing left, man. We the kings, ran with the team, ran with the dream, ran with the one fan in the seats.
Şu anda üste dönüşünü gerçekleştiriyor daha doğrusu. Yeni gelebildi. Alt koridordaki inhibitor düşüyor. Bu arada bir hamle. Arada kalan bir Şavukatami var. Şavukatami burada ilk düşen isim olabilir ama Zergling'den 5 kişilik multi. Zergling dün harika bir oyun oynamıştı. Burada belki hatalarla başladı karşılaşmaya ama
front to back, Xiaohao getting taken out though. Kadaya now big Emperor's Divide from Forge himself, and now you got the slicing maelstrom. Xiaohao tries to come back in. Penny is full health. Penny's got the Inferno. Penny's got the damage, and Penny is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
Quadra kill for Penny. They lined them up.
All it takes is one game. All it takes is Benny and anyone's legend. Game 1 going over.
In my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work. If you work and it's fun.
Open. Oh, there's no TP there for Caps.
Look at the ball
Making his way out. Teleport going bar to lane as Broken Blade will join Caps on the objective. 4 members of Astralis looking at the bound. TP coming onto the Nexus turret as well. The rest of G2, they're trying to interrupt. They're pushing into the pit. The Nexus turret number 2 is about to fall. Vizichachi gets a stun onto 1. Caps takes on the second tower. Have they just won the game? The Nexus is being focused out. Flash away. A few more hits will do it. Broken Blade going so low, and they've done it. G2. What was that?
Check the receipt, looking at you already peaked way back then.
This is what I mean, like they investigate, and because they didn't put enough members on the Herald, oh, never mind, this is going to be a full-on fight.
100 Thieves might have took the Herald, but they can't get to the eye. Evil Geniuses come in, and they're going to find the first kill on the closer. 100 Thieves looking to get anything back, but Danny's made his way into the fight, and he jumps in with a killer instinct. Jojo grabs a kill on Someday, and EDG are done. FBI is going to be taken very low. Danny nearly dead. Danny grabbing the kill, but Danny dying now. Abadaga jumps back in. Abadaga takes him out. Who he will keep him alive. And Abadaga gets bailed out. A quadra kill to the 100 Thieves mid laner.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry.
The good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning. Nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light.
我觉得现在上路一个人玩是因为，中下去帮下的收益会远高于去帮上的收益，然后下路也会比较选出拼的比较激进的对局吧，上路就看的比较少，所以但上路也要做好发育，然后去后面加入团队，然后5个人进行下去。我下一场对阵京东，我感觉369这个赛季的表现很稳定，我感觉他是目前为止下一赛发挥最好、最稳定的上单吧。然后对阵他的话，因为也是经常有在交手，就发挥好自己的就可以。
Welcome back to the LPL. We are in our match of the week, RNG versus JDG, which has gone the distance to 3. Thank you. We are here, Mazel, Dagda. We're getting into the third game. We got to give some shout outs, though, because Breathe, with the huge performance coming into game 2, does get our MVP.
Yeah, Breathe was magnificent coming in here in this game, especially when you looked at him being able to turn around a ton of these fights that JDG were trying to take. The Gnar was super impressive, also just being able to keep control over that top side beautifully. So at least this time around, Breathe getting his just desserts after 2 fantastic games, honestly, on the Gnar, but at least this one was a winning formula.
Yeah, at least this one was. And it was a lot of mistakes from JDG that were capitalized holistically on by RNG. I will say, subtle shout out to the King Ming. His bubbles, his tidal waves, huge in a lot of the peel back that RNG were able to accomplish against JDG when they had all these tools to pincer and find those flanks like we were talking about.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, just coming back to Breathe for the MVP, as you're watching, like, a lot of these fights, he is very important to, like, dictate how a lot of these fights are taking place. You can see here with, like, the Mega Gnars and stuff, resetting fights, keeping Gala safe in the back line, like, making sure that he's in a good spot. It was very, very important for RNG that Breathe was able to bring that to the table, because if not, we already talked about how many deathly terrifying ultimates there are available on JDG's side. But at least at the moment, Breathe able to keep them at bay.
Yeah, it was a lot of really good engages from Breathe, a lot of good maneuvering of fights, right? Like this Mega Gnar into the wall to set up just the game-winning fight. And even with 369 big slicing Maelstrom to try to back it off, it didn't do much, right? Like the entirety of the RNG was just functioning really well, and a lot of it felt like came to the composition, right? Like it felt like RNG felt a lot more comfort with this composition, especially way on the Poppy.
I agree. It felt like RNG at least kind of understood a little bit more about how they could situate themselves when it came towards team fights. I think, again, the biggest concern is giving over that much mid-jungle control in the early stages of the game. So I'm curious now when we get into game number 2, what the plan is here for RNG. As I just hear pick ban, it's already in my ear. It definitely feels like, looking at this, having something like the Lysandra that slipped through the draft every single time is going to be pretty big. We've seen the TF not really work out. The fact that RNG aren't willing to pick the Silas, I think, is just a good shout out from Hum and from JDG to go, hey, look, this is actually something that we don't have to worry about in draft, because realistically, RNG haven't brought it out yet.
Well, we see RNG on the blue side this time around, be swapping sides yet again. The Callista, the Poppy ban, immediate priorities for this RNG squad. And it is the Zeri again, the Talia again for JDG. Renata, the final ban of the first phase by RNG.
So will JDG ban the Wukong? RNG going to try and set up for a first pick of that one here? Or maybe they just go back towards the Aphelios again, which has been the first pick on both sides of this draft. But it definitely feels like the Wukong has been instrumental on both sides to having this strong jungle. And it looks like RNG are going to go for that. So Hope and Missing will probably get their hands on that the Aphelios, and maybe we get the response with the Lucian Nami once more for RNG.
I would expect, I would expect JDG to go ahead and lock that one in, right? I mean, we've seen both times the Lucian Nami lane has come out on top in crazy fashion, but JDG gonna feel confident and comfortable with that one.
The question though is, like, do you end up just going back towards something that's going to be like relatively fine to just scale into the late game. Like a Senna Tam Kench could come out. The Jinx not going to be as strong because you still have a lot of ways to like close the gap, but there is an opportunity to go towards that if you'd like to, but it looks like RNG gonna say, nah, we're happy to take the Aphelios once more. Nautilus gonna come through, so the Anchor seeking the fish. Maybe with the Wukong having control here, maybe if Xiaohu can get a good counter matchup in the mid lane, they can actually look to play around this bottom side a bit better. But once more, mid laners left out to dry. Top laners will be left out to dry as well. It's a very similar draft to what we've seen every single time.
I actually think it's kind of fun. I mean, in my head, I'm just thinking like RNG want another run at this, right? They want to give JDG this bot lane that's successful early, but not as much in the late game, and not let them win a late game team fight with it, right? Like that's just what I'm thinking in my head. It will be the Gnar tried and true for JDG. I think 369 will be more than happy to pilot that one in this game 3 when we saw Breathe come to such functionality with that pick in game 2. The Jacks, again, just sticking to a lot of the same bans we've seen for this entire series.
Dropping Kanavi's priority, though, is really interesting to me because you're now going to ban away junglers here as RNG. Viego going to be taken off the board. Maybe something like the Lee Sin gone. Maybe even the Vi potentially if you're that worried about it. But Vi not really like traditionally seen into things like the the Aphelios. But I'm really interested to see now what exactly Kanavi has up his sleeve here to go against the Wukong. You see, the thing is like Velvet likes strong lanes, playing towards Rift Herald, and like having fights that kind of are situated around her. RNG, if you're able to like disrupt that with things like the Wukong and very quickly focus her down, that's not where Bel'Veth is very comfortable. So we'll have to see exactly what it is. So we'll be the Vi band away. So maybe it's just the Lee Sin here for Kanavi, like play towards that bot side and hope for the best.
That would be comfort, at least for him. Xin Zhao's still on the table as well, but I would like to see the Lee Sin just for a little bit of that playmaking ability, a little bit of that aggression that we've already seen obviously Kanavi play with this series long, and what we've seen him really succeed with for JDG. But you could go for a little bit of the setup, a little bit more of getting the tools needed to get this bottom lane ahead that is oh so needed with this composition so far. It'll be the Trundle as a last second switch for JDG.
I think this might smooth over a lot of the issues RNG had if we look at game 1 though, because a lot of the problems that they had with this very similar draft was the threat of that backline dive on towards Aphelios. You don't really have that here for JDG. Trundle not going to provide that. The only threat really is this Gnar. And again, it looks like Xiaohu actually maybe going to bring out the Sylas for the first time here in this split. Will be now locked in. So I think you've got a very strong front line to enable this Aphelios and the little threat for the backline. So this could actually be a game where Gala is much more comfortable than he was in, say, game number 1.
And looking at the need for agency for Xiaohu, well, you got it with this skirmish-heavy mid laner we saw already coming to huge skirmishing flows like last game. And I'm very excited to see Xiaohu try to pilot this one, especially with the amount of aggression we could see between him and Wei on the Wukong Sylas respectively. We do get the Kennen from Breeze, so we'll be trading top laners for this last game.
Yeah, first time Breeze is going to bring it out this split, but I think it's a good answer into the Gnar. Yagao going to go back towards the Azir, so going to be basically swapping back and forth a lot of these matchups across the board, but it's going to be very interesting to see now how RNG can try and play through this mid jungle and lean into that bot side. Deny Hope and missing the opportunity to really bully in that bottom half of the map. I'm not going to be surprised though if JDG, like off of the level 2s and 3s, try and give like Kanavi topside start, let Hope and missing have control over bot side, hit level 2 first, and then try and go for invades off of like mid and bot lane push. Because if you can actually use this Trundle matchup as Kanavi against Wei, you can bully out the Wukong in the early stages.
Yeah, I think the bullying is super important, especially win conditions here. For RNG, do you feel like, just babysit that bottom lane, try to path down that way?
But I think that's the best bet. Like, you have a strong mid jungle. It does need, like, a couple of levels before Sylas is really relevant in that matchup. But if you're able to try and help out there, I think that's your best spot to try. And then just lean bot, make sure that you can't bully with the Lucian Nami as heavily, and then play in towards your team fights. Especially if you can get early dragons as RNG, that's going to be such a massive advantage for you. Even things like the Rift Herald as well will be really nice prizes for RNG to pick up.
It absolutely will be. I'm really excited because you've got to look at the early game that we've gotten for both these teams so far in this series, and especially the things behind the scenes for both these teams. We already talked about it a lot, but RNG have faltered when it's come to taking down the top competition in this league. They have fell to 2-1 to top Esports, to V5. This is their moment for redemption to take down the top team in the LPL right now in the summer split. It is RNG, it is JDG, it's our match of the week, and it's game 3, baby.
I will have to see if RNG can take down that top team. If JDG can keep the streak alive at defeating every one of our top teams. I've only dropped a single series to FPX. RNG have kind of swapped sides here with taking the Aphelios across, taking the Silas away, taking that Kennen in the top side. I mean, it's literally a swap apart from Kanavi taking the Trundle into the jungle. So we'll have to see now if RNG can pilot their way to victory over JDG in this one.
And that's the thing for me. Does that Trundle make the difference in this third game? Is that what unlocks this composition for JDG in terms of finding the early conditions for them? Xiaohu going to play a little bit aggressively, trying to get that warding down as Yagao will spot him out, but nice cover from the rest of JDG. Again, though, it's that early aggression, it's the early pathing. Big spotlight. Kanavi, Wei, where will they try to get these leads? Where will they try to throw some eggs into their carries' baskets? Because you're looking at Xiaohu in the mid lane, that skirmishing, that mid-jungle duo, so important.
But already, I mean, we talked about Kanavi having the opportunity to start top, move towards the bot side. Looking for this level 2
He
against
didn't get
Xiaohu.
spotted. He didn't get hit by the ward there. The nice little toggle from the observers is huge, and now Xiaohu just has to walk the long way around. Kanavi's got level 2 here. He's got the speed at least to keep up with Xiaohu. Luckily, Xiaohu still on the Silas. Just has to take a nice leisurely stroll through the jungle.
Yeah, Kanavi will start up the red buff, but Wei is on his way across, so we'll need to be careful that he's not falling afoul of the monkey. He does have smite to make sure he can steal that one away, but this is what we're talking about, right? Kanavi using bot push, using mid control to go for these invades and make Wei uncomfortable.
That's
level
so
2
easy.
to level 3 though means that Kanavi will need to try and escape. Wei will spot his red buff has been taken, so we'll more than likely just go in towards his well, I was gonna say his raptors, in towards maybe the Scuttle Crab bot side, but may want to try and make a gank mid.
But he's right on a ward, and he'll actually still try to find some damage on the Yagao. The stun connects from Xiaohu. That was really close, but Yagao gets out knowing that that ward was there, knowing that Wei was spotted out. It'll still potentially be a skirmish over this bottom side scuttle as Wei headed down there and trying to look for his side of the jungle, but it looks like Kanavi has a bit of the upper hand with that priority you were talking about in bottom lane.
Weiwu should just try and clear out these raptors and move up towards top side. Like, Breathe has push. He's helped Xiaohu at least control that mid wave a little bit, so might be able to help out. But Kanavi, again, we talked about how this team likes to support this guy. We're starting to see it in the early stages of, using the fact Hope and missing half control bot. Azir has pushed mid, and Kanavi starting to run away with this a little bit. We'll spot out that the raptors have been taken, but maybe looking for a bot side play instead, as he spots out a Wei on the Krugs, though. I'm imagining Kanavi just goes and tries to take that top scuttle after maybe clearing his bot caps.
Wei's just trying to get as much as he can, because with the amount of pressure that's been already put in the mid and bot, and with Kanavi kind of just walking back and forth in this river to make sure both lanes are okay, it's really difficult for Kanavi, or at least Wei, to find anything against Kanavi. Kanavi will actually go for a little bit of a lane gank here. Dash out from Hope, will dodge out from the engage of Ming. Kanavi is looking for a little bit of a sneaky play down here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, level advantage for Wei, but Wei actually resets. Missimo spot the ward goes down.
Oh,
this could be a
no.
disaster now for RNG.
He's not going to pull the trigger just yet. He's waiting for them to step up a little bit more so he can get the pillar behind them. They're not going to find it just yet. Gala does have Infernum, does have the grab to me. Here's Kanavi, though. Ming immediately flashes with case he's scared for his life. And JDG, they don't get much, but they get a flash, and that's huge. And the heal, and the ignite.
Pillar wasn't quick enough from Kanavi, so a lot used by RNG to escape that one, but at least they do escape. Wei now going to use the fact that he has that quicker reset and bot to steal away some of these raptors on the top side. So Kanavi investing a lot of the tempo he picked up early to try and help out his bottom lane, and will do so, but it may cost him then in his own jungle matchup. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Hope and Missing to see what they can now do with this advantage. I imagine reset going to come through here for Hope and Missing. Use the fact you've got that early plate for yourself and start to get these items in your favor.
We did see a quick little ping from JDG onto the Dragon, but Kanavi already passing up towards this top side of the map, so he's just going for clearing out the rest of his jungle at least, and Wei will be getting the Scuttle Crab finally in the top side of the map. And both these junglers, instead of the crazy chaotic skirmishing we got constantly in both other games, they're taking a little bit of a back seat here. We're getting that early, show onto the map, but then besides that, we're looking at farming, we're looking at scaling.
It means that Gala is willing to stay around for this last little bit of a wave, though, which he wasn't in the early stages. He will now reset, but with Cannon Wave here, Ming is moving towards mid, so I'm just a little bit nervous about Gala positioned here. Does have his flash, but a combo from Hope could cost him, but no mana on Hope now. Means that it opens up Ming to try and make some sort of play happen, but Xiaohu resetting the mid, nobody in the top side of the map as well. Ming won't really be able to do too much with the advantage he got in the quicker reset, apart from get some vision down.
Some vision around the early Dragon Pit here could be nice, though, as he was just hovering around the mid lane, trying to look for the vision. Not going to put any down just yet, but actually going to transition across into mid lane here. So Kanavi just going back towards his top side. He did get the reset off. We now have Sheens for both of these junglers. A little bit more damage, a little bit more clear speed in that aspect. And now that Wei is clearing out the final parts of his bottom side, with Dragon on the table, I wonder if we do see a little bit of adaptation into the early Dragon focus here.
I feel like that best bet is for JDG, just kind of leave it for the moment.
Yeah,
you're not really worried too much about a Cloud Dragon. You're more focused on, hey, look, let's try and focus on this Rift Herald play. So instead, I think Kanavi's going to clear back down towards his bot side and then try and force a play onto Hope and Missing after this bounce back of the wave in the bot side of the map. For RNG, you can see that they want to try and stop that. So already going to start trying to invade into this bot side of the map with the shove that they have and maybe get some vision control down, but I don't know about Wei starting up the Dragon here. This is very risky.
It is a bit risky. Wei already about half health there. Xiaohu, transition. He gets caught but has the abscond. Just waiting to use the abduct. And the Dragon now in front of JDG, but Yagao, he flashes too late. It's Xiaohu gets his own Emperor's Divide, but goes down. First blood for JDG.
I mean, big mistake from RNG. Like, Wei didn't have enough control over his lanes to go for that play. Xiaohu had a slight push in mid that was very quickly dealt with by Yagao. Same when you look at the bot side. And because of that now, JDG, they're going to be in a ton of control as to how they want to play the map. Slow push started by Hope and Missing to create this massive wave on bot side. Means that they'll be able to move Missing up towards that Rift Herald off of this massive shove. You can't really try and answer back for the trade now as Gal and Ming, because Dragon is gone. You're going to be facing up against the big wave. It's all a bit of a mess. Even actually looking at it, the plate gone on that bot side with no one to pick up because no one was able to auto-attack the tower. Though, doesn't mean a pretty big wave was missed by Hope and Missing.
Yeah, that'll be a nice little, I guess, bargaining chip for JDG's bottom lane. But I still think the plate gone, that's some gold Gala is missing. It feels a little bit bad. I think RNG themselves looking up towards top lane, it looks like they're trying to get this combo of Xiaohu and Wei on the board with the skirmishing. But meanwhile, JDG knows exactly where they want to focus, and it's all bot lane.
They have a feeling, though, that JDG are here, so they're starting up the Rift Herald. So counterplay from RNG is made, and Gala and Ming are just going to try and back away.
They tried, but that's a lot of damage back, and the flash is already burned by Ming. Luckily, Gala doesn't have to burn his, but it'll be some plates to Hope and Missing and Kanavi.
And I think they're trying to, JDG are trying to force RNG to use this Rift Herald away from the bot lane. If Gala's not getting the kills, but then the main source of damage for RNG isn't quite here. But you still have to be careful. Like, Xiaohu with an advantage is going to be a massive threat, especially for people like Hope, if he can steal away the Gnar ultimate, the Emperor's Divide, even the tidal wave. Breathe as well. We all know what a Kennen can do in these big team fights with that ultimate if he has a lead. Once that exhaust from Missing doesn't connect, he can take over.
At the end of all things, first Dragon goes to JDG as they make a play onto it. Gets a full reset off on the bottom side of the map, but I want to check back into where we look next for RNG, right? They have the Rift Herald here. We started seeing Xiaohu moving out of the mid lane to try to connect with Wei. Do you see them just kind of funneling this towards Gala and Ming? Do you see maybe Breathe getting some of the resources at this point?
I think their best bet is to try and use it to Gala. Even though they didn't get the turret play bot, there's still a turret plate gone on that bot lane turret. And also the fact that Gala and Ming are going to be your main source of damage is going to be great. My biggest issue is trying to see how you make that happen, because you'd need to try and make a gank in mid his way, unlock Xiaohu, lean him into bot side, and especially when, I mean, Kanavi's in a good spot, missing you already see roaming around the map, it becomes a lot more difficult to make that play happen, which is why it looks like Ming is going to try and help out Wei in having that sort of control. Like, both jungle support in river means you've got to play it safe as Yagao, and that'll let Xiaohu push out.
I will say, though, I've really appreciated JDG's vision game here. The where they have set up the wards every time, it's stopping the full-on transition from the mid gank into the bottom lane and try to collapse on them. And it's been really nice to see because they know when to back off. They know when to pull off. And Kanavi, right on the hover every time, just make sure that if something does happen, they can pull a play of their own right afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, Yagao had the push coming back in the mid, so he would have been able to join in for a 4v4 on the bot side. So it looks like, as you say, like Kanavi just making sure to mirror whatever Wei is doing and prevent him from being able to use the Rift Herald. You've only got half the timer left on this Rift Herald as well, so they really need to make something happen. It looks like it's just going to be brute force the bot lane off the reset from Kanavi, and also as Wei is coming back out of base.
Yeah, Wei will actually go down to the spot lane, so I would expect the Rift Herald to be utilized down here. They're actually getting backs off here as well as Kanavi transitioning towards the top side of the map. Will be nobody here to defend for a little while, and this could be some nice plays for Gala and Ming. Just gotta get the wave pushing a little bit. Top lane though, we get the 1v1. Megan R from 369 will be used. They wanted to get breathe away from him because that was about to end real bad.
RNG though, still getting the advantage. Like, the fact that Xiaohu again has been able to get control over mid and then let RNG lean bot is going to be fantastic. Xiaohu lean top though, which means that it's actually Yagao moving bot.
He's back again. Kanavi's back in the bot lane. I don't know how the rest of the song goes, but Kanavi wants to make the song go bottom lane. Yeah.
This is bad. This is bad. But this is the problem, right? JDG, they try to make the pillar come in, but Kanavi doesn't actually manage to connect with it. So they don't have Yagao in position to quite follow up. Missing is still trying to play keep up as well. So now RNG get the plates, they back away, and you've still got control over the map for the moment. But Xiaohu has reset. Yagao
he wanted it.
Looks for Wei.
He was about to deliver him to a missing hope, and Kanavi doesn't find it though, as Wei will get back into his jungle farming. It's the very different starting of the game in this game 3 that we're getting. It is 1 kill at 13 minutes. It is a lot more reservation coming through for both of these teams, respecting their opponent in the culmination of this match of the week. It's honestly impressive to watch, but it's also at any moment something could just explode.
I think for JDG, they were hoping that that explosion would be on the bottom side. They have been able to get Hope and missing some of these turret plates, and Hope and missing still playing very aggressive, but it's not the big advantage that JDG were really hoping for on the spot side. And I think shout out to Wei, shout out to Gala and Ming for being able to control that one. And now you're starting to see again, like, these one-item spikes going to come through for RNG, making it tough for JDG to continue on bot side.
Hope, I know you're trying to bait him to Kanavi, but you know Kanavi's on a ward and Hope is about to die. So luckily he backs off of there, and Wei is now back here. It's just been 3v3, no longer a duo lane. Dagda, did you know the new update was a 3v3 lane? They already pull the trigger at Kanavi, and he is down. Cyclone on for Wei, but he'll get pushed down afterwards with the Gale Force forward from Hope. They are bringing down Yagao. They're followed quickly by Xiaohu. It'll be a nice return from RNG. Now Xiaohu trying to go back in on Yagao here as he had the crown, but the damage reduction is gone. Now Xiaohu trying to get out of there as he's just getting poked down and prodded.
Surprised Xiaohu went for the aggressive trade there. You've got the Crown of the Shadow Queen, as we talked about, the ultimate available for Yagao. Xiaohu wasn't able to steal his own one back, and you don't even have the mythic completed yet for Xiaohu as well. So looks like he will just finish this one out. Reset then in towards the the mid lane, and I'm not quite sure what that replay was on top side. I didn't get.
They just traded ultis. They said, "Hi, how you doing?" And you know, slicing Maelstrom for the Meganar ulti, no big deal.
I mean, I will say that's actually a pretty big win for 369. So nice job by 369, because with Rift Herald about to spawn, the ultimate for Gnar basically back up.
Yep.
Ultimate for Breathe nowhere near the same level of cooldown. So now the Gnar has the opportunity, at least he can manage his Gnar bar, to be more of an impact after this Rift Herald, but JDG immediately looking for the Dragon. You have the potential TP for 369, so RNG said, hey, instead of making a play on the numbers disadvantage bot, we'll just make a play top.
Meganar ulti into the wall, 369, only a Mini-Gnar has the flash to get out under the tower. Kanavi is doing the Rift Herald, but that'll be second Dragon secured by JDG. They know a secondary win condition for themselves at this point as they're trying to get that soul. It'll be Hextech soul here, but RNG, again, claiming the second Rift Herald is huge for them. They're trying to capitalize even further onto 369, but Breathe, a couple extra tower shots there, and Yagao wanted to follow him up.
They wanted to get that TP from Yagao, though, because the wave on bot meant they would have got the outer turret for RNG. That would have been more gold, more map pressure for JDG. So RNG forced the dive, get the TP from Yagao, and keep that bot lane standing for the moment. But 369 will now TP to bot side. Will manage to still collect that one. So all said and done, 2 TPs burned for JDG off of an objective that honestly they should have been able to get already. So RNG going to be relatively happy with that.
I want to talk check-ins here real quick because we're 16 minutes in. We're looking at the early game and seeing a lot of missing intuition, I feel like, for JDG. We haven't gotten the missing hope explosion that we were saying we wanted. How do you feel about the win conditions for RNG at this point, for the late game?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit easier for RNG right now because they have the Rift Herald to try and crack open mid lane turret, or even if they can find that advantage to move up towards top side. It's a little bit more difficult for JDG because they have a short range on hope and missing, and you're starting to hit the point where it's much more difficult for them to just bully a lane like Gala and Ming, especially as people start to rotate in towards the mid lane, and the AD carries have those shorter lanes to work with. So for me, it's about JDG trying to force advantages at these fights now over the next few minutes, especially 3 minutes when this Dragon is up. Use the fact that Hope should have his second item completed. Gale Force, the damage from missing, can do a lot here if they're able to.
We'll have to see if those win conditions continue to pan out, if RNG can make it work, but 369 finding a flank on the Breathe here. He won't have Meganar just yet, but he'll be stacking it up. Kanavi actually makes it here first. Wei was here in the first place, but Breathe flash over the wall is going to be huge. Goes over to missing, though, dodges out with the Hextech Proto Belt over the bubble, and now it's Wei going in the Cyclone onto Kanavi. This is chaos, and this is what we've seen all game. 17.5 minutes. Not much blood, but it is skirmishing. It is testing the waters. It is just fisticuffs.
But it's distraction play, right? JDG are making this play buck because they're like, hey, we either get Breathe or we get the attention of RNG. And that attention means that Yagao is free to get that turn on the top side. So again, JDG winning out on the map, making these small little plays. So you can see RNG kind of struggling to get their footing to turn these plays around because JDG are just backing away nice and quick. So now there's only that mid lane turret remaining. 369 can push in boss. You can have Yagao push in top. And then the opportunity to always keep control over these jungle areas, or even just keep control over RNG's access to river.
It's denying access. It's denying a lot of map mobility around the, and especially, it feels like, you know, RNG haven't really been able to pull the team fight comp all together, right? It's been a lot of skirmishing here or there. Somebody's not always there. You're looking again like we wanted to see with the last time we saw the kid in last game. We're trying to see the big flanks, the big setups go through and the execution be there, but so far not so good.
Oh, shit.
RNG. He has TP. He's gonna make it out, right?
Yeah, he's out of there. He's long gone. So TPing back into mid. We'll spot it, but a minute until this Dragon. This is where we're gonna have to see if we can get those big fights, Mizel. And that's why I think it's important for JDG to try and have control of river so they can spot flanks from RNG. But RNG gonna brute force their way through mid tower with this Rift Herald. Wei takes a lot of damage there on the way out, but yeah,
they go for the engage as it falls. Tidal wave comes through, but the depth charge went as well. Ming almost taken out. The Moonlight Vigil used by Gala. The culling stolen and used by Xiaohu as well. Here comes 369, but not Meganar. He's just trying to set. Oh my God, Gala has to use the Gale Force out.
And JDG have forced them back now. That's mid-turret, 30 seconds till Dragon. Full reset's gonna have to come through for RNG, and look at the vision. They just don't have any setup in this bot side river, so trying to get position for Breed to find these major flanks, even denying the reset again from Ming, means that they will be late towards the objective. Yes, Hex Gates will help, but what can Breed do?
369 needs to get out of there as they frost use. But something that always just amazes me and astounds me with JDG is their quickness to turn up the heat level, to get that aggression on and just put the pedal to the metal. And we've seen it demolish so many teams this season, and they're willing to do it against top teams like RNG. You see, even in the last couple of games, moments where JDG are just taking it to them, even in like deficits, even in parts where they shouldn't be trying to take these fights, they're always willing to play the confidence play, to play the hands play. And it really has been interesting to watch.
And at least in this game, it's given them a sizable advantage over RNG. Like, willing to take that mid lane fight meant that you had to back away as Gala, back away as Ming. Now no contest comes through for Third Dragon, and JDG are on Soul. No dragons to RNG's name means that now JDG are like, cool, we have a phenomenally strong Baron team. You try and go towards Dragon, we will turn and fight, because we can actually get that with Yagao, missing 369 coming in on a flank, or we will just take Baron. Now Wei spotted, or did not spot by Kanavi, but now will.
Meganar stolen by Xiaohu as well. They'll TP for JDG, but that's Meganar ulti into the wall. Wei goes in with the Cyclone as well. Yagao's finally here, but Breathe comes in just at the nick of time. Maelstrom goes a bit wide after that Emperor's Divide. Wei goes right back in. Ming is trying to Spider-Man his way to the fight, but it's too late. Yagao already got one of the kills, and RNG, they're in some trouble here. JDG know when to pull it forward, but there you go. Gala over the wall. He can't do it. The bubble from missing. It shuts him down. And a huge play for JDG. RNG are done.
That exhaust from missing was so clutch. Now JDG find the victory, and Pings immediately go over towards the Baron. JDG, with that play, have cracked open RNG.
Cracked open like an oyster on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. It is incredible the way they decisively pick at RNG and then find those picks. This was RNG setting this up, and then JDG with the commit, the TP into the fight, the huge separation.
Individual plays here are crucial. Yagao with the reset on the potential ultimate from Breathe was important. Wei going that bit too far forward. And then here, watch Gala. This is actually a great hero play from Gala, but watch the immediate exhaust. Doesn't get the damage up before the Inferno Bolt actually pops. The exhaust is there. So Gala's damage completely neutralized by missing. And from that point forward, Hope's got speed ups, he's got the Gale Force, he's got everything he needs to shut down RNG.
And at this point, RNG is reeling. Have JDG back onto the map now. Ulti's available. Breathe actually on the side here with the flank, with slicing Maelstrom. Can they catch out Yagao? But he has the crown. They can't do much against Yagao until they get the crown off of him. The rest of the team from
Breathe wasn't
RNG,
spotted.
they are collapsing here. Ming steps forward, gets some damage done. Xiaohu with the tidal wave over the wall. Breathe with the big slicing Maelstrom on the side. They get missing, but it's only the fish. Can 369 get back into the fight? Breathe is caught out. Breathe is down, and 369 is moving forward. He doesn't even have Meganar, but he's slowing down. Gala gets the Everfrost out as well.
That was just so well backed off of by JDG. Don't get caught out, missing the only one that gets separated. And despite the fact that it looked like Xiaohu and Breathe had a fantastic flank, JDG managed to disentangle themselves and move away from it. RNG lose more, and again, these plays all the time being thwarted. You'll see it here in the replay. Like, Breathe doesn't get spotted. It was like the perfect spot for him to be in, but it doesn't matter. It's just not enough there for RNG.
They're going to try to get back onto the map and find something for themselves, but we're looking at those item differentials, right? We're like an item up on multiple members of JDG. The lead getting a little bit too far out in front of RNG at this point, but they're still trying to look for vision. They're trying to look for setups, and if they can get the right catch out, maybe not missing, but if they can catch out Hope, a lot of the damage does get backed off of JDG.
Yeah, you need to get these early resets for RNG and establish yourself in River. For Dragon that's in a minute's time. Like, Breathe will have his TP back up, but he needs somewhere to TP to get in on that flank position. No flash is going to mean he needs to be very specific with where he's going to be, and even then, going to have to contend with Missing's Exhaust, who's going to be back up. Gala, only having 2 items, is not going to be as strong as Hope at this stage of the game, whereas when you look across at Yagao, he's late game. 3 items already completed on Yagao because of the 5 kills. And this has been one of Yagao's best picks over the course of his career. The Azir has been such an important pick for JDG for so long, and we're getting to see it once more for Yagao.
It's actually turning up so huge. He's also got the Shadow Flame now for the tankiness that we're starting to see build up on RNG. But JDG, they say, you can get your first dragon of the game. We'll take more towers here. We'll take an inhib if you let us. And RNG realize they're a bit split, right? You're watching Xiaohu and Ming try to set up something, but they got to commit to the dragon at this point. They're just going to lose the inhib.
And that's what we were talking about. You get to make plays like this as JDG because no dragons have been gained by RNG. Base is cracked. And you know what's on that top side of the map, Mazel? It's a bloody Baron because JDG are immediately going to be able to get control over that area as well as they stop off to take this tier 2. Great understanding of how they can punish RNG in the map.
They punish so heavily as well. Don't think they'll go for the Baron at this point, but they'll take all the rewards on their way out. And a lot of gold, a lot of pressure given to JDG. Okay, never mind, I take my words back. They just started up because they can.
I mean, you've got no vision here as RNG, no flank opportunities. 369 is pushing mid, so honestly, he's the one that you're going to be worried about as a flank. If you're RNG, Ming goes in though.
He does. They got the big tidal wave though. Wei is into the pit. They find Kanavi. Kanavi's dead. The Baron's still low. Big Hope is not going to be enough hope. But 369, Meganar into the wall. He's all by himself. And RNG, they'll finally find a fight. They'll find the Baron, and don't call it a comeback.
JDG lose the fight. They lose the Baron, and they tried to bite off too much than they can chew. Top stop was the problem before the Baron, and RNG come back. We'll catch it here in the replay. 369 in Mininar means that he doesn't really have the tools that he needs. Wei flashing over with the Infernum coming through here alongside Xiaohu with that. The ultimate from Breed with the ultimate from Xiaohu murders Yagao on the back line, so his damage isn't relevant. And 369 just that little bit too late, not able to finish off the super low health bars.
And just the aggression onto Kanavi to keep him out. He even flashes to get to the other side of Baron, but dies anyways, just trying to stay alive. And that was greed coming out from JDG. I even said, I was like, I don't know if they go over the Baron. It was a little bit behind the play, but they went for it. And these are the kinds of mistakes that we do see JDG make, but usually it's in game 1 or game 2, not in a pivotal game 3.
And that's the thing now, is that you're giving much needed gold over to RNGs. You can see up 3.5k off that Baron play already. Gold going into Gala to get to an IE. Xiaohu now on 3 items. Breathe close to a Rabadon's death cap. And if he finishes that, his threat in fights is going to be astronomical, especially when he just won that fight without needing the flash. Now the Rabadons and flash are available. You have to be incredibly careful as JDG. If Missing doesn't have exhaust, Breathe can win a fight solo.
And that's all about the setup. That's what we're talking about so much for RNGs. They still have tools. They still have late game carry. They still have Gala, the pentakill king at this point. On the Aphelios, needs to be putting out the damage, but it's Breed's flanks, it's Wei's engagements, it's Ming not overextending himself that will get them, I guess, still back into this game even if they have the lead, because the pressure is on JDG's side.
Well, JDG, at least even though the Baron is up, will still have control over the map, and that's where, for the moment, RNG are struggling. That mid inhibitor is still down. The spot lane will be dealt with by RNG, but JDG still in a good spot. Gold has evened up, but it's just with the advantages that this mid lane is able to garner on the map for JDG. It will continue to push forward. 30 seconds though until the dragon falls, a minute and a half until that next dragon, and it does feel like this Bizel is where we're going to see if we can get that massive fight as RNG go for early resets to try and get the wards they need in River.
Yeah, Missing already in position here with a little bit of warding himself around the dragon pit, but that mid lane priority has been so key for both these teams setting up in front of the dragon. JDG, again, they have all the play in the world here. They do not necessarily have to take this dragon, but with the momentum RNG are starting to gain, it feels like they might start having to fight over this, having to try to take this and start the Elder Dragon clock.
Yeah, but at least the purchases aren't quite there for Gala if you're a JDG fan. Still only sitting on 2 items where you got 3 across the board essentially for your 2 carries on JDG's side. Wei not really in a position to try and strike back, but at least has a level advantage over Kanavi. And Wei's damage could be a difference maker here alongside Breathe. But I'm keeping my eyes on this Kennen. Will he get exhausted by Missing?
Will he or won't he? Gala having cleared the super minions in the mid lane. will be moving in here, but 25 minutes for the Dragon. They just got to push out this mid lane a little bit more. You see the mini-map here, pings coming from both teams, trying to set up in that choke point in front of the Dragon Pit, and JDG are primed and ready to go.
Xiaohu has Gnar ult. JDG.
Oh, wait, Xiaohu used the Mega Gnar ulti there.
I think it was about to time out, which was what I was about to say, is that Xiaohu was running out of time for that. He's had it for a while. So I think he was worried about JDG going for Soul started.
Yeah, they already get the Dragon, though. Xiaohu on the side tries to catch out 369, but the rest of JDG can follow up on the side. 369 does go down. The tidal wave onto Gala does not connect. Gala gets hit by the bubble, though. Over the wall comes RNG, and down goes JDG. That's a TP into the mid lane. They want to push the pressure. They want to take and give a little bit of the medicine that JDG has always given these teams. And Xiaohu pushes the mid lane, pushes the tower, and a big win for RNG.
Xiaohu has the hijack backup, could steal away the 0 from Yagao, and that could potentially be the play that RNG use to end the game. No real ultimates available other than Gala's with the Gravita Moonlight Vigil. Can RNG find us?
Engage there onto Yagao. He gets a big Emperor's Divide back, but Gala is full health. He's firing away. RNG! Have they broken the curse here, Dagda? They're trying to take down
No
Kanavi.
way.
Kanavi has given his life away, and RNG, they've taken down Kanavi, missing the only one left. Here comes 369. Here comes Hope. Can they get the big damage? It's the Nexus focus, but JDG, they will not find it.
It's
the
so
Mega
low.
Gnar to the wall. 369. It's not enough, and RNG will defeat JDG.
How are Xiaohu and Co so calm? They just barely won that game by the skin of their teeth. With Xiaohu, the only person left standing, and I'm jumping out of my seat more than they are.
Oh my God, we said at the top of this, JDG have defeated every top team. They have beaten everyone that has come to try and take them to task. RNG has lost to everyone at the top of the table, but then we get this matchup, this banger of all bangers, where RNG make the redemption run, come out 2-1 victorious, and devastate JDG, where they just got capitalized on so many mistakes, and that is the pivotal part where RNG capitalized and won the game.
2 mistakes that changed the outcome of that game. The first one being around that Baron, the second one at that next Dragon as well. Hope going that bit too far forward, trying to get the pick onto Gala, opened up massively then for RNG to capitalize on that. And the confidence as well from RNG to just go, right, we end the game. Like, we just go for it. They find the picks, they find the plays, and Xiaohu as well. 50% HP, the last person left standing, and they managed to kill the Nexus. That is a banger of a match of the week. What a series.
You know, words can't describe what I'm feeling right now. I'm so happy that we got to watch what we got to watch. We got to see RNG come out victorious against JDG, who we've had so many questions about in terms of solidifying themselves, right? Like, if they won this, they had beaten everyone around them. There was no other opposition, but after this, it brings up so many questions. We see the late game sprint right now that RNG is trying to put on with a game like this, and a lot of the macro decisions we saw from them, and especially, like you had mentioned, Xiaohu, just the decision. I gotta hear a mic check or something from that game, because it has to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, look, for JDG, that was kind of they're not out of the woods yet when it comes towards their test, right? They still have Weibo gaming to play anyone's legend to round out their split. But the biggest problem for them now is that they've given kind of a bit of an edge towards several of their teams in that top spot contention. Top Esports now will take first place. They are sitting at 12-1, but Top Esports still has Victory 5 to play. So with both V5 and Top Esports in there, and game difference coming ahead of the head-to-head, there is a chance now V5 could be Top Esports, leapfrog them and put them into that 3rd, 4th place matchup, or even in certain situations as well, put them even drifting further behind teams like RNG, which means they could end up facing our top team as the split goes on as well. Yeah. So unfortunate there for JDG, but for RNG, a massive, massive victory for them to put themselves again onto that 10 wins.
I got to talk a little bit of brass tacks here with JDG, though, because biggest things that stood out for me in this one was a little bit of lack of control, a little bit of lack of, knowing when to end the game. Do you feel like we're still seeing a lot of the same JDG that we've seen all split long, and it's just, coming up to execution in certain moments? Or do you feel like we're starting to see a little bit of a downtrend?
So I definitely think game 2 was very messy. And unfortunately, it does mean, again, that, like, a lot of the resounding success that we had for them coming through from V5 and a lot of the compliments that were thrown their way after that series have kind of been knocked to the side again as the doubts start to creep in once more for JDG. I think the call in game 3 for the Baron was, again, just unfortunate. I think they thought they could get more damage off on the Terror. They would finish it off faster. And it's just unfortunate that it did end up costing him so much. But I still think JDG are an incredibly strong team. I just think that it's now very obvious that there are serious flaws with this team. Because although we say, hey, look, they've beaten top esports, they've beaten V5, they didn't take down RNG. Well, the time that they beat top esports was at the start of the split in a 2-1, where top esports were still trying to figure out a lot of their problems. And now top esports look significantly stronger. RNG just beat them. V5, look, maybe this was now the fluke. Maybe if we get V5 on a stronger day, this is now an issue where JDG can't beat any of our top teams. So I will say it heats up our battle for the top a lot more. Because now we do have a little bit of a RNG don't beat V5, but V5, they beat JDG, who beat top esports. Like, it's all over the place in our top spots. So definitely going to be a very interesting one as we lead ourselves into playoffs.
I talked a little bit of brass tacks with JDG, but we got to talk about RNG here, right? They're on a 6-win streak at this point. The rest of the competition for the rest of the season looking a little easier than they've tracked already, right? You're looking at Anyone's Legend, you're looking at IG, you're looking at TT and LGD. Is there a possibility where we just see this crazy late season momentum run from RNG?
Potentially. And I think we've kind of seen them leveling up over the course of the split, so wouldn't be massively surprised to see it happen. And if they can end their split on, a 9-win streak, that could be spectacular to have them going in towards playoffs. But I think the big one is just how they've started to feel out what they're comfortable playing in the meta, right? Because we kind of seen, hey, look, Lissandra, very crucial for RNG, but RNG kind of taking this series as hey, we don't want Lissandra. We don't want to play that style. We want to try things like the Azir. We want to bring out Silas for the first time for Xiao, who bring a different blend to our series in the LPL, which I think, again, is something that RNG are very good at doing, where it's like, hey, look, chances are we have hit playoffs. Let's try and expand on our game plan a little bit more.
Well, I do believe I heard it correctly. Breathe will be taking a second MVP in this game. Incredible stuff. As you had mentioned in the draft, first time whipping it out, this split at least, and it worked out, right? We talked so much in that game. It was like one crucial moment, one big setup from RNG, and it's game win, and little did we know we were going to be right on the money.
Those ultimates can make all the difference, but it was even the fact that, like, willing to commit it to get the catch on 2-3-6-9 at the end of this was super impactful. This combo with Breathe and Xiaohu was nasty. The fact they get Yagao here is so incredibly important, because Hope wasn't really in a position to try and carry that forward. Yagao was 5-0 at this stage of the game, and that combo ruins Yagao, make sure he can't get it. Breathe committing the ultimate here as well, knowing, hey, if we can get the pick, this is so big for us trying to push forward. And as well, then Hope overextending just gives even more control to RNG in this one. So great job from Breathe in so many of these cases to be the damage dealer he needed.
It's actually crazy when we were putting so much focus on like the commander and the warriors, Xiaohu and Gala, but you also got to think like they brought in Breathe for a reason into this split. There's a reason why they traded out Ben after winning the MSI championship, and it's been really a journey to watch Breathe come into his own, I feel like, this split, because he's been such, at the beginning, a little bit of a liability, and then turning into a bit of a non-factor, then turning into a utility, and now we're seeing carry performances.
And a major asset for RNG. I mean, game 2, he was bulldozed to no end. Sorry, game one, he was just under so much
Yeah.
attack in that top side of the map so often, turning those plays around, getting the MVP performance in that one. And then now in game three as well, bringing out the cannon with the counter pick and making it look hot. So I think things are on the up and up for RNG. Breathe, looking spectacular. Xiaohu bringing more to the equation. Gala had some missteps, I will say, in game two that did cause issues for RNG, but overall, had a very solid performance. Ming, as always, looking great. And Wei starting again to bring out more of these picks where he can be both an engage and a disengage tool that set up these key carries on RNG.
Imagine a world where that exhaust doesn't go down and Gala just gets a crazy like 1v5 pentakill there. Anyways, it is a bit of journey today so far. We didn't have a full 6 games. We didn't have 3 best of 3s. We did have 2 banging best of 3s. We had our first series, a 2-0 victory from the world champions EDG to secure themselves into the summer playoffs of the LPL. And then the match we just got done casting, I feel like I could cast another best of 5 of this one. RNG versus JDG. RNG stopped the curse. They were losing to every top team, and they take down the top of the top. They push down JDG in spectacular fashion, punishing the likes of one of the best teams in the LPL.
And now, our standings are looking a little bit different. JDG dropping their second series of the split means the top esports will now move into the dominant spot. V5 very close. I will actually say, I'm pretty sure V5 should be in second spot with that game difference, but we'll leave it to it. RNG as well, now in fourth spot, sitting on 10 and 2. V5 still have 2 games left to go. But the slots are starting to pick up quickly in that top spot, and with V5 still having top esports to play, top esports and V kind of holding their future in their hands as to exactly where they're going to end up.
4 spots left at Dagda. 4 spots left in the summer playoffs of the LPL. I can't believe we've already gotten to this point where 6 teams are locked in, but we're seeing that 9-game win, or 9-series win, is that difference maker. Now, let's look at tomorrow's games, as we do have the final day of week number 8. It is V5 taking on OMG, and then Team WE still looking for that win against another team who has been struggling, LNG.
I mean, look, WE, I don't know if they're going to find a win. Their streak very much not looking so hot coming in towards the opponents that they have at the end of the split. V5, though, excited to see how they will do against OMG. If now they can start to creep up into that 12, 13, 14 wins is going to be the question to see who will eventually take that top spot in the LPL.
Yeah, I just think coming off of this one, I just want to get your general thoughts. I guess coming off a match of the week, coming into the 9th week of the season almost, do you feel like we're getting the LPL we could have all asked in Dream 4, Dagda?
I mean, the top 4 looks insane. Like, even adding EDG to that equation, we've got a top 5 because EDG look like they're on the up and up. It's going to be a banger. Playoffs are going to be a beast. What the hell are you doing? Like, you better be joined us for it because, oh my God, like, this is going to be class.
I'm already ready to go. My bag is ready to be packed. So let's get to it. It has been an absolute pleasure, Dagda, to get to cast the match of the week here in the summer split and to get to cast the games that we did. Thank you for joining me. Huge shout out to production behind the scenes for making us look so good on camera. Somehow, some way, to the audience for tuning in. It's a long night usually for the LPL, but we appreciate all the love and support. So make sure you tune back in tomorrow for some more bangers, and we'll see you next time on Summoner's Rift.